Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No. Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No. Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Man, shout out to We All In Clothing out there in Jamaica, Queens at the Coliseum. Shout out to them, man. I got this fly hoodie from there. I can't wait to get some more fly shit. Yeah, man. We live from the boxing section. Tone Brown in the motherfucking house tonight. You know what I'm saying? A few more people gonna come through here, of course. Let me put this link in the chat one more time, even though I just did put it in one more time. Listen, I told you I was gonna be a bloodbath slash funeral. There's a lot of knockouts. I think only one fight ended in a decision. Only one fight ended in a decision. Every other fight was a knockout. From Troy Isley, from Shushu, Jihad Tucker, Robisi, and then Joe Smith Jr. getting his head completely knocked off his shoulders. Shout out to my dog coming in. Y'all know him as the most negative man in the world. You know what I'm saying? But his name is All Positive Network. Oh, man.
What's going on, man? Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings. How you doing?
This nigga got legs? What the hell's going on with your icon, man?
Oh no, man, it's me. You know, this is not just my profile. I got my own profile. This is me and my partner's profile. We got this profile together.
Yeah,
it's
but why the legs though, man?
I don't want to show my face. I don't want nobody knowing who I am, because I got other channels. I don't want nobody knowing it's me.
Okay, I got you. Anonymous, huh?
Yeah, that's how it is, man. I'm pretty known around these parts.
So, man, what's going on, man? Hey,
not much, man.
Crazy.
I told you that Better B was gonna be. Well, you said it too. We knew he was gonna beat Joe Smith. We knew it, man. We knew. I didn't know it was gonna be that early, but I knew it was gonna be a massacre. I knew it.
Didn't I tell you it's gonna be a bloodbath?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that. I mean, you know, the odds was good. It was tempting to bet on Joe Smith. I'm like, man, I'm not trying to lose no money, because there ain't no way Joe Smith winning this fight, man.
He beat the shit out that boy.
Yeah, man, that fight, man. I said at least I said it was gonna be like a 6 or 7 round knockout, and I said Joe Smith might drop Better B once, but nah, man, that was a massacre from the start. I wouldn't even been mad if they stopped it in the corner after the first round.
I told Leon, I said, get your hat. Get your hat. This guy's a wrap. It's over.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I think Bivol can win, but I don't know, man. If that pressure keep coming, because Bivol, I mean, Better B, man. He's a monster, man. Even though he's pushing 40, he's 40. He just keeps coming and coming at you, man. You got to get that man respect and get him off you.
What does Bivol do better than Joe Smith Jr.?
Well, he did beat Joe Smith. I mean, I don't know if I don't think he has more power than Joe Smith. I don't think Bivol does, but I think he's a pretty good boxer. Bivol's a pretty good boxer, man. But I don't know if he beats Better B right now. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
maybe
if he like Better B, man, that motherfucker, he hit you with bombs.
You know what would have been a good fight is him and Kovalev years ago, before Andre Ward got to Kovalev.
Kovalev would have died, bro.
Possibility. Possibility. Yeah, man.
Hey, if Andre Ward couldn't take his power, boy, shit, who knows?
Yeah, but Bivol Better B is the fight to make, man, right now. Because I think they said Anthony Yard is his next mandatory. Man, he gonna destroy Anthony Yard, man. Come on, man. Let's be serious, man. They gotta stop it with these silly mandatories, man.
Yeah, bro. I told Yard to his face, bro, like, don't take this fight, bro. I told the nigga, don't you do this.
Yeah, well, maybe he's getting compensated well for it.
Fuck that, man. It ain't worth your life.
Yeah, it's gonna be a life-altering decision.
Yeah, it's not worth your life, my boy.
Once he get in that ring and he sees that he can't get that man off of him,
He's going upstairs. He's from.
No, just go let.
Yeah, you went out. Yo, hello. I think you went out. Your audio.
Oh, positive.
Yo, what up? Here.
Nigga, you could have been talking while I was gone, fool.
Oh no, you said hold up. That's why I ain't say nothing. My bad. Ain't nobody saying it in the chat. Yeah, I saw you in the video with the chain shining up in the fight. You got that big piece. I saw you shining.
That shit was fun, man. I need
Yeah,
that fight
man.
to happen next.
Well, better be than Bebo.
Hell yeah.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen next, man. It's gonna be a little while. I don't think Bebo is afraid though. I think Bebo can probably outbox him and he can land some stuff, but I don't know if Bebo has that pop to get that respect.
I got a bet with Andre Rozier.
Oh yeah, I saw the bet. I saw the bet. You talking like the custom suit and all that, and all that. Man, I saw the bet, man. The restaurant thing, yeah. Yeah, man. Next time you talk to Rozier, ask him what's going on with Krzyzewski right now, man.
With who?
Krzyzewski, his former fighter. You know, they got all those years for racketeering.
No, I don't be asking niggas questions like that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No. He was one of my favorite fighters, though. He was one of my favorite fighters. I wonder what's going on with him right now, though.
Yeah, I try to stay away from that shit, to be honest.
I was saying I was hearing rumors that he was going to be let out of prison. So I didn't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because he was supposed to fight Billy Joe Saunders before those charges came down. That's why that fight didn't happen. Yeah, but his press conference with Billy Joe Saunders was hilarious.
You said what now?
Yeah, his press conference with Billy Joe Saunders, it was hilarious, man. They was going at it.
You said who?
Krzyzewski.
You said who else?
He was about to fight Billy Joe Saunders, and they was going at it because he said barely even speak English, and he was just making noises. Billy Joe Saunders was getting pissed because they was gonna fight, and then those charges came down, and that's why the fight didn't happen.
Yeah, man. Anybody that leave Andre Rozier, their career just turned into shit, though. If you notice that.
Yeah, he's a good trainer, man. I dig it.
Let me see.
Yeah, you wasn't on last night, so you just got back today, or you got back yesterday?
Yesterday, but wifey, I was with wifey and shit. We was,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand that. Mhm. So what's the next big fight you going to, man?
so look, this is who he trained, right? Joe Green, Daniel Jacobs, Curtis Stevenson, Gary Stark, Saddam Ali. I don't know who this is. Richard Comey, Chris Algieri, Marcus Brown, Luis Colanzo, Demetrius Andre. Demetrius Andre ain't been shit since he left him. Let me see. Because he trained him. I want to see when he trained him. Like what bouts. Yeah, but I got a lot of love for Rozier though.
Yeah.
Man, we had fun though, man. I ain't gonna lie, I love New York though. New York was crazy.
Yeah, man. I don't like going to New York, man. I hate going to New York. It's too crowded.
Nah,
It's
pandemic.
so much.
It ain't crowded at all.
Okay. Okay. I haven't been there in a few years, but I always hate going to New York, man. It's like it's too crowded. I'm a country guy, man. I'm from the South. Come on now. You know how I do.
I love that shit though. It was fun, man. I had a great time.
I need to make my way out to Cali, man. I want to check out Adrian Young record shop. That's why I got to go out to LA just for that.
I'm in Oakland though.
Yeah. Oakland got that hustler culture, man. The Bay.
I'm trying to figure out when did he train Demetrius Andre.
I wonder what Andre's next fight gonna be, man. The dude can't seem to get fights.
I don't know what the hell's going on. It's the Mexican, I think. Oh shit, my dog. Hold on. The historian himself. Best Pews, what's going on?
Best Pews.
Yo, yeah,
King Israel, what's going
good
on,
with
bro?
it. Yeah,
Best
I got
Pews.
free.
How it be, baby?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was good. How you doing? No
I'm
doubt.
living,
What up,
man.
son?
Yeah, right. That New York
Respectfully,
shit,
B.
right? Yeah, no
You
doubt.
heard?
Word, you heard? You already know. Yeah, man. I heard a little bit and shit when I was walking back. The fourth, which I had the phone set up over the year. I was talking about that. That Aviv, man, put that fucking beats on that boy and shit.
Put the
You
beat
gonna have to fight the
down.
perfect fight to beat that cat,
You
man.
gonna have to. You gonna have to, man. I don't see too many
And
people
somebody
at one. I
mentioned,
don't see
and
nobody
like
at
you,
175.
yeah, I heard you mention like him and Kovalev. You know, he beat Kovalev a couple of times when he was amateur.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he busted him. Yeah, he beat him and shit. Cause he was basically the top dude over there.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was the top dude over there.
I just hated that he turned pro too late. The man ain't got 20 fights yet. He's nearing 40 years old. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
well, that's how it is sometimes. But
Yeah.
his body fresh, man. It ain't like
Yeah, it is.
that 37 ain't like how it would have been 30, 40 years ago. It's not the
Yeah, I agree
same.
with that.
Because you're not fighting like that. He not fighting that type of competition, rough competition. So that 37 is more like 27, realistically speaking. And especially nowadays, boxers just don't fight as much.
Fight two times a year, so yeah,
Yeah,
ain't like
so
10 fights a year.
so his body is a lot fresher, and the level of training and the training methods that they use now are more advanced. So an athlete can just perform a lot better at a higher level for longer because he got such a late start. He pretty much fresh in that regard. And he's strong. He's strong as hell.
Oh, yeah.
Technically sound. He got a lot of fights. He got a lot of experience, and he got, like I said, he's gonna be real tough, man.
Yo, I wonder how much weight he put on after the weigh-in, man, because he looks huge for a 175-pounder, man, in the ring.
He
Maybe.
fought. Yeah, he is big. He fought Usyk, right?
Yeah, I know about
It
him
was
fighting
amateurs.
Usyk in amateurs. I know about that.
And
But
because
so does
he's
Sean Porter, though. So does
yeah,
Sean Porter too,
yeah,
though.
but that's when
Yeah,
when he was on
yeah,
middleweight though. But
yeah.
but they fought up at light heavy though.
Mhm.
I saw his trainer talking earlier on an interview, and his trainer was saying that their goal is to unify. He don't really want him to fight Yard. They
Yeah,
want to
I don't
fight
either.
Bivol. That's who they want to fight. The trainer was saying that's who their goal is to fight Bivol.
Let me show you.
Yeah,
Let me show y'all this stuff, so y'all know.
yeah.
Who
Yeah, I
is
like
that?
Anthony Yard, but he gonna get fucked. He'll get destroyed. Anthony Yard will get destroyed, and that's him right there, Yard.
Yeah, he
Yeah, you
will.
know what
That's
you know
Yard
what
right there.
right
Yeah.
before we took that picture,
Yeah, don't do it.
please don't
Yeah,
take that fight with that nigga, bro.
yeah, I don't want to see him do it either.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be another massacre. I mean, I like
Yeah, I
Yard. I
don't
ain't
want
got
to
no
see him
problem with him,
either.
but he gonna get beat up
My
bad.
thing was, it wasn't to like disrespect him as a fighter.
Yeah, I understand.
I like the guy. You know what I'm saying?
I like
him as a
Yard.
fighter.
Yeah. He cool dude.
But he ain't
Like
winning that fight.
he showed a lot of talent earlier, but he had lost that fight to Kovalev,
Yeah.
and
He
they
had
try to work him out. He
he could have
hasn't.
beat Kovalev too.
Yeah, and that showed me that he just wasn't what I would hope for him to be. And this guy, like I said, he's better than Kovalev.
Oh yes.
Kovalev was never as good as Beterbiev. Never. He was never as good as him. And that's not to take nothing away from Andre Ward. Andre Ward was always leaps and bounds above him. You understand? Kovalev was a lot of height. He was a lot of height. That's why Andre Ward exposed him, because Andre Ward was the real shit from the jump.
I
You
actually picked
understand what I'm
Andre
saying?
Ward to win that fight. So I picked Andre Ward to win both fights.
Yeah, I picked hell yeah. I was like, that shit. I told him. I told what Andre Ward did in that second fight, I really expected him to do in the first fight.
Yeah, because he went to the body. A lot of guys weren't going to Kovalev's
But
body.
you gotta remember that was HBO. HBO was the masters of the hype.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely.
HBO can make a fighter look way better than they actually was. Just like Chocolatito. I told everybody years ago, Chocolatito wasn't all that shit like they make. He was never no pound for pound best fighter.
You had him #1, and after that, he had
Yeah.
that
I
hard
knew
fight
it.
with
I was like,
Estrada, and then he
I was
lost
gonna
twice
get that
against
ass
Visa.
bust.
Yeah,
But
Visa knocked him out.
And the same thing they did with Triple G. Like that's what they do.
Oh man. Well, they was feeding Triple G guys that he could beat. So he didn't want to fight nobody.
Yeah. And like I said, they build up. They try to build these little monsters. They try to do that. They did that with Kovalev too. But I already knew the history. I knew that Beterbiev was better than him, was beating him in the amateurs and was the top dude.
Hey, no, I'm gonna be honest with you though. Hey, Mexico.
Yo, what's happening?
I told you to try it again, man.
Hey Mex, don't come in with that nonsense tonight.
Hey man, I don't never.
What up, Max? Oh, Max got a new.
Hold on,
Oh, Max got a different avatar.
Hold on now. Hold on.
What's up?
I don't never start the shit. All right?
Yeah, but Mex, you always find yourself in a situation, though, man.
Hey, no, here's the thing. I don't let no bullshit slide, man. I push a hard line on bullshit, bro. And then everyone else get their 2 cents in, and I'm gonna get my 25 cents in. That's how it works.
Man, I'm messing with you, Mex. I'm messing with you.
I know, I'm positive. Hey, I'm just saying. told. Shot up.
Yeah, so
My bad,
Yeah,
my bad,
so,
my bad, my bad. My chain was on it.
Yeah, shut the
this
fuck.
dude.
Just fuck out.
No, nigga, seriously. Like my chain was on the.
Yeah.
My chain. I got chain, bro. My chain was on it. Fucking God, man.
Yeah,
What's
so I
happening
saw
though?
Better
What's up,
Beef
Fuse?
Coach. I'm good, man. What's up, Max? Yeah, I saw Better Beef Coach. So he was saying that their goal is to fight Bivol. They don't really want to fight Yard. That's not who they want to fight. And he said if they win, he fight Bivol and win, he would move up to cruiserweight.
Well, man, he should really dominate cruiserweight, man.
But that's their plan.
Yeah.
The coach said that's their plan. Fight Bivol and then move up to cruiser.
But cruiserweight might be different for him because it's a black dude up there that got some hands that can move.
Mm-hmm.
He from England. He black. He athletic.
Oh yeah, what's his name? Yeah, I know that kid. Yeah, he's not bad too. I seen him. Dark skin brother. He got real muscular, nice build, athletic build. Yeah, he not bad though. Yeah. If he could take a punch, athletically he nice. But if he could take a punch, he got a chance against him.
Yeah, but like I said,
he nice. I can't remember his name. How's his name?
I like him though.
Yeah, he not bad. Yeah. He kind of remind me of Evander Holyfield, younger Vander in a sense, like his body type and built and shit, strong puncher. Just gotta know if he can take a shot. Cause
better be
can take a shot.
It'll be a less of a weight cut. You know what I'm saying? You know, even though he's moving up.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
It's 25 pounds he's moving up, but still, he don't have to max out at 200, but it'd be less of a weight cut that he had to make.
When you got them heavy hands like that, man, you carry that with you. When you got those heavy hands, that's something in boxing that you carry with you. The last thing to go on a fighter, even if all of a sudden he started being his age, the last thing that's going to leave is that punch. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be the last thing to go. So, yeah, I think he could do well at cruiser. I think he can do well there, strong there, because you're right. It wouldn't be as much of a weight cut. And I'm sure they're going to do the proper type of training methods to keep his strength. And like the coach said, they was like, well, what if you were successful at cruiser, what would you do next? Would you go to heavyweight? It was like possibly, but we'd have to see. We'd have to wait and see. So we'd have to wait and see. And he was like, and then he said we would have to wait and see. He said we would have to wait and see first, but so then to the reporter asked him, heavyweight, those guys are kind of big. He said, well, he said you wouldn't have the strength against a heavyweight. He said, but then you have to rely more. He said we would try to rely more on the quick or on our quickness then.
Yeah, but
as opposed to the power.
These ain't the 90s heavyweights like 215 pounds and 220. These ain't the same heavyweights.
You know, it's different. But it's not even just the size. It's really more the athleticism. That's the big difference. Because size, like I said, when it comes to heavyweight, that's never really been an issue. Because, like I said, technically speaking, Joe Louis at his best would have been a cruiserweight.
Yep.
But he was fucking up big ass dudes. Like he was knocking out at the guy who was the biggest heavyweight champion at the time, Primo Carneri, 6'7", 270, 260. That's a big man today.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, people don't understand that. I mean, when they talk about Joe,
that was in the 1930s, Joe. He was a freak of nature. So Joe Louis was like, when that fight, he was, if I remember correct, he was 196 for that fight. And then they asked, I remember, one of the reporters asked him, yo, this guy's much bigger than you, yo. Does that like worry you at all? Joe Louis was, he was real simple. He was like, his weight can't fight for me. He said his weight can't fight for him. He got to be able to fight.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't care how big he is. His weight don't fight. He got to be able to fight. And I was like, damn, that's simple shit. Like, I'm simple country black man. He was like his weight don't fight for him. He got to be able to fight. Period.
Yo, what? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Joe Louis using 6-ounce gloves back then?
Nah, they used 8 ounce.
6 or 8. 8.
Yeah, they used 8.
I know even
they
George
used 8.
Foreman. I think Foreman used 8 ounce too, right?
Yeah, they used 8.
Yeah,
they used 8 up until Well, I can't say that always because California instituted the 10-ounce boxing glove for heavyweights in the late 60s, early 70s. So
But didn't
like when Muhammad
Tyson
Ali
use?
fought,
Well, yeah.
when Muhammad Ali fought Ken Norton, they was fighting in a 10-ounce glove. They fought they fought in California.
Mm.
So they didn't use an 8-ounce glove.
'Cause I think in one of
California
Tyson,
always did that shit.
I think one
Yeah,
of
they
Tyson's
always
fight,
did it.
he wore 8 ounce too as well. I remember
Oh
one of
yeah,
the commentators.
Mike
Tyson,
fought at
he did
8
8 ounce
ounces.
in his early fights.
Until
Yeah, I remember that.
early fights. Yeah. But then they went to the heavy when they instituted that rule, like from 54 and up. 54 and up, you had to fight in a 10-ounce glove.
10 ounce, yeah.
47 and down, you fight in the 8. And I don't know if you remember this, but back in like the like in the 60s and up, I think it went to the late 60s, maybe the early 70s. Those guys, those smaller guys, under like 135 and below, they fought in a 6-ounce glove.
But the thing is, what people fail to realize, they keep talking about safety. A bigger glove does not help you. It hurts you because it means you can take more punishment. A smaller glove actually helps. And in fact, you're not going to take a lot of punishment from the smaller gloves. Like a lot of the damage done to boxers is done in training with 16-ounce gloves and headgear. That's where a lot of damage is done.
Yeah, that's a fact. And a lot of more so, well, I remember they did another study back in like 92. A lot of the trauma that comes from it came from the fact that, boxing as a sport, they stayed in a lot of very archaic ways, old shit. Like now, when Gatorade was originally created in the late 60s, one of the test groups and athletes that was used with it was boxers. Of course, it was the Gator football team that created it for the football team, but also when they was testing, they used boxers. But you had Jerry Quarry was one of the tests. They tested it to see how it was. Now, with these old archaic ass ways that the sport of boxing had, up until very recently, some years back, you could only drink water in that corner.
Yeah.
Now, if you notice, all the other major sports, they have contracts with those sports drinks, like Major League Baseball, basketball. They drink that because when you sweating, you're losing more than just water. You're getting there's electrolytes and so on and so forth. And they were saying that in the test study that they did in 92, they noticed that the boxers who drank the sports drink, they showed less trauma than the ones who drank just water. Because you're getting some electrolytes, you're putting in other things in your body besides just water. Because water just cool you down.
Yeah.
That's all that shit do. It don't give you shit. Regular water. So that's something that they finally went to that they should have been going through to help, and then ultimately, you're absolutely right. Them training gloves can do more damage than them fight gloves, in the sense of it's a heavier glove. So it's going to rattle your brain more just because due to the sheer weight of the glove and your headgear. The headgear gives, I remember one of my trainers told me this when I was a kid. He's like, don't let the sparring partners just be pounding on you, because that headgear give you a false sense of security.
Yep.
See, Muhammad Ali was more damaged from his sparring work than his actual fights.
Yeah, because Ali really didn't get beat up in the ring like that.
Yeah,
it really didn't, So yeah,
it was them sparring. It was them tough ass sparring match, and he had really good sparring partners. Even till when he was old, when he was nowhere near as good as he used to be.
Yeah.
He was sparring with everybody. Larry Holmes was his top sparring, but then he was sparring later on in his career. 75 and after, up until he retired that first time, and even when he came back, when he had no business to be in that ring, he was sparring with people like Michael Dokes, Tim Witherspoon, Greg Page. Like, them guys could hit, and them guys could punch too. And you just letting them guys pound on him like that, that shit did irreparable damage to him.
Yeah, I don't know why they even let him take all that fucking beating.
He was the man, Shit, he was the reason why all of them was getting paid. So what he said, go. You know, remember that a famous clip of him training from one of them fights, and it was a bunch of reporters. Cause you know when he was at his training camp, there was a bunch of reporters in there, and it was all around. And Angelo Dundee came in there and was like, "It's too many people in here. I want them out of here. It's too many hours. Too many. I want them out." And Ali was like, "Well, I want him in here. I'm the boss." And he was like, Angelo was like, "Yep, you're the boss," and walked his
Hey,
ass right out of there.
remember that? I saw this. I saw this on YouTube years ago before the documentary, but there was a training session of Ali sparring with Tommy Hearns, and Tommy Hearns
Yeah,
hurt him.
yeah, yeah. That's when he
Yeah,
came back.
yeah,
Yeah,
Tommy Hearns hurt him. I'm like, dang, I like Ali was really going if a welterweight hurt him in sparring.
yeah.
And I know
Well,
Tommy
yeah,
Hearns
y'all
hit
remember?
hard. Yeah,
Yeah, but that's when he came back in '81. When he came back
yeah.
and was training for like Larry Holmes and
Larry
that Trevor
Holmes, yeah,
Berbick shit. And that
yeah.
Trevor Berbick shit, yeah. So he was in there with them punches, man. And a puncher is a puncher, like, and they pounding on you like that. And at that time, he was messed up already.
Yeah, he shouldn't even got a license to box. He
Yeah.
shouldn't got a
So,
license. Man.
but just because of who he was, yeah,
Mhm.
that's why. But like I said, he was sparring with some tough dudes, man.
Yeah,
You
and,
know,
and
them
that's what I said
prospects,
about
shit. Ron Lyle, he sparred
oh yeah,
with Ron Lyle
Lyle
when
hit
he was
hard,
a
man.
up and comer. Before they fought, he sparred with him.
Mhm.
You know, he was sparring with all these up and coming guys, man, and bringing them into camp. And after his exile, you know, when he was heavier and he had to come down in weight, he had developed that habit of just letting those guys hit him to get used to getting hit again, and he never lost that shit.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, you know, you seen the damage that it did to him.
Yo,
You
I
know,
also for years, for many years,
hello,
You
what
cut
happened?
off. You cut off, bro.
a lot of that stuff was pre-damaged, like done in like sparring and all the weight cuts and all that. So Nigel Benn is not solely responsible for what happened to Gerald McClellan. I realized that when I got older, but for years I was
Yeah, yeah,
mad at
yeah,
Nigel
yeah,
Benn
yeah,
and
yeah.
UK fighters.
Yeah, the sparring sessions is, you know, they tough, man. Like, cause there's a difference between sparring and fight sessions. So you got sparring sessions and you're supposed to just be working on your technique. You be quick, you get your shots off, but you're not punching murderous punches. You're
Yeah.
not doing everything with bad intentions. You're working your technique, sparring. Muhammad Ali, when he was younger, he was good at sparring. He's not throwing all his punches with the maximum force. But then you got some guys, they can't spar. Like Joe Louis, he couldn't spar. He was beating his sparring partner's ass. Mike
But
Tyson, he don't spar.
yeah. Oh no, Mike Tyson. Yeah, Mike Tyson.
Them
He get
shits
it
was
in.
fight session. Mike Tyson was having fight session. He sparred the way he fight the way he sparred the way he actually fought. So it ain't gonna be no him taking light on you and shit like that. So you gotta know what you step or Joe Frazier, like them guys, they don't spar. Them shits is fight session. So you gotta be prepared for that when you get in there.
Remember what Larry Holmes said? Larry Holmes said he would put a $10,000 bounty on his own head for whoever can
Yeah.
knock him down.
Whoever can knock him down. Yeah.
I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, whoever can knock him down. That's when, you know, them fight
Man,
sessions and shit.
shout out to my dog
Yeah.
817 coming in here. Yeah, man, that hurt my feelings. So Anthony Yard is next.
Yeah, man.
Trash.
So you want to try to avoid that type of punishment and training as much as you can, you know, but still get your work in.
You think Eddie Hearn will allow Bivol to fight on Top Rank, or hell no?
The money, right?
Shit, he may
Yeah,
not have.
how
He
about
may
the money?
business wise, he may not have no real choice. Because what are you gonna do? You just beat the so-called face of boxing. How do you benefit from that as a businessman? What are you gonna do? You got to do something. You got to make some kind of move. You seen Bar Brown going off the other day. It's the trash. It's the dark zone over there and shit. You know, you got to do something. Don't have much choice. You got to strike right now. Bivol and them got to strike while the iron is hot, man. before his name just fade away into the darkness. So he's gonna have to do something.
Hey, yo, hey,
Because
Cal, leave
Canelo
that.
ain't fighting him like right away.
Hey, yo, I'm about to go, Cal. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. I got to go check somebody somewhere real quick. I'll be right back.
I hope I'm still here, sir.
Yeah. So he got to do something because Canelo ain't fighting him right away. That's for sure. If you fight him again at all, you know.
I mean, if I'm Canelo, I let him do undisputed and just try to get the winner of that. It's an easier path. The undisputed, double undisputed.
But what if better be knock him out? You gonna fight? He gonna fight better be?
Fight better be. Fuck it.
Nah, he not doing that shit. Look, Canelo ain't worked too hard to get himself to a certain position. He'll retire before he fuck up his legacy like that.
He's running out of options though. He's gonna have to fight a killer after.
Yeah, he'll rather. Telling you at this stage is how he started moving in these past couple of years. He ain't no he's a smarter kid than people give him credit for. He ain't no dummy, yo. And Canelo is behind a lot of that shit now. He ain't no dummy. He see what's going on. Canelo ain't an old man like that. He young enough to realize and what's going on out there in social media. He know what time it is. So if he not gonna be no fool. And I just don't see him because he's proven himself, whether people like it or not. He's proven himself to be a very good businessman, him and his team. Because he made a lot of fucking money. He made himself become the face of boxing and all this shit in these subsequent years since he lost to Mayweather. And he's not going to do nothing like that. I don't see him doing it. Because that risk was a calculated risk against Bivol. They knew that was a possibility, but and they're rationing out of all that, they figured it, yeah, it's a risk, but it's a smaller risk. We could pull through it. That's why they took that fight. Because if they had really thought it was a possibility of what happened to happen, he wouldn't have took that shit. Because he's in too good of a position as the brand and the business of Canelo Alvarez. It's too good, man. You're making fucking $40 million fighting bums and shit like that, so to speak. I ain't calling Bivol, but I'm talking about like the guys making superstar money fighting somebody like one of his farm partners and shit like that.
Yeah, low risk
fight. Yeah, so it's like, why would you as a businessman, if you can fleece the public like that? They're gonna keep doing that shit. So that was a calculated risk about Bivol. They was like, he big, he like heavyweight such and such, but it's a calculated risk, but it just didn't work this time. But if they really thought he could do that shit, they wouldn't have took that fight.
Yo, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
This is completely unrelated. It's a new topic. I saw Rashidi Ellis just did an interview where
that boy. Yeah.
Yo,
that's a small world. Yo, god damn, the universe is something else. Cause I kid you not, I was just looking at some, fight footage of Rashidi Ellis not too long, like maybe about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, damn. But he's about to fight on a PBC card. Hold up,
that's PBC.
That's fantastic, man.
But anyways, he's talking like he said after this fight that he has on this PBC card coming up, he wants to fight Boots. Like after that.
I seen that mentioned. I seen somebody else mention that.
And I just wanted to ask everybody what they thought, how that fight would go down, if they thought it was a good fight.
I would have to see him first fight again, see how he looked. But if he looked anywhere near like how he used to, it'd be interesting. It would be an interesting fight.
I like them both, so I don't want to see that.
I like them both. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it would be a damn interesting fight. Like they both super talented dudes, very interesting. Like Rashidi said he want to fight if he got a fight coming up on the PBC. The brother said he's seen that then he got a fight coming up on the PBC, and he said after that fight he said he would like to fight Boots.
Oh shit!
That would be an interesting fight. But I would have to see him fight. I would like to see him fight just to see how he look after this long layoff and everything. and see how close he is to what he was when he was fighting more.
Man, I think
He nice though.
Rashidi's nice, but I just not just Rashidi, but I don't see there being much anybody at that division could really do against Boots. To keep it real, I don't see it. I see Rashidi like it's a good fight because Rashidi's athletic, and I feel like
Yes.
that'll be the biggest test in the division for Boots, just because Rashidi is just so freakishly athletic. But I feel like the only difference is Boots is athletic, just as athletic, maybe even more athletic in spots, but he's powerful as fuck. Like a true one punch knockout puncher. And he's smarter than Rashidi. I think he's a little bit more technical. He doesn't get hit as often. I don't see fighters being able to just get in Duran's chest like they are able to do with Rashidi. You get what I mean? I just don't. I just see Duran controlling the space. It'll probably look something like the Custio Clayton fight. I mean, and I think he'll probably do that to everybody at the division. Give or take a bit of difficulty with each fighter, but pretty much the same thing. I don't think nobody gives him a tougher fight than like a Sergey Lipinets. Like I think he's better than he was when he fought that guy.
Well, go ahead, finish. You can finish.
But yeah, just the jab that he showed in the Custio Clayton fight, just the amount of control, just whatever Custio did, he had an answer for immediately. It's like you couldn't even see any holes of where he could get hit. So I don't know. Even still, I want to see him fight top people right now. Like if I could, I would have him skip and fight fucking Charlo or something. It's like something crazy. Like I want to see him fight somebody where I'm like, oh shit, I don't know if he's actually gonna win. Like, I want to see him fight somebody who's big, strong, and durable. Because that's the problem. When we see Bud and we see Errol, do they strike you as very durable guys?
Yeah.
Like they strike you that way?
Errol Spence got flipped from a fucking thrown out of a car 25 feet.
I don't mean to laugh, but yeah, right? Shit. And he came right back and fought
Danny Garcia.
Even though he's trying to cock on Danny Garcia now, but still, that's impressive, yo.
It's impressive, but with Ugas though, because we all know Ugas he's not a power puncher. Like he's not like that. I would say he's even less powerful than someone like Rashidi. And that's
he dropped Sean Porter. Sean Porter has been dropped both times in his whole career.
That's true. He did drop Sean Porter, but at the same time,
I think he's a little stronger puncher than he gets credit for.
But do you think
not that sharp, devastating, but you gotta respect him.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's respectable, but I feel like okay, if Ugas is a 5, then Ennis is like a 15 or something. Like it's crazy. Like he's tripling it. I mean, and statistically, that's how it is too, because Ugas has like a less than 40% knockout ratio.
Well, I would say in a fight against between Boots and let's say Ellis, because they both highly athletic, right? And now the difficulty, maybe, but then that Rashidi Ellis he's fucking athletic as fuck, man. Because I was watching him again, I was like, damn, kind of forgot some of the things he could do in there. He quick, man, and he do some things from the inside out. Now, the problems he would possibly have with Boots, Boots is physically bigger than him. He's a big ass welterweight. He's a big welterweight.
Y'all know I was in the gym with him on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Boots?
Boots and them?
Yeah.
So he's physically big, man, and he got that jab. Like you got to get past that shit. Like
he was sparring the light heavyweight.
Yeah, he'll be. I'm sure. It don't surprise me one iota.
Like, bro,
He be looking like a damn light heavyweight, man, in there against the dudes, man.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Boots, like, I watch boxing. I've been obsessed with boxing for a long time, and just like some of the shit that he does, I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? Like, how did you even think to want to try some shit like that? Like, it's just so slick and slippery. Some of that shit looks so pretty. And then another thing, I think why he can do certain shit is because he has that power, right? Like, I feel like if somebody else tried to do some of that shit that he does, where he's like spinning away from people's punches and shit, and jumping in from crazy angles, I feel like a lot of people would get knocked out doing that shit.
Yeah, he's
I
a sharp
kind of
puncher.
yeah, he's a
Sharp.
sharp puncher.
Yeah,
I kind
that's
of
what
feel
it
like
is.
I feel like one day he's gonna get that Roy Jones thing. You feel me? Like once
Nah.
he gets old,
Nah, but look, see, but if that happens, so what? Like people like to try to downgrade that shit with Roy Jones. Like that nigga was the best for 10 years. You know how good you gotta be to be the best at something like boxing for a 10-year period? Like,
yeah,
so
that's
what? If he
true.
do that, that's a first ballot Hall of Famer, yo. If Boots that good, he going into the Hall of Fame. First ballot. Ain't nothing wrong
Facts.
with that, B. Nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Because people got this misconception, like, Ray Jones could box, B. Ray Jones was getting hit before that shit. James Toney
Yeah, I
clipped him in
don't.
that fight once or twice. He got clipped in fights before. But
Yeah, I
everybody
don't.
got their time. Everybody gonna get their time, man. If you stay boxing long enough, you're gonna catch yours eventually. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? If you fighting good opposition, and you fighting long enough, it can happen to the best of them because it has. So, like everybody, because I hear people be saying, "Oh, he had a glass." Roy Jones did not have no fucking glass jaw. Anybody can, if you stay, like I say, if boxing is the hurt business. If you stay in that shit long enough,
Somebody
you're
gonna
gonna
hurt
meet
you.
your shit. You're gonna get, and it's a good chance that can happen. Like I said, that boy was
Exactly.
the number one. Roy Jones became the number one the day he beat James Toney, from '94 to 2004. So 10 fucking years, man.
Man, James
You
Toney was
understand?
out of this world. On the inside, I don't think there's
Exactly.
no inside fighter better than James Toney.
And you see
Like
what
by
Roy did
far.
to him. So,
Yeah.
like I said, like if Boots, that shit should happen to Boots. Because people have this terrible misconception about like Roy didn't have no boxing ability. He just was athletic. No, that is a goddamn lie. All
Yeah,
you got
that's
to
not
do is go
true.
look at all you got to do is go look at his Olympic boxing. You learn how to
Facts.
box as an amateur. That's what you're supposed to learn how to box as an amateur. And there's certain transitions you make to the pro ranks. That's why that old boxing glove had that white portion on the glove for you to score points. It was about boxing. That's why in an amateur, a knockdown, you only get what? 1 point for it. You
Mm-hmm.
don't automatically win the round. You can get knocked down. You could have gotten knocked down in an amateur bout and got up and still won the round
Yep.
because it was about boxing. So
What do
Roy
y'all
Jones,
think
if you
about
notice, he was
this?
using that jab and stuff like that.
Yeah, he was. He was. I don't know why people
Yeah,
try to like
yeah.
act like Roy wasn't a very,
Now
very
when he
good
turned
boxer.
pro, now he had a chip on his shoulder because of what happened to him because he got robbed of his gold medal. So when he turned pro, he fought more forcefully. He was trying to knock people out.
I think
So
people
Yeah.
just
that's when
say
you
that
start
because
seeing him.
once he started slipping athletically is when his career started slipping.
Yeah.
Couldn't
So
fall
so
back
what
into
happens
fundamentals.
is, yeah, because it's just like with Muhammad Ali when he started slipping everything. But you never hear people say that Muhammad Ali couldn't box.
Right.
You never hear people say that shit.
Never.
You
I mean,
understand?
I do actually think Muhammad Ali was hella overrated, bro, for a
Mm-hmm.
lot of
Yeah.
reasons. Let
He's one
me.
of the best resumes in heavyweight history.
We're gonna put him on punishment for a minute, bro.
Yeah, you can't. I can't really say that.
I'm not
The
gonna. I
reason why I
can't. I
couldn't
can't.
say that, nah, I
You
can't
can't
really.
let this type of shit ride, bro.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I certainly don't agree with that. You
Y'all
know,
didn't even let
he
me
was.
tell you why.
We don't need to.
Like I said, everybody entitled to their opinion, but
I mean,
I
you
don't
I don't
really
realize
agree
know.
with it.
a fighter can be important culturally and still
Okay.
like not be that good in the ring, and that doesn't change their greatness at all, right?
All right, so so culturally, who else was
No,
great
he's
culturally,
no, he
but they
giving it. You
weren't
know, he's
good?
saying culturally he's great. Explain in the ring him being overrated. You got to explain this shit
Yeah,
here.
but he said a fighter could be great culturally and not be that good in the ring. Outside of
That's what I'm
Muhammad
saying.
Ali, outside of Muhammad Ali, who was really uh great and iconic culturally close to him that wasn't good in the ring?
Well, first of all, not anybody was really as iconic as Muhammad Ali. So,
It depends on the time on which you talk.
I mean, not no, because Muhammad Ali was like the most popular boxer ever, pretty much, at least from as far as I know, right?
Yeah, at his time, because when I talked to my grandfather and them, when I used to talk to them, they don't see nobody that could match Joe Louis. It's the era in which you live. People always tend to forget that shit. My grandfather was born like in the 1900, like early 1900s. For Joe Louis,
Yeah,
Joe Louis to them, they didn't even call fucking Ali. They were calling him Clay,
yeah. Well,
and they
I'll
was like
say,
to him. So, but like when Joe Louis fought like Max Schmeling and all that shit, to them at the time, there was nothing greater than that shit.
yeah,
So that's why
that's true.
you have to factor that in.
But the reason
You
why
know?
is Muhammad Ali. For one, let's just start off with just the punch technique. The punch
Okay.
technique, bro. Hey, besides his straight right, everything else was like slap, slappity slap, slap, slap. He threw a lot of slaps, and that's just the first big thing. Now, there's a lot of great fighters who did that, and there were a lot of great fighters who were better at it. But first, that's the big thing. Another thing, he always controlled the space with like punches. He wouldn't really feint. He wouldn't really like snap his jab out there to like have a range finder like most fighters would. He'd just move around the ring with footwork, and then he'd sling punches at you. But he was athletic, so he was fast enough to get away with that shit. If you or I tried to do that or fight the way that Muhammad Ali did, we would get knocked out. Now, like for instance, somebody who can really box who they say can't box, like Roy Jones, who always did have his jab out there, controlling the space, seeing what you was trying to do. That's how Roy was able to set up so many beautiful counter punches all the time. It's not just because he was fast, it's because he had a good idea of what you were about to do at any given moment because he's controlling you with the jab and he's trying to see what you're trying to do. Whereas Ali didn't do that sort of stuff. He was more so like a slugger, basically, like a really athletic, move around the ring slugger with some decent head movement, and then that's about it. You get what I mean?
That's an interesting perspective. I don't see it that way, but to each his own. It's good to see things through how other people can see it, just to put the shit in the universe. But I could just say you totally wrong, but that's how you see it. That's how you see it. Now, I don't see it that way because Muhammad Ali, whose style he patterned after Sugar Ray Robinson, in
But
degrees,
that's what I'm saying.
in degrees, in
Sugar
degrees.
Ray
Now,
had good punch technique.
he
That's
took,
Sugar Ray's a great
yeah,
fighter. He had he had a great left hook, a great right hand. He had
yeah,
good head movement on the inside,
hmm
and he was a lot more like I guess I would say traditionally skilled than
yeah.
Ali.
Well, Ali took some things from it, but he adapted it to fit his style and obviously the weight class in which he fought. See, he did now. He was very athletic, so he got away with a lot of things that a lot of guys couldn't do
Hmm.
because he had great footwork for a heavyweight, and great timing and reflexes. Now, remember as I explained, like Muhammad Ali had an extensive amateur career, see, and that's where you're working on your technique. Now, it was things that Angelo Dundee saw in his style that he helped him perfect to fit him. Because ultimately, that's what you got to do with any fighter, man. You got to find what works for him. You know, find what works for him. So he patterned a lot of what he did after the Sugar Ray Robinson style, but there was things he obviously didn't do. Like he didn't punch to the body. You know, Muhammad
Yeah.
Ali was the quintessential headhunter.
Yeah, that's true. That's another thing. He never went to the body.
He was a quintessential headhunter. He pulled back from punches because he was athletic a lot.
That's why he got caught with so many left hooks in his career.
So, but I couldn't say that. I couldn't say that. You know, he's overrated because it worked for him. You know, for the most part.
I mean, but did it though? Because like,
yeah,
even in the prime of his career, you know, he was getting rocked and touched up and quite a bit of fights.
Not much.
No, I get it. It's boxing. Everybody gets hit,
yeah.
but
he wasn't really getting rocked. You figure up until his exile, when he came back, he ended up going 29-0, right, before he lost the first time, and he got knocked down twice in the '60s. He got knocked down by a guy named Lamar Clark, and he got knocked down again by Henry Cooper. Those were the only times he got knocked down. Now they both came from left hooks. You were right about that. He got knocked down by left hooks both times because of how he held his hand. But that was really the only times that he ever really got rocked by headshots. Because in the '60s, he didn't play the ropes like that. He was always moving or try to stay or control the tempo in the center of the ring, or he was dancing.
Yeah,
so he didn't take much punishment until he came back after his exile.
Yeah, and he wasn't really good at like for instance, like we see people like Jaron Ennis and Roy Jones and Shakur Stevenson do this all the time, where they'll be like right in front of you and they'll make you miss by a centimeter and they'll punish you for it. Whereas whenever we see I mean, I guess Muhammad Ali did do the same thing, but he just wasn't as clean. Like he wasn't a very clean boxer. He was more so like flowy. You get what I mean? Like a natural. It wasn't like refined. You feel me?
He's athletic. Well, like I said, he took this style and he made it his own. He took some of the things from his favorite fighter, which was Ray Robinson. He made it his own, and
what do y'all
his
think?
Style was unique. His style was unique. So that's why I can't say that he was necessarily, because he beat. If you look at the opposition that he beat, as far as heavyweights goes, it's really pretty much the best, man. You know, the opposition that he faced at heavyweight. The era is them two decades from the '60s. If you look at his opposition, no heavyweight champion has ever fought better opposition than him.
Oh no, man. I feel like the heavyweights of the '90s was probably the best. Like, I think the Evander Holyfields, the Mike Tysons, the old George Foreman, the guys that was around in that time, I feel like were probably the best heavyweights, to be honest. Like some of those dudes were crazy. Like if you just watch them fight, they're just out of this world. Like they're athletic. They're big, they're skilled, they can take a fucking insane shot. I don't think they were on that level of just, yeah. I mean, I just think the '90s heavyweights is the best, period, even in our generation.
Yeah, I think they were good, but I don't think they was good because if you're going back, like I said, you go into the '60s, you starting with, he faced Sonny Liston, and people can't. I listened to like my father, my great uncle, my grandfather when he was alive, and all of them from that era. See, it's harder for people to understand that shit because by the time most of us that's into boxing, like you see, you know, I'm old in this shit. I'm old enough to have been there. You know, I was born in the '60s and shit. I'm 56, so but I was little. But I'm being around them. You don't understand. Like it's hard for people who wasn't alive at that time, old enough to understand, like just how somebody like Sonny Liston was viewed as a boxer. They didn't think
Yeah.
this guy was going to lose for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, I got a great uncle. He was like my father and one of my great uncles, my Uncle Kasi. Everybody used to tell you he was the only one picking Cassius Clay, aka Muhammad Ali, at the time to win that fight.
Mm.
Everybody else was picking Liston. My
Yeah, I
father said,
remember
yeah. My
hearing
father
about that.
said, he said, I ain't gonna lie. He said, even I didn't think he could beat him. I didn't think nobody could beat him. So it's hard to say. So you figure he beat Sonny Liston, who was considered the best heavyweight. You know, they was looking at him like unbeatable, like how Mike Tyson was looked at one time, or how George Foreman was looked at. He was them before them.
Beat him
Yeah,
twice.
that's true.
You understand?
But I think
So it's hard to, that's what I'm saying. So you got to figure he beat him, he beat Floyd Patterson, who was the youngest heavyweight champion in history prior to Mike Tyson. Olympic gold medalist. Floyd Patterson was Olympic gold medalist, the youngest heavyweight champion in history prior to him. That's a tough resume to beat.
I'll tell you what, I get you, but just from what I've seen, I've watched Sonny Liston, I've seen Ali. I have to say, probably the best heavyweights I've ever seen were. I think the best heavyweight ever is probably prime Mike Tyson. I don't think anybody probably beats him. I think prime Mike is probably one of the best fighters to ever do it. Like, probably top 5. Like, that dude was skilled. He was fast.
You know, we never got a prime Ali, right?
That's true, because he was in prison. So, you know, we'll never know
he
what that
actually
was
go
like.
to prison. He never actually did time, but he got convicted. But his lawyers kept him out of jail on the appeals and all that shit until that shit got overturned. But look, stylistically, that's a problem. Like, stylistically, that style could have been very much a problem for Mike. Like, if you take Ali, Ali at his best, we would say is the Cleveland Williams fight. I'd see Mike having a very difficult time with that Ali that beat Cleveland Williams.
Man,
version gotta touch him.
Okay, Mike Tyson is like Sonny Liston for like 3.0. Like, it's the exact same fighter with extra shit added on. Like, the exact sound, the exact same fighting format and all that. Yeah, go ahead,
but
bro.
You do know Mike Tyson said he can beat Ali, right?
Mike Tyson's gonna say that because he respects Ali. He don't give a fuck. It could be a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Mike Tyson would probably be like, "Oh, he can't beat Ali." It could be a fighter. It could be a fighter who was a heavyweight that fought like
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe
Bryant respected and loved Michael Jordan, and what he say?
I mean, yeah, he could never beat Jordan or whatever.
No, he said he could beat Jordan. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, he said he could beat him. Now, I would say this. Now, when you're saying stylistically, now, that peekaboo style, Floyd Patterson had that shit before Mike Tyson. Because Custom Model trained him. He's a Custom Model.
That's what I'm saying. I know that's what I'm saying. Mike Tyson is
you seen what Sonny Liston did to that shit. He fucking destroyed that shit.
Wait, Sonny Liston had a peekaboo style as well.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. No, he didn't.
Yes,
no,
he did. They had the same style. If you go watch Mike and you go watch Sonny Liston,
he did not.
They look exactly the same.
No, they did not.
Bro,
I don't know what the hell you was watching? There's no way. Sonny Liston was more trained. He stood in a more classical stance.
They do the same
style,
shit.
No way.
Front foot, back foot, front foot, back foot. Duck to the left hook, jumping left hook.
Style, when you say the peekaboo style, that is unique to Cus D'Amato. Cus D'Amato created that shit. It's based off of his favorite fighter, which was a guy named Slapsy Maxie Rosenblum, who was the former light heavyweight champion. He took his style. He had this real awkward way of moving from side to side, and he slapped his punches a lot, fast but punches, and he had his side to side movement. He took
even
that
Teddy
style,
Atlas. Teddy Atlas, which is the guy who trained him, who knew Cus D'Amato, said that
No,
Sonny Liston was like a base for that whole style that they made
you're
for Mike
wrong,
Tyson.
bro.
And then he even said in a historical matchup between Mike Tyson and Sonny Liston, he even said they have the same style. Mike can just do
Not
more. That is
true.
literally
First of
his
all,
own words. You can
first
go
of
look at
all,
the
I don't have to go
interview right
there.
now.
I don't have to go there because one,
But that's Teddy Atlas. That's the
I
dude
know
from
punk
QQ.
ass Teddy Atlas. I know him. That's first off. I know him. Secondly, when I was a kid, I met Cus D'Amato. I fought in the Junior Olympics with Mike. No Mike. Cus was his trainer, not Teddy Atlas. When Cus got old, he used those young guys like Teddy Atlas and them to do pad work. He taught Teddy Atlas.
Yes,
Cus
he
D'Amato
did.
was the trainer. Cus
Yeah, he
D'Amato
did.
taught Teddy Atlas and Kevin Rooney. And when he kicked Teddy Atlas out of the camp for disrespecting Mike, that's why he got out of there. Teddy Atlas didn't leave on his own. Cus put him out. Now, Cus D'Amato was the trainer. He trained all of them, including Teddy Atlas. That style, that peekaboo style, like when I fought in the Junior Olympics and met the year that I met Mike, Teddy Atlas was the trainer that was with him because Cus was old. So Cus wasn't traveling around the country like that. He got those young guys that was in his gym to do the work for him. But he taught them the technique. So that style of boxing, what they call the peekaboo defense, he invented that shit. And it was based off of his favorite fighter was a guy named, they called him Slapsy Maxie Rosenblum, was Max Rosenblum. He was a former light heavyweight champion. He took his
Okay.
style, and what he did was he put the hands up a little higher because he wanted the fight to be entertaining. Now the best practitioner of that style of fighting prior to Mike was Floyd Patterson. You also had Jose Torres, former light heavyweight champion, who was also trained by Cus D'Amato. And they all fought with that style. He taught them that style. That's some shit that he invented. And he tweaked it. Sonny Liston was not in that training. He was trained by a total different group of people that had nothing to do with that style. Nothing.
Okay.
That style
I
of
don't
boxing
even-
was only taught by
I
Cus
can't
D'Amato.
tell you if that's true or not. I don't know.
You know?
I
He
haven't
was
looked
only
into
taught
it.
by him.
But what I
Nobody else
can tell
taught that
you,
shit.
what I can tell you is I can see the sort of counters and slips and punches that Sonny Liston tries to set up, and that in the way that he sets them up. And I can tell you that
That's
is very
outbox.
similar to the way that Mike Tyson does it. He's only better at it and
The
more
similar-
varied.
The similarity you see is that he was a puncher. That's what you see.
No, it's
He was a
Boots
great
is a
puncher. He
puncher
was knocking
too, but
everybody
they don't
out.
use the same sort of punches and they don't set up the same sort of counters because they're not
Their
the
style
same
was
sort of
totally
fighter.
different, man. I don't know what you're saying.
Bro,
Like, they was totally different. Like, he didn't throw. You would never see Sonny Liston throw a
They
right
had-
hook to the body and then throw a right uppercut up the middle. He never did that.
okay, that's
No,
because Mike Tyson is
didn't have the
better and
same
more
style.
varied. But have you seen
No.
Sonny Liston and Mike Tyson set up the exact same leaping left hook off body jabs? Or the
No.
exact same leaping left hook?
No.
Yes, it does,
No.
bro.
That's not true.
I've seen them
You
both
must be
fight.
confusing. The
This is a
person who
known
did do that.
thing.
No, the fighter who did do that, what you just described, was Floyd Patterson, not Sonny Liston.
Sonny Liston does shit like that
He
too,
did not.
bro.
Sonny Liston was more classically trained. He did not leap off his punch to throw no punches. He threw his
So
stuff
Sonny
with
Liston never
precision.
threw a leaping left hook?
No.
What did he knock
Go watch
Ali
his
out
film
with?
footage. Huh?
What did he knock Ali out with?
No, but he didn't knock him out. He lost to him both times.
So he never knocked him out with a leaping left hook. Am I tripping?
No. You thinking about Joe Frazier?
Oh, I must be thinking about Joe Frazier then. I must have had him confused.
Oh, you must be thinking about Joe Frazier. Now, there are similarities between Mike Tyson's style and Joe Frazier. Yes, there are similarities there.
Oh shit. Well, yeah, then I am talking about Joe Frazier. Yeah, that's
Yeah, 'cause
exactly
I'm
what
like,
I
wait a
thought.
minute.
Shit.
Yeah, because I'm like, ain't no way in hell you comparing Sonny Liston to no damn Mike Tyson stylistically. Only the
Yeah.
fact that they're a puncher. Now, Joe
My
Frazier
bad,
and
bro.
Mike has some similarities. Yes.
They have
Yeah,
a lot
well,
of similarities.
Yeah, they had
but
a lot of similarities, but that had more to do. That had a lot to do with just their physical makeup. They were very similar.
that's what I'm saying.
And
That's the
yeah,
reason
now
why
those
I
two,
think Mike Tyson would
yeah, Joe
obliterate
Frazier.
Ali. Like he'd probably knock him out in like 3 rounds at the most.
Now Joe Frazier, nah, I don't think they gonna dap him because even Joe Frazier couldn't knock him out of there, and George Foreman couldn't knock him out of there.
But
And
I think Mike
George Foreman
Tyson's
had
a
a
better
higher
version.
knockout rate. George Foreman had a higher knockout rate than Mike Tyson had by the time he was champion. George Foreman was 40-0 with 37 knockouts when he fought Muhammad Ali. His knockout ratio was higher than Mike's.
I think Foreman would beat Ali, but I don't think Foreman is a better fighter than. I mean, I think Foreman would probably beat Mike, but I don't think Foreman was a better fighter than Mike. Let me put it like that. And the reason why I don't think so is I just think Mike Tyson was the more sharper, technically skilled fighter. I think George Foreman is more of what people think Mike Tyson is, whereas he's just a big, strong dude who's just coming forward, and that's pretty much. I mean, he pretty much proved it with him rope-a-doping himself and losing a fight he should have won because he just punched the air all night and like didn't see the trap coming and just kept doing it. So,
well, that's just because he got caught up in the mix and fell victim to Muhammad Ali's magic, promoting of the fight, talking, and just took him out of his game, which is also a part of boxing. The psychological warfare is just as much a part of boxing as the fight itself. It's just as much as part of it. So you got to be able to do that as well.
I'll tell you what, Puglis. Speaking of that mind shit, something I peeped about Jaron Ennis, my favorite fighter, when he was asked, like just recently, I just watched an interview where I think it was the boxing selection. I think it was this guy. He asked Boots. He said, he was literally like, "Oh, I heard Rashidi. I did an interview with him. He said he wants to fight you." And Boots said, "I never seen him fight, but we can make that happen." I'm like, "You ain't never seen him fight, nigga. We know you're lying. Why would you say something like that?" That made me feel a little like, what are you afraid of? Why did you just say that? Like, why would you say you never seen him fight? Now, come on now. He's a high-ranked fighter in your division. You gonna tell me you never seen him fight?
It's the psychology of the fight, man.
You think he's trying to psych him out? Like, make him think?
Psychology of the fight. Like,
but he might not have seen him fight because
Boots focus on himself as he should be.
But think about this, though. Rashidi Ellis ain't on TV a lot.
I mean,
true.
He's not on TV.
Especially recently, fucking with that damn Golden Boy.
But I know Boots knows who the dangerous fights in the divisions are. Like, he's a smart fighter. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think none of these niggas dangerous for him. So don't get it twisted. But like, if there was a guy to be dangerous, Rashidi would be one of them. So for you to be like,
me and his brother talked a couple weeks ago at a fight in Vegas. They ain't too confident like that.
You said they ain't too confident?
No, hell no.
Boots' family's not too confident?
Yeah, and then I just said, I said,
damn.
Rashidi Ellis.
Oh, okay.
Talked to his brother not too long ago.
Damn, they're not too confident.
Big dog Willie.
What's up? What's happening?
Man, where the hell you been at, man?
Man, I've been around. I'm at work all the time, man.
Nah, nigga, you be checking in everywhere else, man. You ain't came here in months.
Yeah, I just be in the American.
Thought we had some beef on the streets or something like that, man.
What's going on?
I said my light-skinned hospital partner ain't been on here in days.
I'm in here, man. I just be in the comments, man. But was it pugilist? Be pugilist?
Yes,
yeah, what's up, brother? What's up?
Man, I just listened to what you said about you and amateurs and shit like that. That's an interesting I like one day I just like to pick your brain about that. That just sound, very, custom model and mic and stuff like that. Yeah, I thought that was man. That just sounds something like I would like to hear
Yeah,
your story.
well, I met Cuss when I was a kid, and I had the privilege of meeting Cuss. Floyd Patterson, I knew more. Kevin Rooney later, and Teddy Atlas, who I know. I
Yeah.
met him when I was in the JO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you were talking about Frazier, because I knew that's like Sonny Liston. I like this nigga talking about Frazier. I like this nigga ain't talking about Sonny Liston. So yeah,
Y'all know what
he had to be, because I'm saying stylistically, shit, there's no way he ain't fighting nothing like.
No,
he didn't fight nothing like Mike Tyson.
No left hook. I mean, he can and what's name? Liston's a big dude too. He's not like a small, a cat. That's why I knew he was.
Wait. Liston was popular for his jab, right?
Yeah, he had an excellent jab, and his right hand was devastating.
Okay,
His
now
right
I
hand was
remember.
devastating. His jab,
Yeah.
he had the jab. He had a long reach. Sonny Liston had a freakish body. He had the biggest hand, heavyweight history. Like his hands, they got his moldings in the Hall of Fame. His hands is ridiculous. Like his one hand's like the size of two hands and shit. They had to make his gloves special. Like they have a standard set of gloves that they make. They had to make his like special. And he had a long ass reach, because he wasn't really that tall. He was about 6'1.5", 6'2", just about hitting that. But his arms was long. Then they got like an 85-inch reach.
He's a big dude. Like
I'm not for his time. That's crazy. That's freaky long, man. For him not to be usually a guy that got that long of an arm reach span, they usually like over 6'3". They would be like 6'5" or some shit like that. And I was like, wow, that's crazy.
But listen, man, this Jared Anderson dude, he's incredible.
Who?
Have y'all seen him? Jared Anderson.
Yeah. Hell yeah, absolutely.
The heavyweight. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that dude's crazy. Honestly, I might even have him like over Boots as far as like impressiveness, because he's doing shit that Boots does, but he's a goddamn heavyweight. Like he's a huge dude, and he's pulling off shit that like lightweights do. So that's just crazy.
He's a talented kid, man.
And he fight orthodox and southpaw.
Yeah, that's good.
I want to see him fight Usyk. That'd be nice. I mean, that'll probably never happen, but it would be nice.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah.
Were you in New York, or where were you at?
I was in New York.
Okay. You still there, or you're at home now?
I'm at the house.
Okay. Yeah. What'd you go there for? Just to kick it, chill?
No, it's a fight.
Who fought over there? Who fought in New York?
Joe Smith Jr. versus Arthur Beterbiev. I went to the funeral.
For some reason, I thought they were in England.
No, yeah, I went to the funeral.
That was in New York.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, because Joe Smith is from New York, right? Isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
He cut him an ass whooping too.
I know you got an ass whooping. We walk into cement bricks.
Yeah, total wrong strategy. You just can't walk into.
Who y'all picking? Beterbiev versus Bivol?
Come on, man.
There's only one, man. That dude's a machine, man. He's like you say, like Ivan Drago. He's just like unstoppable. That dude, man, man. He's a machine.
So don't nobody got Bivol?
Hell no.
I mean, Bivol can.
Yeah, Bivol will have to fight a perfect fight to beat him, man.
He has to really hit box arm. He has to hit boxing.
Yeah, you can see. Beterbiev, like I told you, he was the elite amongst them. He was a two-time Olympian before he represented Russia twice in the Olympics. He got a high boxing pedigree, and you saw that in that fight. He's a puncher. Everybody thought he was going to be the one coming forward with did you see? You saw him
I
use his legs to
mean,
set up. You saw him use his legs to set up traps, and they got Joe, and Joe and them fell into that trap.
yeah,
You
I
know,
don't think he can beat him neither. I don't think Bivol stands a chance, but I do think
he
it's
does stand a chance,
possible.
but it's a very slim chance. But he stand a chance, but it's a
I,
slim goddamn
Yeah,
chance.
he stand a chance.
Yeah, it's a very slim chance, but
Shit.
you know, very slim.
but I think
But
he is athletic enough to like completely go through a decision, like especially if he gives him a little bit of a Lara treatment. I mean, I feel like he Bivol's gonna have. I mean, Better BF's gonna struggle to catch up because even though his feet's fast, they're not Bivol fast. You get what I'm saying? Like Bivol's feet is like fast as hell.
People have to fight the perfect fight. He has to block
yeah,
and stuff. If he gets caught with anything, he's gonna go down. It's just
Well, hold up. Bivol has a chin too. That's another
No, he
thing.
he
don't.
got to
No, he
fight a
don't.
no.
he got to
No,
fight
he
a
don't.
better. Yeah, Joe Smith hurt him in that fight.
Hurt him.
Hurt him
No, I'm
bad.
saying
Hurt
Bivol
him
has a
bad.
chin.
No,
I,
no. In
Oh
that
yeah,
when
yeah,
Joe
they
Smith,
fought before. Yeah, they fought before.
Joe Smith hurt him bad in that fight. Now, in order for B-Ball to win that fight, he's gonna have to fight a similar fight that he fought Canelo, but better than that though. But even
Way
better though.
better. Way better. You're right
Even
about that.
better.
Cause he was letting Canelo punch on his guard like a little too
He can't do
much.
that. He can't do that with Beer. He can't do that with Better B.
Yeah, nah, not
He
at
can't
all.
do that
Cause
shit. Because he
Better
won't be
be
able to
able to
punch
punch
after that
around
shit.
that shit. Well, not
And he
even
won't.
that.
Yeah, he could punch around it, but also he wouldn't be able to punch after a couple of rounds.
you don't think you don't have a chance. Bill don't have a chance at inside with Better Beef, huh? Not in the inside at all, huh?
That wouldn't be smart. I'd tie him up. I'd have him tie him up every opportunity he got.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bivol could pull it off though, bro. Cause
And then
he's way faster than him. Like, isn't he?
not
I
way
think so.
faster. Nah. Better B was quicker than people think.
He's not fast enough to make a difference. That's what he's trying to say.
He quicker than people give him credit for. See, people get so caught up in the fact that he's stopping everybody or knocking them out. They're not looking at the subtle things he do. Yo, he knocked.
No.
He dropped Joe with a left uppercut and left hook, man. That shit
Better
was the
be
same hand.
He's very sophisticated. Like he's a better counter puncher and a better like smarter fighter than I would say that Bivol is. The only difference is I think Bivol is like really athletic. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if we're offering enough credence to how fast Bivol is going to be able to be in and out all over the ring.
In and
You feel
out
me?
where though, bro? Like he was having
He
a
won't
hard time
have
with
to.
Canelo for real.
Yeah, he won't have to. He won't have to be in and out. See, look at the strategy of the fight. Like I listened to Better BF's coach today, and they had a good strategy, man. Like I said, he's a two-time Olympian. He got a good boxing pedigree. Like that's why you saw him come out on his toes, moving around to set the fight up. He didn't just come out there like everybody thought he was just going to come charging at him. Nah, he said that he fought differently. So that shows his real good boxing prowess and his pedigree. So
Man, I'm not gonna lie.
He know he can crack. So he don't got to do that.
Even though these dudes is good, like Better BF and Bivol, bro. Look, so one thing, y'all know neither of them is that much bigger than Boots. Like they're slightly bigger than him. Like just looking at them and some of the mistakes they make and how slow they are, and I don't mean slow as in compared to other average fighters. I mean slow in comparison to Boots.
Hold on. Hey, you comparing Boots to Bivol and Benavidez?
No, not Benavidez, but I think he's good enough. He could right now. He could probably go up and compete with those dudes. I'm not saying he would necessarily win. I mean, I think he definitely could, but as far as going up and competing, I'm pretty sure he probably could. Like, dude he's a lot bigger than you think he is, even though you're seeing him. He's a big dude.
I don't know about that, man. That's a lot of weight you're playing around with, and that's a lot of Those dudes are big, man. Joe Smith and Bivol, those dudes are huge. They're big. They're big
Yeah, they
dudes.
train down. They train down to the weight. They walk around like 200.
They're big dudes.
And
Yeah,
I
they
wouldn't be
train down.
surprised if Boots walked around at like 180, 190. Like he looks.
They
He
train
always in
down.
shape. He always close to the
Yeah,
weight.
he always in shape. He live in the gym. You know, he
But
live in the gym. He never too
okay,
far away from his fight weight right now. Now I think he's
but
gonna, because of his frame. I do. You know, he's obviously gonna grow bigger because of the way his frame is designed. But you know, from what I understand, they live in that gym, baby.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, they live in the gym. Like from what I understand, he live in it. So, you know, down the road, I see him going to middleweight for
Who
sure.
y'all got? Who y'all got with Tank versus Haney?
Haney off top.
Man, Tank can knock that boy out, man.
Get
There's
your
no
hat.
way.
Get your
No
hat.
way,
Tank though too. I think yeah.
man.
Tank
Because
is explosive, man. I don't know. I don't know, man.
He ain't go.
how's
He can't
he?
get past the jab, dog.
Tank is a
Okay,
good
but
act like he can't box. Like he just he just throw haymakers. That dude can box.
He can't
he
get
can't.
past the jab, bro.
He can't box like Devin, but it's not gonna matter, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
like he can't box like Devin, but once Tank land, fight over, bro. Like I don't see Devin surviving that, like at all. Like especially how
Especially what? One fight? You gonna give me one punch from one fight that he won?
not it's his whole discography. His chin just looks a little sweet to me. Like whenever he gets hit with a shot, it don't look like there is much behind before
How
he
many
starts
times has he
getting
been hit with a shot?
shit. I mean, these is fighters at the end of the day. They get hit all the time. A lot of people like to overplay defensive fighters, but these niggas be getting hit, man. They get hit, you know. Devin gets hit. None of them. There's never been a fighter except for Roy Jones, and that was only one round, who didn't get hit multiple times around.
That's not true. But
Hold on, bro. I gotta say this. If he don't stay in the pocket, you can't touch him.
Man, wait. So Tank's not smart enough to chase somebody down with a couple feints or move his head and slip inside and other boxing movements that will help him get inside. He can't do none of that.
Not against Devin Haney.
Man.
Devin Haney understands range, bro.
So did Romero. Romero proved that he understood
Boy, I'm
range.
about to block your ass.
I mean, he didn't prove it
I'm
to the
about to
degree
fuck shit
that
up.
Devin Haney has.
Bro,
Don't get it twisted.
Did you just say Romero and Devin Haney in the same sentence in the same breath?
who said that?
Okay, now here's the thing: that Romero can control the space, but Romero can also punch like hell. Devin can't punch for shit, so that's another thing. How's he gonna react to
Devin Haney can punch?
Are you talking about Rolly?
Ask Jorge Linares if Devin Haney can punch. Ask Jojo Diaz if Devin Haney can punch.
Man, he can't punch. Okay, let me put it like this. There is no conceivable way that he stops Tank other than like a late 12th round. He's just hitting Tank with every shot and the rest just like, all right, well, you're just taking too many shots. Let's stop it. But there is no conceivable way he stops Tanks. He probably doesn't even hurt Tank. Like he can't punch, bro.
Are you crazy?
Bro, I've seen Devin fight. His power it's not there.
So you telling me he can't knock nobody out?
Nah, he can knock a couple people out. Like I think he could probably knock out like a Ryan Garcia, maybe, or like somebody who we know is like feather chinned, but somebody who has a proven tested chin who's taken big shots from big punchers over and over and over, like Tank has. No, he's not hurting Tank.
I actually agree with that. I agree with that.
You don't have to hurt a nigga.
Do you think?
Bro,
Tank like that either.
Listen,
I mean,
just because you don't knock somebody out, that don't mean that this shit don't hurt.
I didn't say it didn't hurt. I didn't say like I'm talking about to the point that you're hurting people on a consistent basis, like blah 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 blah. You hurt people like Tank hurt people. Devin don't have that type of power. You know he don't. You know he don't, Kyle. Quit
You don't
that.
That's what I'm saying.
I can
And
outbox
that's
you. Hey,
and that's
how many
another
people,
thing.
Hold on. I need y'all to slow down real quick though, Cowboys. How many people did Floyd knock out in his latter years?
None. Not none really, I guess.
How many
I
fights
can't-
did he lose? How many fights did he lose?
0.
My point. Go ahead, carry on.
Devin Haney ain't Floyd, my boy. Hey, Kyle, I gotta call you on some of the cap, man. I
That's
gotta
true.
call you on some of the cap, dog. Hey, listen.
We can make a bet. We can bet something.
Hey, we can bet it. They ain't gonna
We can
fight.
bet
We
whatever.
can make the bet, bro.
We can bet whatever.
You already know. But listen,
Man,
I'm gonna
these
say this,
niggas
right?
not fighting. They are not fighting each other.
They not fighting, but it's entertainment. It's good theater. Let's talk about it. So, Tank ain't gotta necessarily get past Devin Haney's jab. He gotta do what he do. If he time that motherfucker, it's lights out with Devin Haney, dog. All he gotta do is time it. And that's what Tank does as good as anybody else in this boxing game.
How is he going
times
to time
people.
him when Devin Haney has different levels? He changes his jab up. Yo,
Kyle,
we hit
all he
Cambosos
gotta
with
do-
8 different types of
All
jabs.
he gotta do is throw that motherfucker one too many times, and Tank gonna duck under it and uppercut the shit out of his ass. Then it's game on.
That's what I'm saying. I just like Devin. Don't get me wrong. Devin's definitely
Haney-
the better boxer.
Listen, bro.
But nobody's perfect.
Listen,
And the
Devin
first time
Haney
he
is
made
too
that
smart
mistake,
to get hit with that left uppercut, bro. It ain't gonna happen. He not gonna run into it like stupid ass Rolly. Rolly ran straight into that shit, dog. If Rolly was smart, the fight would have lasted 11 rounds.
No, that fight wouldn't last no.
But I will say this much, man. That fight go down. It's gonna be a very entertaining classic fight because you're gonna be on the edge of your seats. Because like what DJ just said, you're gonna be waiting to see that shit happening, and it's gonna be a matter of if Devin could prevent that from happening with his movement and his ring generalship. If he can keep that from happening, because it's gonna be a very intriguing match, man. That shit ain't gonna be. Like I'm hearing everybody like it's gonna be so one-sided for Devin or one-sided for Tank. It's not gonna be one. That shit gonna be very interesting, man. Because the styles make for an excellent match.
I'll tell you what.
Make for an excellent
I
match.
think
It really does. It makes for an excellent fucking match. Like you're gonna be on the edge of your seat. Because it could go either way. It could be a night where where Devin is controlling that shit with the jab all night, and just like DJ said, Tank managed to get up under one of them shits. And that's all she wrote. Because if he get rocked like he got rocked against Linares, Tank a better finisher than Linares. Much better finisher. He a much better finisher. So that shit gonna be interesting as hell, kid. That's a great style matchup. Great style matchup.
I wish Tio would have stayed focused.
And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You got a lot of people saying Devin Haney won them belts. You got a lot of people just thinking that Devin Haney just gonna wash Tank, and that's not gonna happen.
I always said that to you, though, DJ. I've always said that to you, though.
Devin Haney not gonna wash Tank, bro. You can stop that.
He's gonna wash
Devin Haney gonna get. Listen, I'm telling you now.
That's gonna be an excellent fight. Bro, that shit gonna be excellent.
If they fight. I'm telling you, Devin Haney is gonna get fucking hit. I'm telling you, bro. And he gonna get hit first by Tank, and we gonna see what's up, man. Because for one, Tank's feet is just as good as Devin Haney's feet. He can keep up with him. He can turn with him. He can do all that shit.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, he is fast. They both got that same close hand speed. Yeah, his footwork is great.
Bro, it's gonna be Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson.
Hey. Oh no! Only thing that separates these two is the length, bro. I'm telling you, Devin Haney got the reach advantage. You better use that shit, bro.
Listen to what I'm telling you. This is gonna be Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson, bro.
Oh, here we go.
Nah, hell no, that's not a good analogy. Shit, Lennox Lewis could crack,
Man,
man.
get the fuck out of here,
Lennox
man.
Lewis could
Come
crack.
on, stop with the
That's
guy,
not a
man.
good analogy though. But Devin, he's strong. He's strong enough to make you respect him. But Lennox Lewis could knock your ass out with one right hand. Nah, that ain't a good analogy. You gotta give a better analogy than that.
And Kyle,
What?
you live in
How do y'all
North.
think? How do y'all think Shakur does against both?
Shakur's nice. I think Shakur can beat both of
Or
them.
beat Tank for sure.
Shakur will beat
Man,
both of them. Shakur will beat both of them.
I would
I
think
don't
I
know
would
about
pick
that.
I would pick
Shakur beat both of them.
Shakur.
I
I
think
would pick
Devin might beat
Shakur
the fuck out of
to
Shakur.
beat Tank easier than Devin though.
I
Listen,
I
think
think he could do it. I think he would have a better chance of pulling that off
one thing
of the
Shakur
two.
does that will bother both Devin and Tank, he not only sets up his jab perfect, not only has a great jab, he throws combinations. Shakur gonna throw 3-4 punches at you, then step out. 3-4, set the jab up, poke the jab, throw 3-4 punches and step out and step around. Shakur will beat both of them.
I don't know.
Devin Haney is special.
He can be so Shakur.
I
Shakur.
think
No,
I
listen,
think
I'm
Devin
not
would
saying.
beat him.
Listen, to what I'm telling you. The way DJ saying he gonna just watch Devin, I can't see that player.
From who?
No, I never
No, he
said
didn't say he was gonna
watching.
wash him. He didn't say he
No,
was
I
gonna
ain't
wash
say
him.
he
He
was gonna
said that if Tank get under one of them shots, he gonna catch him and put him to sleep. But he didn't say he was gonna wash him. He's saying Devin could be winning the whole fight until Tank managed to get up under one of them jabs. And that's all she wrote.
It's gonna be hard to get under it though.
You know what? Nobody, both ways. Devin have not fought anybody like Tank. Not as athletic or as quick. So you just can't say that.
Yeah.
You said
Yeah, I
what?
agree. That's gonna be an excellent fight, man. Yeah,
That's
gonna
not
be
true.
an excellent fight.
Kambosos is quick. He's
No,
quick
no,
as hell.
Oh, he can't compare Kambosos to Tank. That's no.
Hell no. Hell
It's
no.
not the same sort of quickness.
No.
Tank has quick one punch quickness. Like he's quick twitch bow out of nowhere. Whereas Kambosos is more of like a quick combination puncher.
These niggas is just dumb. See, the difference between them and Dev is Dev understands that. He knows that. You feel that he's powerful. These people get so caught up in being able to land a punch on him and they forget that he got some shit coming with him. Dev ain't gonna forget that he got some shit coming with him.
Kyle, come on, man. You act like Tank can't. Dev like Mayweather 2 times 12? Come on, man. Devin can get.
Bro, hold on. Cause I need y'all to understand this, bro. The man has only been rocked once. And the only reason why, hold on.
Okay.
He was winning the whole entire fight. He chose to try to give y'all what y'all wanted. I told the nigga never do that ever. I hate the fans. Don't get him shit. You know what I mean? He wants to entertain you niggas, and look what happens. As soon as he try to entertain y'all say, "Oh my God, he has a man, fuck all that, bro."
But Kyle, has he fought anybody as athletic and has quick and has the same power as Tank?
Who the fuck has Tank fought on Devin Haney's level?
No, I'm asking you.
Are you even close to it?
No, Kyle. I'm asking you a question. Has Devin Haney fought anybody like Tank?
Oh, as far as what? Boxing ability or just power?
That's a big hell no, Rubber Ducky. That's a big
I'm
hell
gonna be
no.
honest.
They ain't
I think
fought nobody like each other.
Pitbull Cruz is the best. Is like the best competition out of either of them. I don't think Devin's fought anybody as good as Pitbull Cruz.
Why not JoJo?
Get the fuck out of my face, man.
Man, Pitbull had them running.
JoJo Diaz.
Out of here, dog. Pitbull,
knock JoJo the fuck out. Get out of here.
JoJo
Pitbull
Diaz
will
is
knock him
good.
out easy. What are you talking? Man, Pitbull will knock that nigga
I
out.
mean, shit. We gotta see that fight. We gotta see that fight.
Pitbull Cruz.
But Kyle, I see what's going on. See, this that Bay Area shit, Kyle, and I feel you on that, right?
Fix that.
Is it bad? Is it real bad?
Oakland.
It's that Oakland shit.
Oakland.
What you talking about, man?
Not Bay Area, Oakland. Yeah, not Bay Area, Oakland.
Excuse me. I struck a nerve. Oakland.
Yeah, that's Oakland. That's Oakland all day. That's why I ain't really going too hard, 'cause I know that's what it was about.
Look, man, Haney ain't gonna beat Tank. No. Your boy Eddie Hearn kicked in and told Kambosos to go ahead and initiate that damn fight so they could go ahead and get running back real quick so this nigga could get a break because Bob Arum was gonna get him, put Lomachenko on his ass. And so this nigga said, yeah, I'm going to get Kambosos twice. Now, so he running from the fights now. To me, this is what it looked like to me.
What fight is he running from, bro?
Bro,
no. Bob Arum was about to put Lomachenko on his ass.
How is he gonna put Lomachenko?
And Lomachenko gonna beat him too. I bet you Lomachenko beat Haney.
Man, Devin Haney will beat the shit out of Lomachenko.
Nah, Devin Haney gonna beat the shit out of Lomachenko.
I bet you Lomachenko beats the shit out of Haney.
No.
Don't forget the T.O. fight. Don't forget the T.O. fight.
No. Fuck all the other shit. I got 100.
Look, if T.O. can outjab,
I got 100.
listen, B&B, if T.O. can outjab Devin.
Please. I got 100.
I don't get T.O. out the question. I ain't talking about him.
No.
Hold on. I got 100.
I ain't talking about him.
I got 100.
I ain't talking about T.O. T.O. out of the question. He just a dog begging for food. That's all. I don't want to talk about him.
I got 100.
You got 100?
I got 100.
You got 100? I bet you Lomachenko beat him.
I got 100.
I got 100 with you.
Okay. Enough said.
All right, now that that's out the way. And now that that's out the way, Devin Haney gonna curb stomp Lomachenko, but they already had.
He ain't gonna curb Loma.
Listen.
You crazy.
Listen.
You crazy.
He might even stop him.
You crazy as hell.
Fight Lomachenko weak ass.
He might even stop him. And I'll tell you why.
I'll say this. He gonna stop Kambosos.
He ain't gonna stop Loma.
He gonna stop Kambosos.
Look, let me tell you why. Hold on, let me speak. T.O. was out jabbing Loma. The reason why Loma couldn't do what he wanted to do is because T.O. would jab at his lead hand and he'd step out to his right.
Y'all sleep on Loma though.
No, nigga.
But listen,
I'm in a coma fucking with Loma.
Devin,
y'all sleep.
No, I'm not.
Listen,
I'm knocked out.
Devin will out jab the shit out of
you
Loma.
is.
Devin will jab his lights out all night.
I want my money when it's done.
Hey, you know that three-headed monster we named earlier between Tank, Shakur, and Devin? Loma don't beat none of them. Okay, let's go ahead and put that out there. Loma beats none of them. Out of all three of them guys, Loma beats none of them.
Loma might beat Tank.
Loma
ain't beat nobody.
Loma will get knocked the fuck out fucking with Tank, especially now. Loma will get knocked the fuck out with Tank. I promise you.
And he already touched the ground twice. He got knocked down by Luke Campbell.
That don't mean shit. Styles make fights, bro.
Listen, bro. He got knocked down by fucking Luke Campbell.
Styles make fights.
I'm gonna ask you this. Who's this? B&B boxing. I'm gonna ask you this, right? Who was Lomachenko's best win at 135?
135. I say probably nobody.
Richard Comey.
Man, get the fuck out of here, Kyle.
I'm just saying that was his best win at 35. I'm just saying.
Was it Nakatani that he beat the shit out of?
Nakatani ain't shit, first of all. Only reason Nakatani get any kind of pub is because he went 12 rounds with Tio. He got all that praise for getting his ass beat by Teofimo Lopez and not getting stopped. That man is a punching bag with arms. Let's get that straight, number one. Now, you know what? I give him his credit. He did beat that punk ass Felix Verdejo. He got him out the way. I appreciate that. But other than that, Nakatani is a punching bag with arms, man. That wasn't no great win. I give Linares. I say Linares is a better win than Richard Coleman.
Who?
How much can I get one of them punching bags with arms? They got them out there.
Man, y'all sleep. Watch
Hey,
out. I bet you I
hold
get
on,
my
hold
money
on.
though.
Bro, hey, Mr. B&B Boxing. Why did Loma do the franchise shit then?
I know why he would.
Why?
Because Bob Arum solicited it because he wanted to move on and make money. He didn't do it.
That's not true at all.
Come on, bro.
Oh, okay. Fine.
No, that was shit.
Hey, you know what? Lomo best win would have been the Gary Russell fight, but we saw he got gifted after he got that ran into that straight right or left or whatever, and he went down. Right, he went down, but they referee raced that. Right, that would have been his best win, but since it went down like that, he didn't rematch, so we never could see what was best for him. You know, was his attributes and everything. All I know with Lomo, he just good with the utility ladder.
Look, man, the fact is Devin Haney can't punch. He can't.
Okay.
Regardless, he never sits down on punches, right? He can box his ass off, though. No, I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you this.
Did you see Devin Haney time Shakur in that sparring match? He was the younger the fighter, and Shakur was going training for the Olympics.
It don't mean shit. Sparring don't mean shit. You don't know what people working on in sparring, bro.
Take the sparring name off of it.
Ain't no taking sparring off of it.
They're not working on nothing in sparring.
No, you don't know what they was working on. That's what you need to get that shit out your head.
I look at with my own eyes.
You need to get that out your head. Get that out your head.
Thinking one person ain't gonna let the other person just hit him.
All right, whatever. So I sparring is a professional fight. Okay, go ahead. Keep talking.
Let me tell you something. I got homeboys. I took one to the gym. He was just supposed to go in there and spar with the other guy, which was a pro. My homeboy, 6-time Golden Glove, right? He was sparring against a guy that was going around town, just jacking people up, right? He looked like a baby Tyson, just like Tank in there.
Go ahead.
And when they got in the ring, I gave him my shoes. He didn't even have shoes. He said, "Can I borrow your shoes?" Gave him my shoes. He got in the ring. You talking about they started out with the headgear. They took the headgear off after about the second round. They were like, "You want to go some more?" and all this stuff. They went all the way up to about the eight rounds of straight up brawling and timing each other. And I was right there looking at it. You think that they would practice on anything? They was trying to knock each other out.
Cause that's what they went in there for.
Yeah, I don't believe that thing.
What are you talking about?
That
sounds stupid to me. That's a dumb comparison.
That was a pro fighter.
That's stupid.
And another fighter that was 6-time Golden Glove, whatever. He was a knockout artist as well. This guy was a body snatcher right here in Oak Cliff in Dallas. I can tell you his name and everything. But the thing is that he didn't make it he made it one pro fight. That's all he had. But I think he got hit in the face too much and all of that, and got married and kids, and White told him stop boxing. But the thing is that they both went in there under the impression that one is gonna dominate the other one. It ain't no I don't know if you've been in the ring or not, cage or whatever the case may be. But when you get in there, if you playing around, you're gonna get killed. I see people get dumped on their head and knocked the fuck out in the ring. Yeah. I mean, or on the mat. You go in there to fight.
So a sparring match, they had a grudge match and somebody got whooped.
No,
in this case, nobody got.
If you've been in gyms, just in general, whenever you spar in a boxing gym, they are trying to take your head off. That's what they're trying to do. That it's very rare. No, in general, that's just what happens. Any gym that you go to, for the most part, if you get in the ring trying to spar somebody, they gonna try to take your head off. That's just what's going
All
on.
right, I guess y'all don't know.
That's just what happens.
Okay, what about that?
All right, let me say this though. Let me
what's
say
that
this about
Floyd
sparring.
guy?
Let me say this about sparring, bro. It really depends on what was taking place that day, because sometimes the coach can handicap you. Sometimes you could
Coach might be trying to wake your ass up too. Like you slipping, I'm about to put you in there with somebody that's way more pressure than you to wake your ass up. Now
let me say this though, bro. I got to say this, man. Okay, what makes you think Lomachenko can beat Devin Haney? What is it about Lomachenko that you think that he could beat Devin Haney?
Well, first of all, he has better footwork.
False already.
He got better footwork than Devin
This
Haney?
is not false. Devin Haney just has size. That's
Okay,
it.
and that size aids in his footwork. And if you
Hold
can't
on.
get
Let
past
him dig
his
this hole.
size,
Let him dig this hole. Let him dig this hole. Please let him talk. Oh my God, let him
Go
talk.
ahead,
Please.
B&B. Go ahead.
Please let him dig this hole.
Devin Haney just has size. Yes, he can box. He boxes real well, but to me, he still boxes as an amateur to me. To me, maybe not to y'all. Yeah, I've been watching him for a long time. I've been watching him on Showbox when he came out, when he was in Mexico.
by
his first
amateur,
fight.
what do you mean exactly by amateur? Like, what do you mean exactly?
He's basic to me.
Okay, now listen. What
That's the
happened when
same thing they
Tio?
say about Eric Smith
Listen.
from Carry
Hold
On.
on. Let me say this, DJ. Let me say this. Now, BNB. What happened when Tio jabbed at Loma's lead hand and took steps out to the right, which takes away that little weird ass southpaw angle where he tries to get out to the side of you? What happened?
What happened when Nakatani tried to do that, and then he stepped all over it and then went from the other side and stepped to the other side
Now you
and
said
going
it.
to work on his ass.
I forgot who said it, but Nakatani's not shit, right? We all know that. And he's nowhere near as sharp. He's nowhere near as fast, and he's
What
nowhere
happened when
near as
Comey
smart
tried to
as
do
Devin.
it? He got his ass whooped.
Okay, and then I don't even know if they tried to do that. Like, this is a relatively thing. This is like
No,
something
he
that only
tried. He
smart
tried. He
fighters
couldn't.
try to do.
Loma took that shit away.
He's not going to be able to take it away with Devin. That's my point. The length,
You don't
the
think so?
speed, the jab is just too much. There's too much.
Loma wants to fight Devin now.
Especially
No, he did not, bro. It's his only chance at a title now.
Plus, Loma's older too, bro. Like, maybe if it was prime Loma, okay.
And he got more power. Sneaky is separate.
Does he even? Like, honestly, does he?
Yeah.
I don't know.
From what
I
I
don't
saw,
know about that.
what I see,
I don't
way
know
I see
about
him
that.
fight, he always throw deceptive punches, then he hit your ass with something hard. That's what he do. That's what he good at.
Who did he knock out besides a tired ass? What's that motherfucker name, man?
Linares?
Yeah, a tired ass Jorge Linares.
And then that's the thing with a lot of his knockouts. It don't even look like he's knocking people out. It looks like they're just like, bro,
who
I don't know
gives
what
a
to
fuck
do.
about
Let me just
Jorge?
give up.
Jorge been knocked out like 5 times.
That's what I'm saying.
Bro, you just brought up Lomachenko knocking people out. That's what you said.
Who's the last person?
That was your point.
Who is the last person Devin Haney knocked out?
He knocked out a nigga cold too. His knock whatever knockout
He only knock out B-level fighters, C-level fighters. That's it.
Hey,
I don't think Loma could have knocked nobody out with that.
I'm done. He only knock out C-level fighters.
Hold on. The 2 dudes that he knocked out are on winning streaks.
C-level.
Hold on, B&B. Let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this. When the last time you seen Devin Haney touch earth?
He ain't never touched.
Oh, okay. So
that make you feel good?
Oh, okay. I'm just saying. I'm just saying you got all these questions about Devin Haney.
Watch
You got all
Devin.
these questions about Devin Haney, and I ain't never seen Devin Haney ass touch the
Devin
mat.
getting dropped in his next couple fights, man. I'm telling you.
Okay,
He better play this shit right. He better be glad he fight Kambosos the second time.
What I'm saying this far, it ain't happened. It ain't happened. So when you start talking about Lomachenko, let's really break down Lomachenko, right?
Sorry,
he got beat in his second fight by a journeyman, which they gave him a title shot too early, coming off that Olympic shit, right? They gave him a title shot too early, and he got his ass whooped by somebody who had 11 losses. That's neither here nor there. His two best wins, the two best wins on his resume, was when he fought Gary Russell Jr., who's a 126
It ain't gonna matter. I'm gonna make $100 though.
Let me finish, because I'm tired of this cap. You're doing for Lomachenko. His two best wins came at 126 when he fought Gary Russell Jr., which turned out to be a pretty good win. But Gary Russell Jr. was still a prospect at that time that he fought for a vacant belt. Number two, his other best win is a guy who fought at 118 most of his career that he brought up 2 weight classes. Lomachenko ain't just blowing through dudes. They get frustrated and quit. That's what happens with a lot of the guys that he quote unquote knock out. A lot of them don't come off the stool because they get frustrated and quit. Lomachenko was never as good as people made him seem to be.
Hold on.
I see something different now.
BNB. And then here's another thing with Loma, right? You see all the little fancy movements that he's able to do. What he's trying to do, he's trying to establish control over his opponents. That's what he's trying to do. That's how he sets up attacks. And that's what any good fighter is trying to do. No, I'm not from New York. But that's what he's trying to do, right? But the problem with Loma is he'll set up so many amazing attacks and then just walk away from his opponent. And the reason why is because the nigga's afraid to punch when he can't really punch like that. So he tries to get like the perfect little position on his shots for it to mean something. And then 2, it's just like he's overactive.
More motherfuckers than Devin Haney ever had.
And Devin Haney got more knockouts than him. So what we talking about? Devin Haney got more knockouts than him. Devin Haney got almost as many knockouts as he does wins. So what we talking about right now?
What? You crazy as hell.
Hey, Devin Haney got 15 knockouts. How many wins Lomachenko got? Oh, okay.
Crazy as hell.
Like you talk about Devin Haney's knockout power, right? You talk about him not having power. But go back and
I like Devin though. Devin.
Sometimes you just gotta beat somebody into submission. Okay, I get it.
When the last time you see that nigga beat somebody into submission?
I see him going into fights with other professional boxers and them struggling to win 2 rounds.
Who he knocked out?
His last,
he ain't knocking nobody out, bro. He don't need no how to sit down on this power yet, bro.
Listen to me, bro. His last 3 fights, he maybe gave up 5 rounds. Maybe. In his last 3 fights, he maybe gave up 5 rounds. In the words of my guy, the Sweet Science Examiner, dominate the way you dominate. If all he got to do is beat you, he literally just won the undisputed championship of the world with 1 hand.
Yes, he did. Congratulations.
With 1 hand.
Can I say this stuff? You see Kambosos face.
Hey, can I say this stuff?
You see Kim?
Let me say this. The same person that you berating in our face beat the shit out of Lomachenko, and he got his ass whipped by Kambosos. And Kambosos couldn't even touch Devin Haney. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not one for the triangle theories or whatever.
Yes, you is. You brought it up, so yes, you are. Yes, you are. You believe it. You believe it. That's the only reason why you talking. That's the only reason why you talking.
Listen, I'm saying I do. I was just that was.
Shut up, man.
Fantastic. I believe in triangle theories because I believe.
I want my $100.
I don't know where we'll get $100 from. You might want
you don't give it to me though.
Because you about to owe me money. Listen, what I'm
saying.
Man,
none of these niggas is fighting.
Listen. Devin Haney.
No, that Devin and Lomachenko fight might actually happen after Devin finished scraping.
He gonna wait till Lomachenko get 37, nigga. That's what he gonna wait for.
How is it his fault? How is it his fault?
Why is that Devin Haney's problem?
The only reason why he even got the
It wasn't Devin Haney. No, hold on, Kyle. It wasn't Devin Haney's fault that Lomachenko waited to 26 to turn pro. That ain't his problem.
Beating up on little kids and shit.
Beating
up on teenagers.
You the preacher now?
Beating up on teenagers.
That is his problem.
Oh, yeah,
He waited to 26, 27 years old to turn pro. That's not Devin Haney's problem.
You selling shit now. Nigga, I ain't buying.
I ain't selling shit. These is facts. I ain't making up shit. This ain't propaganda. I ain't making this up. This is shit that actually happened. Lomachenko was 25, 26 years old when he turned pro. He spent all that time in the amateurs beating up on fucking kids and built his name up. Then when he turned pro in his second fight, when he fought a grown man, he got his ass whooped.
I watched Devin Haney interview when he said he really wanted to fight. I heard his voice crack when he started talking about all them tops. Everybody in the top. In the top 135 and shit like that. And this nigga don't want to fight them. He want his money now. He better do it.
Scared of each other.
The fight is gonna happen.
Hold on. If he wanted his money, nigga, he just stay with Eddie Hearn. He made more money with Eddie Hearn than he did on this deal fighting Kambosos. What are you?
Thank you. He took a fucking pay cut to take this Kambosos fight.
Yeah, he took a pay cut. Now the fight gonna happen. Long as once he get past Kambosos, it's gonna happen because he on top rank. Bob Brown gonna make that fight happen. Bob Brown gonna make that fight happen. So that shit going down. The only trip up could be is if he fucked around and something.
He was only getting like 2-3 million a fight.
Bro, he got 5 million.
So what are you talking about?
Lace me up right now.
Keith Thurman said he won $10 million to fight Boots, man. $10 million.
Keith Thurman don't want to fucking fight Boots, man.
Motherfuckers is moving the goalposts.
Keith Thurman don't want to fight Boots, man.
Bullshit.
That nigga said $10 million. He made $8 million against Manny Pacquiao, but he won $10 million.
Keith Thurman don't want to fight Boots, man. Just like he didn't want to fight Terrence Crawford.
But I'm saying, why he pick a number like $10 million? He could have said something believable.
Keith Thurman really don't want to fight no more, man.
That's the same number T.O. asked for.
He waiting on somebody to cash him out. He waiting on a big name to come cash him out. Keith Thurman don't want to fight no more, man. Because if he did, he'd go ahead and knock Boots off like he believes that he can. If he believes he can do that. But he don't want to fight Boots. He don't want to risk nothing.
Right.
Keith Thurman just need to go ahead, go out the pasture. You sat on your pussy for 3 years. Because if an injury take you 3 years to come back from, you probably need to retire. No, he got beat by Manny Pacquiao, got beat up and embarrassed by Manny Pacquiao, and went and sat on his pussy for 3 years. Now he decided he want to come back. No, brother, man. You gotta get in line, bro. You gotta get in line. Boots out here doing work. Virgil out here doing work. Speedy Rashidi finally about to come back and do work. So you gotta get in line, bro. You gotta get in where you fit in.
I gotta see Virgil versus Boots, man. That's actually a beautiful fight.
I got Boots.
Put him in the dirt.
I got Boots.
I don't even care. I mean, I know Boots is gonna eviscerate him, but just the way he's gonna do it, it's gonna be so pretty, bro. It's gonna.
I don't know how he's gonna do it, but he'll do it.
He gonna do it. It's gonna be crazy. Like he's probably it's because Virgil uses a lot of the same patterns of attacks that like a person like Lipinets uses, where like the big right hooks, the big left hooks and shit. So that's where you'll get to see Boots spinning his head and doing all those crazy uppercuts and shit. But Boots is cold though, bro. I gotta see him fight somebody. Not because I don't think like he's already like that, just because, man, I'm sick of waiting. I'm sick of waiting on a lot of these fights, man. Like,
see, Don, this is the problem, right? And excuse my language, I got a little animated a while ago. But this is the problem. None of the older guys want to be gatekeepers, right? You look at Keith Thurman right now. He doesn't want to be a gatekeeper. Danny Garcia moved up. He's fighting Jose Benavidez coming up on July 30th, which I think is a good fight, even though a lot of people poo-poo that fight. I think it's a good fight.
That is a good fight. I was excited when I heard it.
Sean Porter retired, right? Sean Porter retired. So there's not a lot of name value outside of Bud and Arrow. There's not a lot of name value for these up and comers like Virgil and Boots and Speedy Rashidi to really make their name off of.
But there is the problem is the names are in each other. and none of them want to fight Boots except for Rashidi, I guess. But he just came back, so we don't even know how his next fight's gonna go. But
in his last fight, he did beat Rocha, who just beat the brakes off Blair Cobb. So that was his last fight.
That's true. That's true. Alexis Rocha was a good win. Does Alexis Rocha go 3 rounds with Boots? Probably not. He probably gets starched. Yeah, he probably gets starched quick as hell. But at the same time, it was a good win. Like it's probably a better win than Boots has even had. I mean, I think probably either other than like Custio Clayton or somebody like that or Lipinets, but I don't know. That was a good win.
People shit on Custio Clayton, right? But Custio Clayton was ranked.
Lipinets made Boots tired though.
Say what?
Lipinets made Boots tired though.
Yeah, from beating the shit out of.
I mean, when you beat the living shit out somebody, that can tire you out.
No. This nigga trolling, B. Fuck
no,
I'm
not trolling. I watched the fight.
Boots was tired.
Boots whooped his ass, but I seen Boots like he was like, I'm getting tired of punching on this motherfucker.
Yeah, bro. But listen. Look at the insane power shots that Lipinets was eating, bro. Like I'm like
he tried.
I'm surprised he lasted that long. Don't nobody else in that division eat those shots and keep trucking like Lipinets did.
I don't troll, bro.
I'm gonna keep it real. Don't nobody eat those shots.
Kyle,
did
what is the streak up to now? Is it like 25, 26? Something like that. What's his knockout streak up to now?
It's like 27 knockouts straight, like something crazy.
Yeah,
so Kyle, it's like 25, 26.
I mean, look,
look. You think I'm? Look, y'all. What? Hold up. Y'all actually think that I hate on Boots?
Sure,
this is what I just heard.
Nobody said that was
boxing
crazy
section.
as hell. Boots is
but
the
he
truth.
was tired.
He a problem for anybody.
Tired. But the problem, it's not that he was tired because Boots has a stamina issue. Like we were saying before, it was tired.
We don't know if he got a stamina issue yet. But I seen him get tired.
He don't got no stamina issue. Because I don't think anybody else in this division would have been able to like put up that sort of beating. Like he was throwing so many punches.
He probably fixed that shit quick.
Like he was throwing so many power punches, and he was putting everything
and make you tired.
Those bitches.
I don't know if you've been in the ring, but if you throw a lot of power punches, your ass get tired.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The fact that he was even still able to do that, and then it's not like he got tired and he was tired for the rest of the fight.
No, he already tired, Lipinets out. So even if he was tired, Lipinets couldn't do nothing anyway.
Nah, what he did is he took the 4th and like the 5th round off. Like he slowed down the 4th round
because he had to. He was throwing too many power punches, and Lipinets was still standing there fighting.
What happened when the 6th start though? That's what I'm saying. Like it proved that he had an understanding of when to take breaks and then how to come back stronger. Because as soon as that 6th round started, it was like a whole new Boots just showed up in the ring, and the nigga was like 100% again, and like beat his ass from pillar to post like the whole 6th round. I've seen that fight like over 200 times. I've seen the fight over 200 times. On my mother's heart. Like I smoke weed like every 3 days.
What the fuck that's
most of the time. Listen, it's gonna all make sense. Every single time I get high, I watch that fight. Every single time I get high,
that mean you got reason or something?
Every single time I get high, I watch that fight since this came out months ago, and I smoke at least a few times a week. So that means 8 months ago, I've seen this fight over hundreds of times. I've seen this fight so many goddamn times, multiple times a day. Boots is my favorite fighter by far. I ain't never liked the fighter like I like Boots. I've seen this fight like more times than you probably seen your favorite fighter fight. Point being,
nigga, you don't know.
I know
man.
exactly
don't
what happened.
Talk like that.
Point being, I know exactly what happened in this fight. He took the 4th and the 5th rounds off. He came back in the 6th stronger than ever and stopped the nigga. And it was crazy. He did a lot of crazy shit. But B&B, what's your problem, bro? You on some smoke. What's your problem? Chill out.
No, I just listen to the way you talk. You talk like you know everything, but you don't.
As far as this Boots fight, yeah, I do.
Okay, good job.
Man,
Yeah, well, y'all stop talking.
man. I'm telling you this though. Devin Haney ain't losing to fucking Lomachenko.
Devin, nice though. I like Devin. He quick, he fast, but he don't sit down on his punches, and he ain't never fought a top guy in his weight class yet. So you know it's gonna be a different story. Those are easy. All them guys are easy fights.
So Kambosos not a top fighter?
No.
He had every single fucking belt though.
So what? Yeah, I ain't never thought he was good.
You thought T.O. was good?
Nope.
You thought
I thought you out of your goddamn mind.
You know, nope. All these fighters are right now. They coming out and taking titles because they better than everybody that's there already.
Good. Now he ain't good no more.
Huh?
If you
wait. TBS. Let me ask him this: if T.O.'s not good, how did he beat Loma?
He came out with a good game plan on that. I picked him to beat him.
All right.
He's big enough. He was big enough. He was big enough to weather that.
If he had a game plan that was so good that he was able to beat the great Lomachenko, your favorite fighter in this division, then
I never thought Kambosos was good. Ever.
Man, Kambosos was good. Devin is better. Devin would
Man,
beat
he
Loma.
lost to Luke Campbell. What's that boy name? The British dude who, Shelby Lee. He won that fight, but I thought he lost. He got a gift decision. Shelby Lee, man, Shelby, man, get the fuck out of here, bro.
I don't see Loma being able.
He
to
just
get
got
inside.
older and got strong. That's all. He got a little bit stronger, and he was able to do it. That's all.
How's Loma gonna get inside against Devin? How's he gonna get inside? He's not like a traditionally skilled fighter who likes to get inside in a traditional way. He likes to use his athleticism, and against Devin, that's not gonna work. Like,
are you sure?
We saw what happened.
Devin has never fought nobody like that.
Okay, but we've seen Loma fight people who fight in a similar way than
It does not matter.
Yes, it
Devin
does. If they have the same style and Devin's just
before.
better at it, then
Devin has never fought nobody like Lomachenko before.
Okay, Loma fought someone like Devin and he lost. That's what I'm saying.
No, you comparing Teofimo to Devin?
Yes,
Crazy
the fast jab, the fast feet, the setting shit up off the jab, the head movement, the African American style. That's just how they fight. That's how a lot of those dudes at 135 fight.
You think he fights that way?
They both do. Yes, they fight in a similar way.
All right, whatever.
Okay.
Man. Whatever.
They both work the same.
What happened to that nigga? He just jumped off?
Yeah, I guess that nigga was just tripping. He had a
well, on another note, it looks like we're gonna finally get this Sugar Ray Robinson movie, which been on deck for about 25 goddamn years now, called Sweet Thunder. David, you know David Oyelowo, who played Martin Luther King in Selma from England. He's writing. They're getting the screenplay. They finally getting that screenplay done. Yeah, that's been on the deck for like about 25 years. Called Sweet Thunder.
Why are they having that nigga play Sugar Ray?
But see, that's the problem. But see, I said that shit at first, but I thought about something. He's getting that screenplay done. How come none of these great American black actors did what he's doing? He's taking the American icon and he's getting the shit done. That's why he's gonna do the film, because he's the one that's doing it.
Oh,
No
he's
American
doing it.
actor. Yeah, because he's the one. He's taking the screen. He's taking the story, because it was a book that this brother read a while ago called Sweet Thunder about Sugar Ray Robinson, and he's getting it made into a screenplay. But why does it taking him and not one of the great American black actors to do this shit? But then they're
'Cause
gonna
they
be
don't.
mad that he played a role when they could have done this shit. Cause that shit been over 25 years. They've been trying to get that shit done. And no
Well,
American
shit,
actor
don't
could have
nobody
stepped up and got that shit done.
outside of boxing people, bro. Don't nobody know who. And then you got to think over there, boxing's way bigger than it is over here. So Sugar Ray Robinson name probably rings more bells over there than it does here.
Nah, because he was big over there too. But my point is, people know who Sugar Ray Robinson is here in America.
Not,
You understand
not
what I'm
for
saying?
real. Not outside of boxing. He's not like he
Nah, you
was.
kidding me? That nigga's an icon. He's the reason why you got the terminology pound for pound. Everybody
Listen,
know
when
that shit.
okay, I'm 20 years old, right? I'm 20. So when I grew up, I'll tell you who we learned about. We knew about Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson. That's the only heavyweight niggas that we knew about. Oh, and Floyd Mayweather. If you was a boxing casual and you've been born somewhere recently, you didn't know about Sugar Ray Robinson
And
until
all
you
of
like
those,
grew an
and
interest
any,
in
like if you
boxing.
knew about Floyd Mayweather, even you at 20 years old, the whole time of your life, Floyd Mayweather been close to the top pound for pound fighter, right?
Yeah.
And that title was created for Sugar Ray Robinson. So anybody who knows about that shit knows that, man. Sugar Ray Robinson is an icon. He ain't no fucking run-of-the-mill fighter. Nigga's an icon.
Man, he's an
So,
icon to me and
he's
you.
he's an icon to anybody who know about sports. Like, there's not no. He's like, you got certain names that ring bell in the sport. Like Joe Louis' name ring bell in the sports. Muhammad Ali name ring bell in the sports. And Sugar Ray Robinson, them niggas is on the Mount Rushmore of boxing, man.
Yes,
Them not no
but
casuals.
bro,
They know
most
more than casual people know.
casuals do not know who Sugar Ray Robinson
Casuals
is.
do know him, man. You only 20 years old, B.
My mama does not know who Sugar Ray Robinson is. I can promise you that.
That's
If I
impossible.
go ask my
There's
uncle,
no way.
if I go ask my
So your
uncle who's
mom
Sugar
know.
Ray Robinson,
Your
he
mother
not gonna know
know
who it is.
Look,
If
if
I
your
go
mother know
ask the
who Sugar
lady
Ray
down the
Leonard,
street,
do your mother know who Sugar Ray Leonard is? Do your wait, hold on, let me just say this. Do your mother know who Sugar Ray Leonard is?
yes, Sugar Ray Leonard is
Then she would
more
know. There's no way she could
popular.
not know
He's
who
more
Sugar, because
relevant,
Sugar Ray Leonard is named after him.
bro. Just because a nigga was named after a nigga doesn't mean they know who that original nigga
Sugar Ray
was.
Robinson is
That's
fake.
not how it
Y'all
works.
can't be that.
Listen,
There's no way
listen.
y'all could be that ignorant, man.
I'm
There's
just
no
telling
fucking
you
way
the
I'm
truth.
accept that shit.
If I
There's
go
no
talk to
fucking way.
anybody on the
No
street
way.
corner, they
No
do not
way.
know who Sugar Ray
They know.
Robinson
Yes, they
is.
do.
They do not.
Yes,
No,
they
they
do.
do
Yes,
not.
they do.
Nigga, you are
Yes, they
capping.
do.
They do not know who Sugar
Nah,
Ray
yes,
Robinson
they
is.
do.
If I go ask my little brother right now who's Sugar Ray
My
Robinson,
son.
he's gonna be like, "Who's that?"
Look, my son is fucking 19. He know who the fuck he is. That's game. That's what y'all call
Okay,
cap. That's what
you
y'all
might have
call cap.
told him, but I'm telling
That's
you
what
right
y'all call
now.
cap.
I'm
That's what
telling
y'all
you.
call cap. This nigga's famous. Sugar Robinson, one of the most famous. He one of the most famous people ever, man.
Hey, Steve, this your son. You know what you're dealing with, man. I mean, he's still pissing on himself, man. Don't argue with him. He's same dude said everybody on PEDs last week.
Man, I don't know what to tell you. It's just that's not true. Like he's just
That's who
not
that
that
is?
popular.
Oh, that's who that is? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay.
Enough said. You don't know as much as you act like you do, man. I've been trying to get on this thing all day.
Enough said. I didn't realize that's who that was.
You just be saying some lame stuff, bro.
All right, go ask the cashier at the Speedway right now who's Sugar Ray Robinson. She gonna tell you, I don't know who the fuck that is.
Let me tell you something. All fighters in the world are trying to get to the United States to get a big fight. All fighters. Now cash that in your check.
What does that have to do with nobody knowing who Sugar Ray Robinson is?
With it, man. This country is the mecca of boxing, bro.
What does that
Everybody
not?
trying to
What
know
does that
about
have to do with nobody knowing who Sugar Ray Robertson is?
you don't know a man trying to tell you about the man doing the movie. You trying to say it's probably big over there where you don't know what you're talking about, man.
I mean, I know
You
boxing
just
is a
pissing on
lot
you still
bigger in
pissing on
Britain than it
yourself,
is in
man.
here.
You the same nigga that said that Sonny Liston fight like Mike Tyson. They didn't even know which fight you were talking about. You need to stop
Yeah,
being
I didn't
think
know
about what
about
you
that.
say before you say it. Think about what you say before you say it. Still
I
kicked
do.
out of high school to come over here
And I can
trying
tell
to
you
talk about
one
you a
thing,
boxing punch. You ain't no
average
punch.
people do not know who Sugar Ray Robinson is. You can try to say whatever you want, but that's
When you
just
come on
a
this channel,
fact.
we got some real boxing heads over here. When you come in this channel, you want to talk about something, know what you're talking about. Because you
And
piss people off.
I can tell you what I do know about, and I know the average person doesn't know who Sugar Ray Robinson is. So you can keep saying whatever you want, but that's just an unbeatable
I
fact.
think you totally wrong about that too. And I'm gonna tell you something else you don't know. And that I know. I know that you just finished pissing on yourself about 5 minutes ago because I heard you.
Oh wow, so original. Hey, you know what? The average person doesn't know who Sugar Ray Robinson is, so you can eat a dick.
I bet you the same dude that was who did you run around when you were in high school, man? You sold on something.
I'll tell you who I talked to in high school. I talked to a friend of mine, and they didn't know who the fuck Sugar Ray Robinson was. I'll tell you that.
You need to go to a black boxing gym and get you some learning.
I'll tell you what, at my black boxing gym, if there was a casual who just showed up first day, I guarantee they wouldn't know who Sugar Ray Robinson is.
Not a boxing gym that is predominantly black. I just looked it up last week when you talked that stuff. You had a farm.
Okay. And theoretically, if I were to go to a black gym and I were to talk to somebody who just started boxing, they wouldn't know who Sugar Ray Robinson is. So I don't know what point you're trying to make, but that's just the end of the day.
Come on here talking that stuff like you know a whole lot about boxing, man, and all you doing is read and listen.
Hey, but I know what I can tell you for sure. The average person don't know who Sugar Ray Robinson is, so you can say whatever you want, but that's just the fact.
Research the history of boxing. Then come and talk about it. Right now, you sounding real lame. Real lame. You've been sounding lame all night. I just
because I said a fact. Exactly.
You stupid, man. You real stupid. You sound real stupid right now.
Hey, Centos. He's saying the average person, like people not boxing fans.
He's about knowing Sugar Ray Robinson. I heard what the little pissy boy said. Man, that boy don't know what he's talking about.
Why he got to be all that
though? If he talking about who don't know Sugar Ray Robinson, I'm not getting ready to entertain that bull crap. We talking about a pissy little fucker from the neighborhood that we don't know about. That boy don't know what he talking about, man. He come on here all the time talking that nonsense.
I've been on here twice, so what's all the time? And then second of all, I don't know what you're so heated about. I guess I must have really hurt your feelings last time, but nigga, that does not stop the fact that people don't know who the fuck Sugar Ray Leonard is. So I don't know what this is all about. I don't know what you're trying to do here, but yeah, you're just wrong. So maybe you should shut the fuck up. But kind of goofy.
All right, well, DJ, you still here? Oh, me out of ran him off. Oh, maybe he's having a good conversation, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, fool, we hear you.
Oh, man.
Where everybody go? I wasn't done cooking B&B yet.
Oh, that nigga left.
I wasn't done cooking him yet. That was easy work, man. That was good. That was good exercise right there.
Yeah, you should have heard Centos going off and shit.
Yeah, I had to step away for a second. I ain't hear when Cinto came in. What's up, Cinto?
What's up, family? Yeah, man, y'all know that. Man, little nigga been talking crazy all night long. Man. I just couldn't get on this joint, man. It's just stupid, man. Ali overrated. Man.
Who you say was overrated?
Son and listening to Mike Tyson, same style. Mike Tyson 3.0. Man, I thought he was at least 27, man. This nigga 20. This nigga still pissing on himself, man.
Who said they was gonna cook me?
There you go.
That dude, that B&B, that dude you just been sparring with, he earlier tonight he said Ali was overrated. Now the nigga talking about Sugar Ray Robinson's unheard of. Man,
who said that?
Man,
oh, he 20, man. You gotta laugh.
All right. Who is Muhammad Ali's favorite fighter? Best fighter that he wanted to be like.
Sugar Ray Robinson. Yeah, you know us boxing folks know that, and most people that are not as deep in the boxing as we are still know that. So, I mean, it's boy
crazy. Sugar Ray Robinson is my favorite fighter. Ain't nobody whooping that nigga.
Man, nah, man. I mean, dude, man, I ain't trying to shun him as much as people probably think I am because of his age. Because there's a lot of young men and young women that know boxing that are younger than me.
Trey, come on the panel, man.
But he is just talking some nonsense, man. He just Ali overrated.
Man, look, let me. Well, since we talking about boxing, let me go ahead. I ain't never said this about Sugar Ray, but Sugar Ray Robinson is one of the greatest fighters that I've ever seen in my life. Quick, he can punch you with the left hand or the right, and it just don't even matter. Ain't no welterweight today can fuck with that man. Today.
Man, Sugar Ray was one of the best boxers, period. In the history of the sport of boxing, period. So what you saying is not out of bounds? What that little pissy fucker said was way out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm glad you helped me out. You helped me out a great deal with this.
Nobody on the planet is fucking with Sugar Ray Robinson.
No doubt, I appreciate you though.
I have never seen another fighter that I could be like, God damn, that motherfucker punch hard. And box and take and then just be like, fuck you, nigga. I'll tear your ass up. Sugar Ray Leonard was almost there.
Check this out. Yo, check this out real quick. I'm driving over to the store because I left my job. I'm driving over to the store. I pulled over and asked this taxi driver, Spanish guy. I said, yo, do you know who Sugar Ray Robinson is? Like, yeah, he was the greatest fighter in the history. This random motherfucker.
He had a whole bar in New York, wasn't he in Brooklyn?
But I'm saying, I'm talking about nobody. Literally, I'm pulling off from the guy right now. And he said, yeah, it was two Sugar Ray. It was a younger one who came after him too. So he knew both of them. Just a random Spanish motherfucker I pulled over.
Exactly.
Fuck out of here.
I told that motherfuckers, man. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Man. That boy just
pulled over. I just pulled over. I'm going to the store. I'm going to the gas station to put some cash in my car. I left my job, and I'm like, let me just pull over and ask this motherfucker in the cash room. And he was like, I said, yeah, he's the greatest fighter pound for pound. Just some random motherfucker. He just got in the car because they do like some little Uber driving shit around.
Man, I'm about to start Troy Graham and that dude every time he come on here and get talking crazy, man.
Yeah.
Every time.
I just pulled over. I just picked a random motherfucker I saw in the street, and he knew who that was.
Man, ain't nobody fucking with Sugar Ray Robinson.
Sugar Ray Robinson for his last fight, 1965.
Nobody.
But
I ain't seen a motherfucker that can.
Yeah, fuck out. I ain't trying to hear that ignorant shit. Like, I just pulled over any random motherfucker. He just was like, oh yeah, he was the greatest fighter pound in the history.
But we got to remember who we were talking to, though, man. This fool, Mike Tyson, and what's one of their names?
I didn't realize who that was.
What's my man name that lost Ali? The Big Bear. Sonny Liston. They had the same fighting style.
The boy from Virginia, that Virginia boy, they say he's from Detroit, but he from Virginia, bro.
What's that?
They said they always get Joe Frazier, you know, he a Detroit ass nigga, a Philly nigga. You know what I'm saying? But that nigga
He
from
the South.
Virginia.
He from the South.
He from the South. He from South Carolina.
Yeah,
He was
man.
born
He
in
from the
South
South.
Carolina. South Carolina. Yeah, that's where Joe Frazier was born at.
And Sugar Ray Robinson was from Detroit. Somewhere in Michigan.
Sugar Ray Robinson is from Detroit. He's from Black Bottom. Black Bottom in Detroit.
Ain't Joe Louis from there too?
Joe Louis is
Alabama.
but Joe Louis is from Alabama and Detroit.
Joe Louis from Alabama. Joe Louis
was born in Alabama, but
Holyfield is from Alabama.
his claim to fame is Detroit, but he was born in Alabama.
Yeah, Holyfield is from Alabama.
He went to Virginia. He's from Alabama. He was raised in North Carolina. Went to Virginia, started fighting, then moved to New York, and then went to Philly.
Yeah, Joe Frazier. Yeah, that's how Joe Frazier.
Yeah, Alabama got 3 notable heavyweight champions in the history that I'm aware of.
Yeah, Joe Louis was born in Alabama, but he fought out of Detroit.
Let's start. We got Joe Louis. We got Evander Holyfield.
Yeah,
we got
Holyfield.
Ernie Shavers. And we got Deontay Wilder.
What's Ernie Shavers champion?
You want to get your head knocked out?
Wasn't a champion. Ernie Shavers never won the championship.
Yeah, I know Ernie Shavers was never a champion, but pound for pound, he was the hardest puncher some bitch ever.
Yeah, he's hard punching.
Yeah.
If you want to get knocked out, come to Alabama.
hey, y'all had Bo Jackson too, even though he won the boxing.
Yeah.
Throwing rocks from long distance, knocking folks out with it.
Yeah, that was my favorite running back until he got his hip broke. But him and Barry.
Yeah, he's bad boy. Man, y'all know, man. I don't normally be cussing, man. That was a little piss of fucker right there from the neighborhood, man. I like to
So who y'all talking about?
That dude Don, whatever his name, the one that he come on here like he's a boxing pundit, man, talking all that nonsense, man. Ali overrated. Don't nobody know Sugar Ray. He said some other stuff earlier, man.
Hold up. If Ali is overrated,
yeah, that's what he said.
I'm about to, you know, look, listen to me.
I took him out the show for that shit.
All the entertainers in the world can never match Ali's shine.
Yeah.
Ever. They call him the greatest. If Ali was fighting today, that nigga would probably be like worth $3 billion right now.
Facts. I believe I could. Hey, if he had the business awareness and knowledge that a lot of folks, have right now, yeah, I can see that. Ali is a phenomenal cash cow, man. He took boxing to a whole different level, period, financially for fighters. Every fighter got to get homage to Muhammad Ali for these big purses, period. Point blank, no cut, everything straight up to the head. I'm telling you.
And they was already making big purses back then. Like, considering the money back then, you know what I'm saying? They was already making money, like, better than most persons.
They made money, but they weren't making money.
John Jackson was rich as fuck. That's why he was driving across state, and they had to make a whole motherfucking law against this motherfucking fucking white bitch.
But I tell you, Ali is still one of the most notarized persons in the world, period, of all people. He's still more known than a lot of people that are still living. Michael Jordan is straight, Michael Jackson is straight, but they ain't Ali. I'm telling you. Ali, when he was still living, he could get into countries that the average American couldn't get into.
He was a global phenomenon.
That's, you know what? I want to ask y'all this, right? In light of the new Tyson documentary or movie coming out, who would y'all get to play Jack Johnson in the movie?
Right now.
Yes, if they made the movie today, who would y'all get to play Jack Johnson?
Oh boy,
I'm in the store. Yo, listen to me real quick. I'm in the store. I just asked another random person that he heard Sugar Ray Robinson. He was like, yeah, the old timer.
Yeah. Hey man, look,
say it again.
hold
You know
on,
who Sugar Ray Robinson? Listen to this. You know who Sugar Ray Robinson is? Say it again. He said, yeah, the old timer.
Don't forget they talked about Joe Louis and Sugar Ray in the barbershop on Coming to America.
Exactly.
You know what
So,
I'm saying?
like I said, he's full of shit. That guy's full of shit.
look, man, ain't none of these young cats fucking with them old boys. Because the fact is, these old boys will come out of fight and fight 2 weeks later.
Like, yeah, the old timer.
Yeah.
He said, I don't really know. He said, I don't know much about sports, but I know who that is. The old timer. Yeah. Fuck out of here. Nobody don't know. And these motherfuckers, I don't know who these motherfuckers. I'm just asking them questions. I'm at the gas station. I don't know who the fuck these motherfuckers are.
These motherfuckers, these old niggas will come out working out the steel mill, working off anything, and be out there working their ass off for their family and going to a motherfucking fight and win and become the champion, nigga. Ain't none of these niggas doing that shit. They get they lucky enough they fight once a year now.
Yeah.
I stopped three people.
The business changed so much too, man.
Yeah, I stopped 3 people and asked them. 2 of them knew who he was, and one said, I don't know nothing about sports, period. But the two out of the 3 knew who he was. And y'all just heard that guy say, yeah, the old timer.
Man, you can't take that dude. You can't take that dude literally. That's the same dude the other day was talking about every boxer is using PEDs.
But what I like to do,
I didn't realize that.
I didn't realize that was that
generalized.
Kid.
I'm just saying that he generalized everything. Some people
I didn't realize
that.
That was him.
The other day, him and Max was on here talking about all the boxers is using PED. They all using PEDs.
Yeah, I heard that.
Zero facts.
I didn't realize that. I didn't recognize the voice, but I will from now on. But I didn't recognize the voice at first. But I just do that to show people, like, whenever people say shit like that, because I'm the type of motherfucker, I'll go out in the street. I'll take my phone and start filming this shit and ask a question to show you just how stupid you fucking are.
Man, Kings, listen, man, Kings don't fight with peasants. I ain't never seen a king fighting with a bomb.
True. You tells no lies. You tells no lies there. There's no lies there.
Kings don't chase peasants. Kings chase kings. I want Joshua.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, he's gonna get his ass knocked out.
Hey, is Gary Russell Jr. finished, y'all think?
I don't know, man. I really don't know. But
we gotta see, man,
after
the transition of his father, we gotta see, like,
because he already wasn't that active to begin with. He already wasn't fighting that much to begin with. Then that situation with his brother, all that other stuff going on.
His brother, that's right. Yeah, Batman too. Yeah, so we gotta see, man. That's a serious thing to deal with. Now,
it's I think it's Gary Antoine's turn. So,
that's the dude.
Gary Antoine and Gary Antonio. Gary Antonio.
He that dude too. At 140.
That nigga, if he keep with Gary Antoine, I just want him to focus on boxing and not trying to knock nobody out and let it come. And you know what I'm saying? We just got to see a couple more fights out of him. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, he in business. He a definite business.
Yeah, now, I got him and I said Gary Antoine gonna beat Devin Haney at 140. I got into a little debate earlier about that. I think he can beat Devin Haney at 140.
Who?
Gary Antoine.
Yo, he got the potential, man, to beat all them motherfuckers. You see, he beat in the amateur. He beat Boots 3 out of 4 times. That shit ain't no easy task, man.
Right.
Even as an amateur, that shit wasn't no easy task.
I want to see how good Devin is. I want to see him against Regis Prograis.
Shit, that's a tough fight.
Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
that's
tough
what
fight, man.
that's what I want to see. If he move up to 140, he need to fight Regan.
Yeah, it's a tough fucking fight.
Eh,
But I really want to see Regis. Regis got that
if he
awkward
move
ass,
up to
rough ass
140,
style.
he'll probably go. If he move up to 140 after, well, see, he got shit 2 more fights before he move up to 140. I think he's gonna rematch Kambosos probably around anywhere between. According to my guy L Dub, it'll probably be anywhere between Thanksgiving and Christmas when that fight happens, when the rematch happens.
Yeah, I think if he fights, since Kambosos did the rematch clause, which is gonna be a boring ass fight that I don't want to see.
He's gonna get
I
washed
think
again.
he should go if he really want to test himself and see how good he is. He should go straight into the fight. Look, I ain't saying that he can't win the fight against Loma. I picked Loma against him, but I think that he should, if he for legacy instead of money, because he about money right now. You know what I'm saying? So if he want legacy, after he fights Kambosos, he should make that Loma fight and then prove himself.
He ain't got nothing to prove like that, man.
But
You
he
act like
already
Loma's
proved
like
What the
one
fuck
proof.
you mean?
Yeah, what you talking about? Talking about?
He ain't got nothing to prove. He got all the belts.
Yeah, what you talking
What
about?
the fuck you mean? You don't want to see this nigga fight Loma? You scared, nigga?
Man, he got
Scared
all the
what?
belts, man.
I mean, you said he got something to prove. I'm trying to figure out what he got to prove at 135 when he got all the belts. But to answer your question, yes, I would love to see him retire Lomachenko. Because if Lomachenko
Go
come
ahead,
out,
then, nigga. I want to see the fight.
if he come out the trenches and fight Devin Haney, he getting stopped and he getting retired. He getting stopped.
He ain't stopping Lomachenko.
I don't know. He might stop him. I don't know.
Nah, he ain't stopping Loma. I don't see that. I don't see no stop. Who the you only as good as your last fight. And so when the last time you seen this motherfucker stop somebody?
It don't matter. He capable of doing it.
Yeah, that don't mean nothing, man.
Except for the nigga he knocked out the highlight reel that he caught in the corner. That was a basic fighter, Mexican fighter, squared up, nothing else. Devin Haney ain't knocking the motherfucking thing out.
Wait a minute. You remember how good Roy Jones was and Tarver knocked his ass out? Tarver wasn't no world beater. Roy Jones was going through rounds without getting fucking touched.
That is not no fucking comparison.
No, but you saying like somebody touched me. If you had the idea that a fighter wasn't gonna get touched, Roy Jones in his heyday before Tarver touched him, nobody believed that man was getting touched.
Not a comparison. Invalid argument.
Invalid argument. Why? Because you said so?
Yep.
That's your argument. That's all you got to say.
That's all I got.
Here, man. That's it. That's a weak argument.
Invalid argument.
Oh, okay. So you judge and jury behind it too?
Well, you know, he's got a point though, because Roy Jones had just come down from that heavyweight weight division, lost all that weight. He wasn't the Roy Jones of who he was before. So I might have to roll with him on that.
Invalid.
Had already done his work all the way up to heavyweight, and he mentally
already proved himself. Roy already proved himself. He was out of his prime and trying to make legacy and going all the way up to heavyweight, winning the championship against Ruiz and coming down. You know, and so anyway.
Did you say
he fought Tarver, he was out of his prime
when he got knocked out by Tarver?
No, he wasn't. He was not out of his prime, man.
He was not. He wasn't. Trust me, I'm a Roy fan. No, he wasn't. Tarver caught him with the luckiest punch ever and knocked his ass out.
And see how you feel. Let me tell you something. Before he fought Tarver, you never saw Roy Jones tired in the ring. Never. When he fought Tarver, he was gasping for air. Both fights. That's because he had to lose all that weight to come down to that old weight division he was in. He wasn't the same Roy Jones anymore. Everybody know that.
But he wasn't out of his prime though. He wasn't out of his prime.
Out of his prime.
Well, if you mentally out of the game, you out of your prime.
Listen, man, he had lost the fight.
Roy Jones had achieved everything he ever wanted to achieve in boxing, except fighting the likes of Holyfield and Mike Tyson. But he still got a piece of the heavyweight crown. He felt like he didn't need to prove anything else. He was done with fighting at that point mentally.
But he didn't lose no fights. Before Tarver, he ain't lost no rounds. He was beating Tarver. Like that fight, he was actually winning. You can say he's winning, but he was winning the fucking fight. Tarver caught his ass. He got caught.
All that weight, man. Yeah, he wasn't the same.
But he got caught. But he wasn't losing the fight. That fight that he lost, he was not losing.
He was losing the fight that he got knocked out in. He was winning the first fight. He lost. He was losing the second fight that he got knocked out.
The first fight he was winning. When he got caught, he was winning that fight.
No, he was losing. He was losing.
I don't think he was losing that fight.
Hey, yo, boxing sessions. If Haney don't fight Loma in his next fight after he beat Kambosos, the bet is off, man. He got to beat him in his next fight. He got to win. He after Kambosos, he got to fight Loma. If he don't fight Loma after this, I ain't betting you no $100 because Loma getting old, man. He got to fight him next.
But Loma got to get this war behind him first, man.
Hold on. I done snuck out from under my wife real quick. I done heard you talking that shit on YouTube. I had to bring my ass down. Let me tell you something, buddy. Who the fuck else is at a fight besides Lomachenko's stinking ass?
What? Say that again,
man. Boy, if I got to repeat myself, it's like
I thought a guy named Tank Davis.
Tank Davis didn't want to be a free agent. He
ain't gonna fight him. I heard Devin Haney voice crack when he was talking about him in an interview.
Man,
no, Devin wants that fight. Devin definitely wants that fight. I think I'm gonna tell you something. I think Devin wants that fight. I think they both do. But it ain't time for that fight yet. But I think they both want it. I think they do. Y'all got to remember that's an old gym war right there. That's an old rivalry from the gym. Them two want to fight each other professionally.
I think and I said this, man, going into the Rolly fight. I think it's starting to get the Tank when people start talking about his resume and how he ain't fought nobody, and I even heard, you can see how when they brought up Lomachenko, when people bring up Lomachenko from years ago, oh, he ducked Loma. I think that shit's starting to get the Tank, man. I think it's starting to annoy him a little bit.
No, I think Tank ready to fight. I think that's pretty much what he's saying. Like he really want them fights. Like but we'll see. How much control he got. You know what I'm saying? We talking about promoters and shit. You know what I'm saying? And what they want to see happen first, and what's viable for them. So, but I think Tank can beat all them guys. For real, I think Tank can beat.
I think
Tank could beat Shakur. I think he could beat Devin. All right, Shakur out of the question because he had a lower weight class. He got to work himself up. You know what I'm saying? And but I think he can beat Devin. I think he'd beat T.O. I think he'd beat everybody down there.
But Tank is definitely the bag. I think he do want those big fights. I think his folks have kept those fights from happening because every time they ask him about any of those guys, he don't really shy away from it. He ain't never just really been calling anyone out. But at the same time, like back in the day when they were talking about him and Loma, he wanted that fight. Every time they interviewed him, he started talking. He wanted to fight, but then Mayweather shut him down and to take over the conversation. Nowadays, when they ask him stuff in the ring about other fights, he said, "There's no Glock, no safety on this Glock. Anybody can get it."
Nah, I think take the truth. People, he just not no knockout artist. You know what I'm saying? Tank can box his ass off, bro. I ain't gonna. If y'all think Tank can't box, man, and shame on y'all, bro. Shame. He can punch you with both hands, nigga, and box. I watched him do it. Tank can box his ass off, bro. He's at the level that everybody else wants to be at. Even though if you want to shame on him for his resume and shit like that, but Tank can fight his ass off, bro. And I don't think they're ready. I don't think they're ready for Tank yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think if you don't knock Tank out, you don't win that fight. And I don't see anybody really knocking him out.
Tank can take a punch too. And if he don't respect your power, then he's gonna do something else to you.
Well, I just looked up because I was curious, right, when we were talking about Roy Jones earlier losing all that weight. Because I remember he didn't even weigh 200 pounds when he went up and fought John Ruiz. He weighed in at 193. 193. I was just curious. And he had to lose all that weight. I think he had to go from that back down to 175 in like 8 months. I want to say it was like 6 to 8 months he had to go back down and defend his title because they were about to strip him. Yeah. And he went back down and fought Tarver, which he shouldn't have done. By his own admission, he shouldn't have done it. No, but anyway, while I got everybody on the panel, right? So, did anybody just so happen to catch the Terminator in action this weekend and his absolutely dismantling of Joe Smith Jr.?
Absolutely, man, I already picked him to win. I was like, I was watching his last fight. He fought my brother, lost, and it went for a minute, and I was like, he about to fight Joe Smith. I was like, this is about to be a destruction because simple fact, I even called it. I called it on Junior's channel. I was like, when that nigga hit him with that left uppercut, it is over. It is over, and that's what happened. And the last time when it was all over, he dipped because Joe Smith do stupid shit, right? He could punch his shit, but the funny thing that he lean in with his head and he leave his head down. He don't be looking up and he can't see shit. And that uppercut was waiting on his ass, and then you know what I'm saying. That's it. You can't go against that boy and not box, nigga. Shit, nigga, you gotta box that motherfucker.
But DJ, let me ask you a question. Do you think does that only give like way to what you thought of him, or does that make Joe Smith's whole strategy look even stupider? Because I understand his fucking strategy that he had.
Now it was stupid as hell.
Now the result would make you say that it was stupid as hell, right? But you got to think about it going into it. Beterbiev was known to start slow, right? Even in the fights that he's got knocked down and dropped in, right? He always got knocked down early within like the first 4 rounds. So I think Joe Smith, his game plan was to come out and jump on Artur Beterbiev, jump on him cold. If he could rock him, cool. If he could just rack up rounds, be up 3-4 rounds by the time the 5th round started.
He ain't do none of that shit.
Use his jab or whatever. Either way it goes, shit didn't work out for him, and he found out that Artur Beterbiev actually has good footwork. So he has good footwork, and he doesn't load up on the shot.
He is fundamentally sound. I'm telling you. Look, absolutely. He only got. They think that he got power, but he's short with his shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he got power and he got a fucking chin. It's hard. Look, no matter.
Yeah, he's got a chin. That's part of the reason why I call it.
If you fight a fucking Russian, you got to beat them. You got to beat them the fuck down. And then all of them, damn near all of them got chins. You gotta have some real heavy power, or you gotta have enough power to break them down to beat them.
Okay, so you think that was more impressive? The win, the win just solidify what you thought of him.
Absolutely, it added on to what I thought of him. I mean, you got to think about it. The same Joe Smith went 12 rounds with Bivol, even though Bivol outboxed him. Possibly, I think
He
it
gonna
was.
fuck Bivol
I
up.
have to go back and watch the fight. But Bivol outboxed him. Bivol didn't stop him. Joe Smith Better BF ran through him. So, I mean, it makes for an intriguing light heavyweight undisputed fight, I'll tell you that. But we probably won't get that the next year.
Yeah.
And he gonna fuck Bivol up. Bivol ain't. I don't see nobody beating that boy.
Me either. Not at light heavyweight. No, sir. Not at light heavyweight. And I don't think he's gonna go up the cruiserweight. I don't even think he's that big. I think he stays around his weight. I think if anything, he might get up.
I think he should do what Benavidez doing with Jamal. Tell Benavidez bring his ass up one more, and then come on here and get some of his ass whooped and see how good you is.
I don't think he. Go ahead, Best Futures. What was you about to say? I was just saying I don't think he gets that big. I think he stays around one night.
I saw his coach. I saw his trainer and his coach earlier. He said that the fight that they want is Bivol, and if they was to unify, they're going to move up to cruiserweight.
So he is going to move up to cruiserweight.
I don't think he needs to.
Yeah, but he said it's contingent. It's primarily contingent upon him getting that Bivol fight, though. He said he want that fight. He don't want to. They don't really want to fight Yard. They want to fight. They want to,
Yard, he gonna demolish Yard.
Let him finish.
Yeah, he said he don't want to. They say he don't. He said he don't want. They don't want to fight Yard. They want to fight Bivol. They want to fight for some legacy type stuff. They want to do something. He said they want to do that. So
he should go ahead and fight Yard. I give it one round.
Yeah, so he won Bivol. He said he won Bivol, and if he beat Bivol, he will move up to cruiserweight.
Okay. And that's the fight the fans want to see. But from what I'm hearing from different people and from different sources, right, they working on Bivol and Zurdo Ramirez right now. So Zurdo Ramirez has been he's fought 2 eliminators. I think he's ranked number 2 in the world in the WBA at 175 last time I checked. So Zurdo wants his shot at Bivol. So I think that's what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, they should give it to him. That'd be good.
Yeah,
they gonna stay away from Better B too much.
No. I think he'll fight it. But I don't think it'll be next though. Like I said, it'll be sometime next year. Next year if it happens. Bob and Eddie will have to get together and get their head out their asses for it to happen. But I'd like to see it happen. I think a lot of fans. So I mean, so far within this past calendar year, this has been the year for undisputed fights, man. So I'm holding out. That's why I believe the Spence and Bud fight is gonna happen. I think that fight.
Who y'all got in that fight?
Who
y'all got in that fight? How y'all see that fight going?
Until that fight is signed, we don't talk about that fight on this channel.
Who you got in the fight? Who you got in the fight?
I just heard the interview. Maybe about before I got to work. It was Crawford talking, and he was saying that he wanted to make that fight happen. He was like, yeah, and he was mentioning the fact of the possibility. If he said that for some strange reason it didn't happen, he would seriously consider trying to move up and fight Charlo. But he said his focus is Spence, though. He said that's my focus. He said my focus is Spence. So the way he talking, man, he trying to make that shit happen. Both of them.
That don't sound right to me.
Nah, he said that. Nah, he's saying that
if Crawford won all the marbles,
yeah, he's saying
he need that fight.
Nah, but he's saying that, if for some strange reason it didn't happen, that's what he do. But he's saying his focus is the Spence fight. He said that's the fight that he's trying to
bullshit, nigga. I don't want to hear none of that shit.
Yeah, he said but he sound like he wanted to fight. He ain't sound like no other shit. Look, when fighters want to fight each other, when you hear this shit coming out of their mouth, a fighter that they want to fight, them niggas want to fight. Fighters who don't want to fight, they don't say shit, B. They don't say shit. I've been a boxer. This is my 41st year in the sport. I know when niggas, and I haven't been a fighter myself, when fighters don't want to fight, they don't say shit. When fighters want to fight,
why are you talking about Jamal though? Jamel. Why are you talking about Jamel though?
Huh?
Because he's trying to get them big checks.
No, not Jamel. Not Jamal.
Before he get out of here.
Nah, it was Jamel.
He's trying to get them big checks. Yeah. He trying to get them big checks before he get up out of here.
Yeah, he said
Bud ain't
not
20.
Jamal. Not Jamal. It was Jamel. If I
Yeah,
said
he
Jamal,
trying to
it was
get.
Jamel.
Yeah, he trying to get them big checks before he get up out of there, man.
But he said, but his focus, he said, my focus is the
Bud.
Spence
I
fight.
mean, them good fights for us to see.
That's his focus. He said, my focus is that Spence fight. That's the fight I'm trying to make happen. That's what my focus is at. But if some strange reason it don't, he said I would consider that shit. But that's not his focus. His focus is that fight with Errol Spence.
Yeah, but Bud act like he's some kind of like king or something. He could just run around fighting whoever the hell he want to fight. Like we all know that them fights don't work like that. Them kind
Well,
of
the
fights
reason
take
why
time.
we know that shit take time. But the reason, you know why he felt that way? Because he get a general consensus best fighter. That's why he felt like that. Whether you agree with that shit or not. That's what the general consensus says.
I'm saying he can feel however he want to feel. We know that them fights you don't just decide.
Yeah. But you can make them shits happen, man. They can make them happen.
Yeah.
All right, so who you got in the fight though? Y'all still ain't answered my question. Who you got in the fight?
If he want to make it happen, he'll make it happen. The bottom line.
If he willing to take a cut,
sure the reason why he wants
to take a cut,
they're willing to make the business. They're willing to make the business right. He gonna do that shit because everybody always saying, "Oh well, he gonna have to take the lesser side." Yeah, that's probably the case because on paper, Spence sells better in that regard, but that man is considered the pound for pound fighter, and he holding on to that shit. That's why he's doing that shit. Like we could say, well, we want to that. Yeah, Spence sell more than him, but he holding on to that shit. So he gonna use that shit to his advantage to get paid more than he ever got paid before, even if he don't get more from Spence. Because people keep trying to negate that shit. That man been considered the top fighter for the past 4 fucking years. The only person you could have put ahead of him, really, fuck that Lomachenko shit, because he was never the best fucking fighter. You understand? That's because he got the complexion for the connection and shit. But Andre Ward, before he retired, was the best motherfucker after Floyd retired. And then Crawford right after him. So he been up either number 1 or number 2 for at least the past 4 years. And that's what he holding on to.
But Bud do bad with business. Bud is a fantastic boxer, but business-wise, he fucked himself over plenty of avenues with the way that he conducted his own business in boxing. He set himself up for limiting his potential financially because he's not a pay-per-view fighter. He got this thing going on with Bob Arum. Then the Irish dude, the one at that MTK crap that they got going on, he lined himself business-wise with all the wrong people. And that's what's ended up biting him now with all this negotiation stuff. He's a fantastic fighter. But business-wise, he's telling you everything he doing, don't do it if you're a boxer. Don't do it.
I said, who you got in the fight?
His business decision that he made for his family, and it was guaranteeing him to be the highest paid welterweight on the average for each fight that he does. So it wasn't a total bad decision because what it was in that position. 9 out of 10, when no one else was getting the kind of money he was going to be getting for those fights, we probably would have done the same thing. You never know, man. Sometimes you got to do stuff for family, man.
But I get it. But what I'm telling you is like, look, anytime you're dealing with any type of contractually, when you're not getting any of that back end money, you capping yourself off of what you can get. So just because he's getting paid more than his peers doesn't mean that he's doing himself a favor. You could say the same thing with Floyd. Floyd could have signed a contract and got paid the most that anybody ever got paid, but he would have been missing out if he wouldn't have bought himself out of that contract and controlled the back end of those contracts. So business-wise, he didn't do himself no favors. He ain't gonna be poor by any stretch of the imagination. The amount of money he's making, he's making plenty of money. But that doesn't mean what he did, that doesn't mean that it was a good business move, because right now he's not, when he goes to negotiate these 2 fights, he's not in a position of power. He's not. When it comes to business-wise.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but he was under the impression that he would get the big fights. And if somebody had told us, that we were going to get the big fights plus get paid more than the average fight in our weight division, we would have took that deal probably too. Especially when you got like $3 and somebody promising you $130, that's a big improvement to your well-being. So we can't say that we wouldn't have made that same business decision. He didn't know that bull crap was gonna go down like it did. So I can't say that all in all that he made the wrong decision, because he's got himself in a very well financial position. There's no welterweight that's more wealthy than he is right now. Facts on facts. But as far as him having leverage in the welterweight division, no, he doesn't have that. He was also not the Earl Spence been in the welterweight before he came up.
You said he more wealthy?
He's the wealthiest welterweight active right now. Yes, he is.
He make more money than every welterweight.
I said the most wealthy active welterweight. He's the most active. He's the most wealthy active welterweight.
So he make more money than all the other welterweights. Are you sure?
Let me tell you something. No one getting bigger person than him and Earl Spence. No one's getting bigger person than him.
Man, Terrence Crawford purses been divided between like 3 people.
Yeah, all them persons are divided between 3 people. Look here. You gotta understand that when it come down to that net worth, Earl ain't showing no larger net worth than Bud. So I mean, regardless of what they getting on the back end,
you crazy as hell.
But see, we don't know that because we're not privy to that.
It don't matter if you get it on the front end or the back end.
No, it do because we don't. Yeah,
Bob was taking his money, nigga.
Yeah, but that back end stuff, we never know the real numbers behind that. We know like estimated numbers.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We ain't talking about the purse for the fight. We talking about what you've earned in your career, and when it come down to your net worth, that don't have nothing to do with the front end and the back end. That counts all of it.
Yeah, count everything. Yeah, count everything. So we don't know what they truly getting. None of these dudes. So we can just speculate. We don't really know.
You missing the point, bro.
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about what they're getting per fight. I'm talking about what they're worth. What they are. Kiss my leg, a freaking train. Kiss my leg.
Oh, you stuck in the rear yard.
Worth. At the end of the
money, right?
It counts everything.
Yeah, of course. But we don't even know that. Yeah, we don't know that.
No, he's talking about his pound status, his great boxing ability.
No. I'm talking about what the government
dollar amount.
I'm talking about the government knowing what you make. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we don't even know that's true because a lot of that stuff be reported be inaccurate, man.
Hey, bro. It can back in or whatever. I promise you. If you making some money in this country on that level, they know about it. They got to tell the government eventually. They ain't got to tell you and I, but they got to tell the government, or they gonna do something.
Yeah, but what's getting reported is never accurate. Is what I'm saying. We don't know. I don't even care about that part. I'm just saying we never know how much they actually get paid. They can tell us anything.
Bud didn't have the best deal for the future. But we can't say he didn't make the best deal for him and his family at the time he made those decisions.
I don't know.
It's not right for us to say that because we don't know what we would have done for our family.
I don't know.
But also, this is what y'all have to consider too. This is what must be considered too. See, this is what you have to consider too. Part of the reason why a guy like Bud have made the deals he did too, I think, is because Bud wasn't the blue chipper like Errol Spence and them Olympic dudes. Like Bud he's overachieved in many regards. See, but somebody like Spence and them Olympic dudes, they was expected to have some level of success as pro. So somebody like Crawford, who was a good decent amateur, but he lost to my little bro, Saddam Ali. Saddam Ali was the Olympic representative. Those guys was all considered the blue chip dudes to make it. So he was a little bit behind them in terms of he didn't come out with the necessarily exact same recognition as those type of dudes from the gate. He earned his shit.
So when you earn your stuff like that, and you get to the point where you're making like a guaranteed contract, more money than you ever made in your family
That's all he got.
generation. That
Then
family
he had to split that
generation.
shit up 30% with Bob
So
first.
yeah, so what happens is that's why he you make that happen. A guy is gonna tend to stick to that type of deal. You know, understand what I'm saying?
He was really
Like
making
that.
almost damn near just $1 million a fight, nigga. What the shit broke down to, nigga.
Yeah, but
So
remember that
so he kind
that
of
first one.
overachieved.
I'm talking about the second contract that he signed with Bud. I mean with Bob. When he did the first one, that's expected. Like you said, that's an overachiever. Nobody saw
Yeah,
that coming. When he did
not
that
really.
second one, that didn't make no sense. And he knew he couldn't get that fight with Earl signing with him. He knew there was some limitations on that with him signing that came with that money that he knew that he was gonna have to that he's now complaining about. That's what I'm talking about. It's money that came with it. There's also some
He had
limitations
to
that
feed
came with
fat
that.
ass Bo Mac.
Yeah.
But it's like that. It's like what Cinto said, man. It's just like that old saying, man. A bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. You don't know that shit. So when you got that shit already, and you got that
He had to pay Uncle
contractual
Sam.
thing, contractually,
I'm
some
stuck with
people
what
when
I
you
can
face
see,
with it, when you
what I can
face
get my
with that
hands on.
shit face to face, and like I said, he living good. Them niggas when he went from being a poor person to a wealthy man, he's a millionaire. So
No, but
that when you really
way he
face with that shit, when you
but he
really face
wasn't.
with that, it's a lot different.
This money good in Omaha. You know, you can get a
Exactly.
3-bedroom crib in Omaha for
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so you have to
$700.
consider that shit. Yeah, you got to consider that shit. So he went from being poor to being a millionaire. So this
But
is
not
what
the second
Centro's mean.
contract.
But what I'm
Not,
saying is his lifestyle been changed for a little while after that for that. So he used to live in a certain lifestyle now. So when you face that having to deal with it, you have to make a real decision. Am I willing to barter, or am I willing to bet on what I want to do and mess it up? So I think that played a part in his decisions too. And still not knowing and not really understanding, not really understanding the business, because a lot of them don't really understand that side of that shit like that. When they focus more on their boxing, see, Floyd Mayweather was different with that shit. He thought.
But let me cut you off for a minute. I'm gonna let you go, but I'm just basing off what he said. He said he the one suing Bob behind what Bob did for him.
Oh, now, yeah.
About that last contract. Now this first contract, his first contract, that's a given. He ain't got no choice. He trying to get paid. I'm with you on that. When he re-signed again, that's where he got a problem, and that's where it don't make no sense. That's where it just gets silly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but truly, we don't know the ins and outs of that lawsuit. We know what they put out there in the public eye and ear, but we don't know all the intricate parts of that lawsuit.
But I think Cinto hit it on the head. Like, if you get down, I think Cinto hit it on the head.
Smart enough to
Taking
sit
care of your
back
family, you're
and
making that
analyze
money.
everything that went wrong for him, that shouldn't have happened, and the things that should have happened. And I think that's why that lawsuit is taking place, or they wouldn't have took that. They wouldn't take on a top rank unless they knew they had a chance to really win. So yeah. I think he's doing the right thing. I think that he signed that contract with good intentions, and he expected them to do the same thing. And they didn't keep the end of the bargain. He didn't know that Bob was going to be out there.
I think that played the part too.
Promoting him, not promoting him, but depromoting him, saying he's a loss to invest in and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
That, man, that's to me, that's promotional malpractice. The stuff he said about Bud Crawford. So no, he didn't see that happen. And Bud Crawford never talked bad about Bob.
Bob was talking about that before he signed that next contract, though. That what you saying? Bob talked about that before he signed that next contract.
Bro, he did what he did for his family, man. Well, that's what we got to
listen. We can't generalize that like that, man.
How the fuck Amir Khan get paid more than him in the fight?
Actually, we shouldn't be talking about all that. But he did survive the accident, and Bud is out of his contract, and they're going to fight. So that's the main thing we need to worry about. The two of them are going to fight still, and they're going to get more money now than they would have gotten in the past.
But listen, you can't say that Bud did what he needed to do when first of all, Bob Arum came out and said all that stuff in between him trying to negotiate that next contract. Bob ain't just recently say that. He been said that crazy stuff. He said that ain't new.
That's not true. He
That's not
signed
new.
that second contract, and then Bob said stuff. Bob said that stuff
Listen,
on
Bob
Fred's show. He said on Fred's show, and it was out the Bud had already signed again.
He said that before that. That's the most recent era of him. He said he lost more money. He said he had made several statements about him losing money on Bud's fights.
Okay, so
That wasn't the most recent one.
You saying Bob said all those negative things, but then gave him more money on the second contract.
But why would
That
you
don't
take
make
his
sense,
money?
bro.
That's what I'm saying. But why would you take his money? If this man talking bad about you and this is your promoter, why would you sign another contract with him?
I don't recall Bob saying those negative things about Terrence Crawford during the first contract. I remember him saying it out to the second signing. I don't remember nothing about that.
I could be wrong. You could be right. I could be wrong. I just, as far as business go, that wasn't like we can't laud like the only reason that people laud Floyd Mayweather right now is based off his business acumen. That's the only reason. The Floyd Mayweather is a piece of shit as a human being. So the only reason people even rock with him is based off of that money stuff. So we can't see people do bad business.
The main thing is this fight is going to happen. If these guys live to see that day and nothing negative happen, it's going to happen. We're getting a treat as fans, and that's the main thing. They both took their own paths, and now they come together. That's the main thing. We can't keep running this man down about the business decision he made for him and his family. I don't think it's right. Everybody tell me
it's a bad decision. Listen,
if anybody tell me I made a bad business decision for my family, I'm gonna tell them go fuck themselves. That's what I'm gonna tell them.
Oh man, but listen, man, we can't sit up here and praise somebody about making a bad decision. A bad decision is a bad decision. It just is what it is.
The man made money. The man made money, period.
That doesn't but that don't make no. But that's like you working for NBC and them making you an exec and paying you $1.5 million, but you could have owned your masters. That's one thing that got nothing to do with the other.
He chose his decision on how he makes his living. That's just point blank. And the main thing is, even though it didn't work out as well for him as he thought it would, he's still about to get this big payday at the end of the day. So it ain't stopping the fight. We're going to get the fight.
No, I'm not talking about the fight. I'm talking about his business decision. I'm not talking about the fight. The fight is going to fight. The fight is going to be what it's going to be.
Decision now. What about now? Prison time.
What do you mean? He's still look where he at now. Who is he signed? Where is he at? Okay, that's based off of that.
So he ain't got no excuses about all that. No one's got an excuse about not fighting him. So it's all good now.
Okay, so he got Bob out the way. Let's even look at right now. He got Bob out the way, correct? So now who's negotiating for him? He done got Bob all the way out the way. Bob ain't promoting for him. Bob ain't in the way.
I've been who negotiate for him. Our business is to see the fight. It ain't our business who negotiate for him.
But we can't be saying that he doing what's good for his
family.
Ain't saying
nothing. You saying you my dog, but you saying it ain't we. It's
man, he about to make more money in this era fight than he ever made in the contract any fight that he ever made.
Yeah, he good. He good now. That's what we need to worry about.
Yeah, that's not good business, man. I mean, I don't have nothing against, but that's bad business now. I will hope nobody else follow that, because right now he don't even have a promoter right now. So that's not advantageous for him. That's a disadvantage for him. There's nothing good about that.
The problem is eliminated now, so it's irrelevant.
Okay.
So we moving forward, and we waiting on this fight to happen. I'm trying to check hotel. I'm checking hotel rates right now. That's all I'm. I don't even care nothing
about. So who you got in the fight?
What it's gonna cost.
This is my third time saying that shit.
I hear you. I hope we get this fight. I hope we get it. It's gonna be a Vegas thing, whenever they do it, whatever dates you know.
Oh, the fight gonna happen, man. It's gonna happen. That's why, you know what? I'm so glad they're not letting us know 100% of what they talking about publicly.
That's how you know they're serious.
I don't want to know about the business of it. I want to know about when the fight happened. I don't care nothing about the business of it, because it ain't gonna. All it's gonna do is cost me some money. It ain't gonna put no money in my pocket unless I gamble and win. But other than that, I don't care nothing about the business of boxing. That's for them to worry about. It's for him to take care of his family, for Earl to take care of his family, and for me to watch them knock their head off. That's it.
No, well, that's how you know they serious, because you don't know nothing about it. Every time they doing some real negotiations, you don't really know nothing. Now, you remember when Gary Russell was arguing over the internet with With what's the young dude that just won all these belts? Haney. That was all public. There wasn't no in the hell. Those was no real negotiations. That was all hoopla. Whenever that shit gets too public like that, that's just somebody putting on. Because anything
No,
that they really trying to negotiate, that's private.
That was a real serious situation. The boys wanted that fight was going to happen, but something happened with Russell and PBC on that one. That's why
that wasn't serious, man. You can't be negotiating in public like that. Name
Yeah,
one time you ever seen public negotiations like that.
You shouldn't negotiate like that, but it was going down. But
That wasn't
PBC
serious,
put a
bro.
stop to that. That's what happened.
That's what I'm telling you. Somebody don't want that. Whenever that stuff get that public, somebody don't want that to happen. It might not be the fighters, but somebody don't want that to happen whenever that shit get that public. There's no way everybody in both camps want that shit to happen because they keep that shit quiet. They're going to have to keep it quiet because somebody going to have to give something up.
But I'm going to tell you, the Joshua and the Bronze Bomber, that fight, that never happened. Devin and Russell, the fight that never happened. All publicly negotiated. And then when Earl and Crawford was talking about them fighting previously in the previous years, that fight's going to happen, but it wasn't going to happen under circumstances. And that proves, those three fights right there prove that we, the fans, don't need to be ingesting all of our thoughts and trying to dictate what them guys say to each other about who gets what and all of the business of boxing. We don't need to be involved with that part. All we need to do is root for our fighters, wait for the fights to happen, support it, and talk about if the fights happen or if they don't happen. Not talk about the money part of it, because that bull crap, man, it espoused a lot of energy, negative energy. It split us in the UK on that Joshua and Wilder fight, and it's just a whole big bull out here, man. It's tiring, man. I get tired of hearing
that Joshua Wilder fight, that wasn't gonna never happen. That was too public, and that went from one thing to the next. First, the contract, they fight about the contract. They got a contract. Then they wanted Wilder to prove he had funds. Then he proved he had funds, and that was too public. Anytime that stuff get, to me, in my opinion, anytime that crap get too public, somebody don't want that fight, and it might not even be the fighters might be completely oblivious to what the fuck is going on. But when that shit get real public like that, you're not getting that fight. See, right now, there's a lot of speculation hovering around Errol Spence and Crawford, but it's nothing. You ain't really hearing their camps come out and say nothing, which is good. That means it's private. That means they actually really negotiate. That's a good sign. Whenever that shit get real public, when people airing out contracts and all that foolishness, somebody ain't trying to fucking fight, man.
Big Dog Willie the Great, you stupid as a motherfucker in the chat, bro.
He kind of right about that shit, cause I think they did all that shit with Wilder, cause they really ain't want that fight with him, cause they'll be asking all that outlandish shit. When you want to look, when fighters want to fight, cause Joshua fought other motherfuckers for far less than that. All that outlandish shit like that. Oh, you got to show me proof of this and that. That's because they really don't want to fight. Somebody in the camp, you're right about that. Somebody in that camp didn't want that shit to happen. I think they really didn't want to fight Deontay at that time. That's what that shit was about. Because if they really thought they could have beat him, they would have made that fight happen for less.
This can't be Big Dog Willie. This is not Big Dog Willie in the goddamn chat. This is somebody else posing as Big Dog Willie in the chat, bro.
Yeah, they got him saying some crazy stuff. I was reading that a few minutes ago, and it didn't sound like Big Dog. But if it is him, hey, you might want to come back on the panel and explain yourself.
All right, Big Dog Willie, jump your ass up here, nigga. Let's talk.
I hope that little boy went to bed.
Hey, what y'all think about
a little boy should have went to bed, shouldn't
he? Hey, I said something, and ain't nobody said nothing yet. I wants to know who you got in that fight.
Which fight?
Errol versus Crawford.
I think it's a 50-50 fight, but I like both fighters. I think it's a 50-50 fight, but I've been a Bud Crawford fan longer than I have an Earl Spence fan. And so
All right.
I probably be leaning more toward Bud is more of my favorite fighter versus those two. I think he's a better boxer overall, but I think it's a 50-50 fight. I wouldn't be surprised which way that fight goes. But I'm gonna lean more toward Crawford because I've been riding with him longer, and I just feel he's a better boxer.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I probably lean more towards Earl because his work rate, but it still would be a close fight.
Yeah, it depends on how it goes. It's like when he fought Sean Porter, it showed me something. I seen Bud get tired in that fight, but he could carry his power, because he trained enough. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of wondering how he gonna do against Earl, because Earl does have a chin,
and
his work rate is higher, and I don't know if y'all ever been in the ring before, but trying to walk a nigga down in the ring, it take a lot of energy, and Earl obviously got it. You know what I'm saying? So, just outboxing, you could rest a lot. You know what I'm saying? And trying to counter somebody and shit like that, but walking somebody down require a lot of energy to do. And I favor Earl in the fight. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I do. Just because his work rate, and I think I don't know how, just because Terrence, he could switch from orthodox to southpaw. I don't know how that's gonna work against Earl, because Earl is a natural southpaw. You know what I'm saying? So if he fight him in the southpaw stance, I don't know how it's gonna go. Only thing I can see is that the thing, I don't think the uppercut is gonna work. And the only thing I can see with him catching him with is the right hook, which is Terrence Crawford's strong hand. His real power punch is that right hook. And so if he catch him with the right hook, and that's what I think he gonna have to do. If Earl don't lean in, then I can see him catching him, maybe putting him in trouble. But if he can't do that, then if he find it hard to do that, I figure Earl by decision, unless something else happens. I don't know, but I favor Earl in the fight. Just because I think I don't know how he's gonna deal with if he gonna come out orthodox or southpaw. I don't think southpaw is gonna work on Earl.
Now, I don't think that switching stuff mean that much. I think that's a little bit. I think that don't mean as much as people overplaying that. I don't think that matters that much. I think that their styles is gonna make that. I don't think that switching mean a whole lot.
Yeah, I think they're gonna square up and start fighting.
Yeah,
I think both of them are.
Yeah, I don't think that switching crap means nothing. I don't think that means a whole bunch of nothing. Not at that level of fighter.
Yeah.
That's a high caliber fighter. So I'd be surprised. I wouldn't think that he would switch and Earl be standing there confused. That just don't make no sense.
Nah, he ain't gonna be confused. He ain't gonna be able to do nothing. Earl used to all that.
Yeah, that wouldn't do nothing. We'll see though.
And
Hopefully we get the fight.
He got an Olympic pedigree, so he's seen a lot, way more than Bud has seen.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we get the fight. That'll be an awesome fight. Did you watch that? Let me ask you this. Did you watch that Kings documentary? I asked everybody that. Did you watch that Kings documentary? The Kings documentary on Showtime?
Yeah, that actually came out last year, bro. I meant to tell you that the other day.
Oh, did it? Man, that's been out a whole year? You for real?
Yeah, it came out last year.
Man. Now, did it bother you? The last time I watched it, I was kind of bothered. I didn't notice it the first time. But did you hear the way that Hearns was talking? Like his vernacular, the way he was talking, like he was a little punch drunk.
Oh yeah. He talk like that now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he can tell you. He got touched quite a few times. Yeah, Yeah, he got a little. He got
Who
a
y'all
little
talking
slur.
about? What's that? What's that?
A little slowness in his talking. His brain ain't
What?
functioning. His
Who we
his brain
talking
ain't
about? I
functioning
ain't seen the
at
Kings
the exact.
documentary. What's that about?
The king, the four kings.
What is it about?
Hearns, Sugar Ray, Duran, and
Hagler.
Yeah. And the one guy that they don't talk about, they released his thing after that. The one guy they don't talk about is Iran Barkley.
Hearns been talking about
Now,
that
is that new too? Is that new?
About him later.
Is that new? That one that you talking about? That was new. I just seen that today.
It came out a few weeks after the Four Kings came out last year.
So both of those came out last year.
Yeah.
And that kind of disturbed me. The way he was not, I ain't paying attention the first time, but the way he was talking, if you really listen to him.
Nah, Hearns been speaking like that for a while with that slurry shit though.
Yeah, he been doing that for a long time, bro. Every time I see him in an interview, he
talk like that too.
Yeah,
really Bo bad though. Yeah, really Bo bad.
Sugar Ray talk like that too.
Yeah,
he talk fast. He blink. He think fast. That's what you see. If you can't get punched in the head and not be fucked up in some kind of way, it just come out in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Like Sugar Ray be like, you know, he's a good fighter. I can see, you know, he kind of reminds me of me, and you know, shit like that. And Hearns is more like the only one that really came out probably that came out better is my boy damn, his name, the other one, Hagler. Hagler was one that I think his brain damage wasn't that that nigga had a cranium, so you know
he might have had a little. He got hit. Hagler got hit quite a few times, man. He was just terrible, man. But he got hit quite a few times.
Yeah, he was in some wars, but he walked away at some point. Those other two kept fighting later on as they got older. They kept on going.
I think the damage was already before was there before those guys got to their second half of their career. To be honest with you.
I don't know how long did Sugar Ray and them fight. They fought to what age? Cause they fought pretty late.
Light. What do you go to light heavy or something like that? Him and Hearns.
Hearns, they fought past the 30s, 30 something.
Yeah, Sugar Ray fought to like 92.
Yeah,
I think they went up to 175, didn't they?
Yeah, something. That last fight they fought, that second one.
Weight like they used to, but the thing about it, I think the damage was already done.
Way before that.
I mean, Sugar Ray didn't really take any real serious damage until he ran into Terry Norris. That's when he took some serious damage, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry Norris fucked him up.
What weight division was that? Like
because he was old as shit. He was like what? Like 37, 40 almost.
We talking about Norris?
I don't know.
Nah, Sugar Ray.
When he quit, yeah, he was up there. He was late 30s.
Because Terry Norris retired.
Yeah, he's late 30s. When he finally quit that. He kept getting all those big paydays though. That was another one that kept getting paid no matter who he fought. He was the money man.
Yeah, he made like $25 million a fight, nigga. Shit.
Yeah, he was running
probably not then, but you know.
Nah, they showed his purses on that Kings thing. I think 1 or 2 of them fights he got $10 million.
Yeah, well, Sugar Ray managed himself, him and his attorney.
Oh,
so he spearheaded his own career with the help of his attorney. They did a pretty good job for himself.
He didn't have no promoter, did he? He wasn't under Aaron and none of them, was it?
No, he partnered up with promoters like Aram and a few others, Don King, whoever, to make fights happen because those those promoters had the network deals as well as the event. Venue deals. So that's what he did. But other than that, as far as the management part and all that, he took care of his own.
Oh, okay.
Sugar Ray Robinson, he took care of his own business. That's Sugar Ray Robinson's the guy that don't nobody know about. According to that little piss and fucker that was on here earlier.
Hey, they said in the chat somebody got a bad echo, man. It might be you, Sid.
I'm talking directly on my phone. Let me mute.
Yeah, I think that was you, Sid. So it's cool. It happened to me sometime too. But what y'all on, man? Y'all still on Bud and Errol?
Nah, we talking about Sugar Ray now. Sugar Ray and that King stuff. We brought that back up.
Oh, Sugar Ray Robinson, when he was out here beating the shit out these dudes with the oven mitts on.
Oven mitts.
Like, I just started watching some of his fights one day because that was way before my time. I was like, man, them little ass gloves, man. Yeah, he out here whooping ass.
Well, shit, the other nigga had oven mitts on too. They just got their ass whooped.
I'm talking about he was out here beating the shit out of folks with the oven mitts on. Just come here. But I think it was Chico Bean, the comedian. It's like Jack Johnson used to whoop white people in front of white people, man.
Yeah.
Like he don't get the credit he deserved. Come on, Skipper, he's killing you.
That old nigga from Texas.
But that's where they came up with that law that what you call it? R. Kelly in jail behind the Jack Johnson law. That law that stopped him from taking white women across the state line. He couldn't.
Yeah.
They got what's the name like that too, man. The singer.
The misogyny law.
What's the name, man?
It's a misogyny law. That's what it is.
It's whatever that prosecutor name.
They got Chuck Berry like that. They got Chuck Berry like that, taking them white women across state line.
Yeah, but that law was written for Jack Johnson. That's what that law was. That's what that law was written for. They named the law
we know
after
we
the
can't whoop
prosecutor.
him. We'll get him another way. We can't whoop him, so we're gonna get him another way.
Yeah, they wrote that law behind whatever the prosecutor name who came up with the law. That's what the law is named after. That's the same shit.
Yeah, Jack Johnson said, "Man, fuck y'all. I'm gonna fuck these white bitches."
Yeah, knock y'all out and take y'all white bitches. Yeah. And ride up and down the highway with them too, with the top down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, Sugar Ray Robinson was a bad boy. Out there with the oven mitts and a perm, just whooping ass, son. Whooping ass, man. Well, what was the dude he fought? He fought him like 6 times, man. Jake LaMotta. I'm about to say I knew it wasn't Rocky Marciano. It was another man. He whooped Jake so many times, man.
Hey, what y'all think about Rocky Marciano back in them days when they had all that mafia shit? How many of them damn fights y'all think was fixed to red and all that shit?
Probably half of them. They
I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure.
That was a great white hope, man. But he could punch his ass off though.
But they controlled the whole. They controlled the whole sport of boxing.
Mafia controlled all that shit.
Yeah, they controlled the whole sport of boxing up until the '60s. Until the mid to late '60s, they controlled that shit. Before the government got involved and started going after them with that RICO shit and all that, all that mafia stuff. But they controlled it up until the middle '60s, man. Controlled that shit. Like Jake LaMotta, who we just was talking about. He went on trial for that shit, and he admitted that he took a dive to get the title shot. He took a dive. He fought this guy named Billy Fox, a light heavyweight. He took the fight. Billy Fox was controlled by the mob. He took a dive, and that's how he got the shot to fight Marcel Cerdan for the middleweight championship. He was tapping. He was hitting fucking. He was so nervous in the fight because he was hitting fucking Billy Fox. The nigga was Glass Joe. He kept hitting him, and the motherfucker was trying to fall down, and he had to hold him up. He had to hold him up to make sure he could live up to his part of the bargain. Because he said I was scared. Every time I tapped the motherfucker, he was about to go down. I had to hold him up each time.
Damn.
So he could make sure the deal go through.
Oh, damn. I wanted to switch the subject real quick.
Imagine that, though. Imagine trying to lose and you can't.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Boxing
Every time he hit that motherfucker, he was almost going down. Yep.
Oh, fuck it. I'll leave it alone.
Trying to lose and damn near blew losing because the motherfucker had such a soft chin. Every time he tapped him on the chin, he said the motherfucker was about to go.
That's got to be some of the most frustrating stuff in the world, man. Like, God, man, I'm trying to help you out, man. Damn, come on.
But that's how they control the sport. Yeah, they had a very big hold on the sport for a very long time. Like I said, up until about the middle 60s. Even Sonny Liston, who we was talking about. Sonny Liston was controlled by the mob.
But I say, wasn't he like a leg breaker or something for the mob?
Yeah. Earlier in his career. Yeah, earlier in his career, when he was a contender, early in his career, that's what he was doing. You know?
Wow.
And mind you,
you had to deal with the mob if he was in boxing then.
And mind you, Sonny Liston was the champion up until he lost the title until 1964. So most of the 60s, like I said, the early to the mid 60s, they controlled that shit. They controlled the sport, man, for many years. You had to go through them, or it wouldn't happen. Even Sugar Ray Robinson had connections to keep them out of his business, because he had other white people that he was doing business with that like staved them off, and also you have motherfuckers like Bumpy Johnson and them in Harlem, who they was connected to too, to help him, because they always tried to press him too. They tried to press Sugar Ray Robinson a lot, but he wasn't going for that shit. But he reached out to his help.
I was just about to ask you that too. I was like, did Sugar Ray Robinson or Floyd Patterson, did they ever get involved with that? Jersey Joe Walcott, did they ever get involved in any of that?
Well, Cus D'Amato, that's part of how he made his name in boxing.
Sugar Ray Robinson was too good, and they couldn't put nobody in front of him that they thought they
tried. He said, Ray, they tried that shit, but he wasn't really with it. But he had connections that helped him stave that shit off some too. Like he had the right people, he had the right powerful connections with some powerful people that made it harder for that shit to happen with him. And he always told them no. But they approached him, but he always was like, nah, I'm not with that.
Wasn't it him in Harlem Nights? That wasn't him. That was something.
That's kind of like based off of that era and him, but that wasn't him though. Yeah,
that was Jack Jenkins.
Yeah, that
was Harlem Nights was 1920, so that was probably based off Jack Johnson.
Yeah, the Sugar Ray's part was based off of him because he owned it. He owned a lot of the nightclubs. He had a lot of businesses and shit. So that part is based off of him.
Okay. See, I would have thought it was Jack Johnson.
Based off him, but that fight character wasn't him. The fight character was not him.
Okay.
Yeah, the champ wasn't him. But yeah, they tried that shit. Like I said, they dominated the sport for quite some time, man. It took to the mid to late 60s before they was basically pushed out from the full control of boxing. You know?
And then they left Bob Arum match.
Yeah.
Right. That part.
Hey, who would y'all, since I got y'all on, who would y'all consider to be your list of the best trainers or best actual trainers?
Top of my list is Emanuel Stewart.
It's a lot, man. Like when you really know the history, like great trainers, because see, when it comes to being a great trainer, there's a couple of factors that you have to factor in. One being actual technique taught, also psychologically how you can affect the fighter, like to get him to perform at his best. Because you got some guys, they're real good technical trainers, but they can't inspire their fighter the same way.
Look,
as somebody.
the way I
technically
think
is good.
the way I think about trainers is this. I think I can't put one. I think that there's, you know, especially here in America, there are a lot of good trainers. But I think that trainers are only as great as the talent they find.
Yeah, in some ways that's true.
You know, so
in some ways,
you know, that's the only way you can see whether or not how good they are by the talent they find, and whether or not they could use that talent, take that raw talent, and actually bring it out and coach them to actually be great. You know what I'm saying? So I think that they're all great. You know what I'm saying? But they're only as good as the talent that they have.
Yeah, if you have a great trainer, he can find out ways to bring out the best in his charge. You know, like you take somebody like Angelo Dundee. Now, Angelo Dundee was good with that shit.
Yeah.
He may not tell you he might not tell you no real technical shit, but he knew how to make his fighters do stuff they needed to do. Like if he wanted Muhammad Ali to throw a left hook, which he didn't throw a lot, he would tell him like some shit. He'll lie to him and say, "Yo, Cash, that was like a great hook you threw in that last round." Then Ali would start throwing hooks out of nowhere. Even though he didn't really throw the hook that last round, he'll tell him, "Yo, I love that hook you threw," and then he'll start throwing that shit the next round. You understand? That's a good trainer. Like you know how to work your charge. Or like when he had Sugar Ray Leonard when he was blowing the fight against Thomas Hearns, he told him, "You're blowing it, son. You're blowing it." Now he didn't tell him technically, "I want you to go double jab straight right," and he's vulnerable to it. He didn't tell him that shit. He just knew how to say, "Yo, you're blowing it, kid. Yo, you're blowing it." And Sugar Ray went out there and attacked him, and they stopped the fight. So that a good trainer could do those type of things too. It don't always have to be technical. It could be the way in which you inspire your fighter to perform his best too. But some guys can be real technical. They saying all this technical shit. Keep your hand up, block this, do this and that. But the fighter out there getting his ass kicked because you don't know how to inspire him in the right way. So it got to be a little bit of both. You got to be able to inspire the fighter, and you got to be able to give him some technique too. Got to be a little bit of both.
Okay, but well, I'm interested to know what your list is.
Emmanuel Stewart cuss your ass out because he cussed out Lennox Lewis so many times.
Because Lennox used to get lazy and shit, man. You know, he get lazy and, you know, nigga come in and fucking fight all big and shit and, you know, not really training and shit, and then come out there and be lazy. And he be like, "You're blowing it, son. What the hell you doing? See, now it's time for you to fight. Now you got to fight now. You nigga, you want to listen to me the whole time we was training. Now we out here."
But Emmanuel Stewart would do both. He was a prime example of what I just said. He would do both. Yeah. Because he could tell you technically what to do, but he could also inspire your ass. He'll smack your ass, and he'll talk shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He'll smack the shit out. What the fuck is wrong with you? Throw that goddamn shit.
Yeah. So he could do both, but he could also tell you technically what to do too.
Like but how good y'all think his son was?
Dropping his hands, he could do that shit too. He was good at that.
How good y'all think Emmanuel Stewart's son was with that job he did with Fury? So you think that validates, so that don't mean nothing?
Nah, that's his nephew.
That's his nephew. That's not his son.
Sugar Hill.
Oh, okay.
Sugar Hill is his nephew.
Okay, I thought it was the son's nephew. Okay, so how good do you think he was? Oh, that don't
he's
mean
from
nothing.
they all from the they all from that they Emmanuel Stewart's disciples, man. They follow that his philosophy. They follow his philosophy. They teach the Kronk style of boxing, which is offense first.
I'm about to say it's all gas. All gas.
Yeah, he believed in offense first. So he taught
some man can't throw no punches if he always on defense, right?
Yeah, that's his thought. Yeah, that's his thing. Like your best defense is a good offense. So if you look at most of the successful Kronk fighters always had a good offense. From Hilmer Kenty, his first champion at lightweight, to Thomas Hearns, to Milton McCory, all of them guys. He made Lennox Lewis a better offensive fighter when he got with him.
Yep. Because Lennox needed him. Lennox needed him, man. And you know, because Lennox he just had lapses, and you know what I'm saying. That's why he became a great heavyweight. He might be one of the he up there. Lennox is one of probably the greatest heavyweights of all time. One of them.
And I couldn't stand that bastard. I hate
man. You can't knock it though. The nigga, because Lennox when he on point, man, ain't nobody fucking with that boy, man.
Nah. Yeah, I
don't think no heavyweight right now can fuck with Lennox in this prime.
Yeah, like I said, once Emmanuel Stewart got a hold of him, he elevated him. He brought out Emmanuel Stewart brought out his full potential. You know, he brought out his full potential. He had a lot of potential and talent. Stewart brought it out of him, you know. But Stewart believes like you're a big, strong, fast man, you should be using that shit. He didn't believe if you're a big, strong, fast man that could punch with hand speed, that you should be just boxing around the ring. He's like, you should be in attack mode. Attack that motherfucker. You bigger, you stronger, you faster. Hit him. You hit him before he hit you. That was his mode.
Be first.
Yep, that's what he taught. You be first. Don't wait. You attack him. You know. That's his philosophy.
What do y'all think will be the example of a terrible trainer?
Freddie Roach.
Shit, there's a lot of them.
Ooh, you know what? That's one of the names that always comes up. They say Freddie Roach is overrated, and another old school trainer that they used to that I've heard is overrated was Lou Duva.
Now, well, see, Lou Duva wasn't really Lou Duva wasn't technically. He could
he made Holyfield good, man.
He was more of a cheerleader and shit. And main event. In that promotion, the real trainer was George Benton, but Lou Duva was in there. He's a former fighter. Lou Duva fought and shit, but his job was to like inspire you, like, "Come on, kid, you gotta fight. Let your hands go." He that type of motherfucker. He ain't gonna tell you.
I know what.
He ain't gonna tell you no technical shit like that.
The first boxing match I ever saw in my life, he gave Meldrick Taylor the absolute worst advice. You gotta go after him. You gotta go. What? No, I whooped his ass this whole fight. I'm winning the fight.
Yeah.
And he went in there, and man, fuck Richard Steele, by the way, but God almighty, man. You can't stop that fight. But anywho, yeah, I thought he gave Meldrick Taylor some bad advice, man. Like, you winning the fight. All you gotta do is just stay on your feet.
Hey y'all, I'm about to go. It's late. I need to take my ass to sleep. So I appreciate all y'all in the conversation, man. Y'all be easy, man. I'm out though.
All right, be out, box. Come back tomorrow, man. We'll be here.
All right, yeah.
Hit the subscribe button on the way out, man. We'll be here. In a minute. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's like a scratching sound in the background, Sento.
Yeah. That's Sento?
Yeah, I know that's frustrating, Sento. I know Sento want to get in on this one, man.
Yeah, he be running to some bad reception. I do it too. When you pushing these lows up and down these roads, yeah, I'm pretty sure he got a lot to say about this one.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, how good a trainer? How good you think Teddy Atlas was? How overrated was it, or underrated?
Now that motherfucker's overrated. Now that's an overrated motherfucker right there. And I told you, I know that motherfucker. I feel like he's so fucking overrated because he never created a fighter from scratch from start to finish. Everybody you see him working with was already started by somebody else. Everybody. You never see nobody he created from start to finish. Anybody he got was already trained by somebody else, and they brought him in. And his name
not even Timothy Bradley.
His name is only major because of his connection to two people, Mike Tyson and Cus D'Amato. That's the only reason why his shit ring bells. You remove them two, he ain't no fucking body.
Not even Timothy Bradley didn't start with him?
Hell no. Timothy Bradley's father and what's his name? The former fighter, the Mexican kid. That's who trained Tim Bradley. Him and his brother. It was Tim Bradley's father and what's his name? He was good fighter. He was solid fighters as pros and shit. Is they Garcias too? I think they Garcias too. Or go what are they? He trains that the guy I'm talking about that started Tim Bradley. He trained that Russian dude now. The Russian dude Batayev, what's his name? The one who lost to Stanios.
I think his last. I think it was Diaz.
Batayev. The guy who trained Batayev, that was Bradley's trainer. That was Bradley's trainer. Bradley was with him. He started with him.
So he ain't trained. He ain't bring none of his fighters up. He just jumped on at the ass. Okay, I got you. He did. He did like Tony.
I met Teddy Atlas back in 81, 82 at the Junior Olympics when I met Mike. And I ain't like his ass then. Fuck him. I never liked him.
Joel Diaz. Thank you, 93 Octane.
Yeah. Diaz. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. That's who Bradley was with. That was Bradley's training.
I got another question since you like a historian on here. What's up with these cut men? Like, why is that one guy cuts on every major fight? The one gray haired dude, cut man, corner man.
Because it became a specialty. It became a specialty trade in the sport of boxing. Like you always kind of had them, but a lot of the older school trainers, the really good ones, they could handle a cut. Like say somebody like Angelo Dundee, he could handle a cut. You know, a lot of them guys, but I would say maybe it started maybe in the 60s and the 70s. You started having guys, they started specializing in just like being able to handle the cuts, as opposed because they wanted to, I guess they started wanting to have it like where the trainer is trying to give the instruction as to what to do, and the guy can focus on the cut. Whereas an old school trainer, he would be having to give the guy instruction and work the cut at the same time. So when you started getting the cut specialist, the trainer could tell the fighter what to do while the guy working the cut without cutting into him trying to tell the guy what to do. So it became like a specialty thing, you know, guys who specialize in that. Now you just have guys that was former trainers, or a lot of them are still trainers, but if they get good and proficient in that, fighters can hire them just to do the cuts. They have their own personal trainer.
Are they hired by like the venue, or is the network hiring them? Because that one, there's like one or two dudes that's there all the time.
It's the commission.
Okay.
Yeah. Certain guys, you get a license for that shit now. At certain commission, you can get like because you'll get your trainer's license, but you can also get like that if you specialize in that too now. So that's why you see a certain group of guys you see all the time at certain venues and shit like that. That's why.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, different things like that. So, and this became over the years. It's just gotten real popular. I would say you started seeing that more towards the I guess maybe in the late 70s into the 80s. You start seeing it more and more and more. Like the guys who just cut men, specialize in that because they know how to handle that. Like I said, they can focus on the cut while you still dealing with the other aspects of the fight. So you don't have to do both anymore if you don't want to. But a classic trainer, he could do all that shit. He could tell you what to do and be working the cut at the same goddamn time. You know, like them old school guys from 40s, 50s, and 60s and shit like that.
I'm forgetting the guy's name. The gentleman who's Lamar Peterson's trainer. What's his name? What's that guy's name?
Gary Hunter.
Gary Hunter. There you go.
Gary Hunter.
Yeah, where you rate him at?
Very good trainer. Very good trainer. Good coach. Good coach. He will fall into the category of a good coach and trainer. A lot of them guys from that area is very good. Like a lot of them guys from that DMV area, they very solid coaches there. I've known over my years in the game. Like when I was fighting, like the kids from that area, very well trained, man. Solid fundamentals, generally speaking. They would always have solid. We beat them in tournaments and shit. They're very solid. solid, well trained on the fundamentals of boxing. A lot of very good, solid trainers come from that area. Going all the way back to Sugar Ray Leonard trainers, Mike Jacobs, from him to Pepe Correa. So many, man. It's a lot I can name from that area. Them guys are really good, and Hunter falls into that category. Very good, solid trainer. Just as Tank Trainer is. Calvin Ford. You guys are excellent trainers, man. They take a lot of kids, man, and do good work with them. Them kids be good, decent fighters, man. In the amateur programs, they participate in a lot of the amateur programs across the country and shit like that.
Yeah, that Sugar Ray. The only thing, I wasn't really too heavy in boxing back then. I was real young. I was real casual with it. I'm a little bit more, still kind of casual. I ain't that heavy, but I remember that the Roberto Duran no mas. Everybody remember that no mas shit.
Get your ass out the way. I'm hard, man. I'm on the road, man. Somebody just got in front of me and threw they hot hazards on. I'm like, what? Yeah.
Wild stuff.
Yeah.
But man, I like a lot of these. Even though they newer, they still got some of that old school boxing shit in them, right? Like, look at the training that Boots is getting. I remember Floyd Mayweather and Roger Mayweather, that old school. Even Troy Isley's trainer. I can't think of his name right now, man. Some of the stuff that he was doing Saturday, I was like, see, that's some old school boxing shit. Every time he would tie him up, Troy would grabbing his neck. I was like, yeah, that's some of that old school shit right there.
But that's because, like, when you bring up Floyd Senior and Floyd Mayweather Senior, I forget his trainer name, but I used to know that I know that guy. I remember when I was young, that guy, they're from Detroit. He's a very good trainer. He had a lot of good contenders and stuff that fought in that era. I forget his name right now. I remember him. He had the gray hair, the gray afro and shit. I can't think of his name right now. But that guy was an excellent trainer, man. And he had a lot of good fighters, good solid contenders that came up under him. I can't think of his name right now. But I can see his face. Brown skinned guy with that fucking gray afro who Floyd trained under. Those guys was good trainers. I can't think of his name right now. I can see his face clear as day. It'll come to me. But yeah, they was well schooled. That's why Floyd could teach what he taught, the shoulder roll and all that stuff, but they got taught real good techniques and shit. In that area from the Midwest over there in Detroit is specifically, them guys was taught well. A lot of old tricks of the trade, man. And that's how that stuff still live on to this day.
Right. Detroit, the DMV area. Ooh, Santos, it's bad. It's bad tonight, bro. I know it's killing you, man. I know you listening, and I know you want to chime in, but that echo was bad tonight. What's going on, KP? Oh, man, we lost Pittsburgh. Come back in, man, if you can. The phone probably died or lost signal or something. What's going on, KP? But yeah, he said KP was in the chat. He said George Benton was one of the greatest trainers ever. And he said Benton was with James Toney and Pernell Whitaker.
Yeah, Benton was great. Benton was because he was a great fighter, He was the uncrowned champion in the 60s, because he beat Joey Giardello, who was the middleweight champion, He was a hell of a boxer, man. I had a couple of his fights on tape when my old fight film collection. I had he fought Hurricane Carter, because that era, Philly had a lot of great middleweights, man. At that time, you had Joey Giardello, George Benton, Hurricane Carter, who's actually from New Jersey. A lot of good fighters around that time, man. Them guys were great, and George Benton was a hell of a boxer, man. He should have got a title shot. He never. He got ducked. That's why they was calling him the uncrowned champion.
because George Yardello and them, they ain't want none of that smoke. They was like, fuck that. He beat me on red. I ain't fighting him no more. So he never got that title shot he deserved. And but he was excellent, man. And you know, he trained Meldrick Taylor, Pernell Whitaker, Tyrell Biggs, Johnny Bump City Bumpers, Ronnie Shields. He was the one who was training on it. He was the actual trainer.
Yeah, he was like the main events trainer.
Yeah, main events. Yeah, he was the actual trainer, like who taught the real skill. Because he was the former good fighter who had the skill to pay the bill. You know what I'm saying? He was the former good fighter who had the skill. Whereas Lou Duva was, like I said, he was the cheerleader. He was the cheerleader for that bunch. But
yeah, he was like the Flavor and shit.
yeah, exactly. He was the hype man and shit. He was the definite hype man. But George Benton was the master, man, the master teacher, man. Skilled boxer himself who was able to teach that shit. And like I said, he had a lot of good guys he trained. Like I said, all them guys I just named, from Meldrick Taylor, Pernell Whitaker, Johnny Bump City Bumpers, Rocky Lockridge. He trained all those motherfuckers.
93 Octane said Detroit, Midwest Ohio, long lineage of rich boxing tradition, even wrestling too. Yeah, for sure, wrestling. The Midwest, man, good luck. Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, man, all them cats. That's why it was so impressive when I found out Bud was a state champion wrestler in high school. I was like, he did that shit in Nebraska? That's impressive, man. So
yeah, because that's a wrestling. They wrestle over there.
They wrestle. They wrestle down here, dog. Especially that Iowa, dog.
So
Ohio too. Ohio's known for wrestling and football and shit. So, but yeah, definitely Ohio has had great boxers in the past. You look at the Cleveland area, the Dayton area, and even Cincinnati.
Yeah,
they've had great fighters.
Hey, but like Vespucci was saying, DJ, them DC squad, they always got some good teams that come through here when they do like the Silver Gloves. So me and my dude does refereeing for the fights. So we met Stafford and we met Team Headbangers and all that shit. They have a group of kids, man. It's like they just got a fountain of them kids just falling off the tree, bro.
Yeah, they good. They good. Them guys are good trainers, man. See them at the tournaments. They kids be solid, well coached, man.
Yep. I remember Fernando Vargas' son was coming through here.
Yep, they well coached. They have like he said, so many kids. They bound to come across somebody who's gonna really transcend that shit and go high like Tank did.
Right. I was just about to say, you even look at it today. You got looking from that DMV area today. You got the Russell family. You got Tank. You got Keyshawn Davis, Troy Isaac. Yep. All of them came from that DMV area, man.
Yeah, but I got
but I'm pretty sure they had some wars down there at Headbangers and all them other gyms down through there.
Yeah,
I thought Keyshawn from like Jersey area.
Nah, VA. He from VA.
VA. Yeah, they all pretty. Like I said, they have very good. They for years. Like I said, that's why I can go all the way back and start
Keyshawn from Virginia.
Up. Yeah, you can start from like I said, with somebody like Ray Leonard up. Like you got him in Virginia. You got Pernell Whitaker's from Virginia. Like they.
Yeah, remember Vespucci? Remember Sean Bay Mitchell?
Shit. Hell yeah, he from Maryland. That's my dude too. Sean Bay Mitchell's mad cool as shit, man. He came to train in New York at the when I was training at Times Square. He was cool as fuck, man. Good brother, man. He was smooth as hell, but that boy was a pretty boxer, man.
William Joppy. Remember William Joppy?
Yeah, Joppy cool too. Joppy was training down there before he fought Trinidad. I talked to him before that fight and I was telling him that he ain't listen though. I was like, don't be training.
Yeah, he didn't listen. He didn't listen.
I told him straight to his face. Just box. Use your boxing, and you'll be okay. And shit. But he did not listen. He was slugging with that motherfucker. I was like, no, not slugging. Use your boxing and you got a chance and shit. But nope, he tried to go out there prove that point. I guess somebody got in his head, yo, you the natural middleweight. Shit. you'll be playing with them punches, man. Because a puncher going 9 times out of 10, a puncher gonna still be able to punch some if they're moving up or not.
Yeah. Yep.
I thought he fought Trinidad at 54.
No, he fought him
Nah,
at
he
60
fought
in
him
the
at
tournament.
middleweight.
He got in the Don King tournament. He was in the Don King tournament.
Middleweight tournament.
Okay.
That middleweight tournament. He fought him at 160.
Okay.
Yeah. After Trinidad beat Vargas and David Reed, he went up, fought them.
Then he moved up into that middleweight shit. Yeah, man. I was like, nah, man. I told her I'll never forget that day. We was in the fucking. I was like, yeah, this boxing, man. You should boxing. Do not be trading with that motherfucker. But you know, they ran that you the natural middleweight shit. They're trying to slug with that boy.
Went in there and got his clock clean.
Got it real clean, quick too.
Yeah, but yeah, that area though, they produce good fight. Like I said, that area, you know, good solid guys. There was good amateurs to make good pros. Like, and I said, I always like to start from off my what I know of, from like Ray Leonard and them up, from him, Pernell Whitaker. Remember they had Andrew Maynard, the Olympic light heavyweight from Maryland, the gold medalist, the Marine. He was from Maryland. Then you have good pros like Andrew Council and all those guys. They all from over there. They always were solid, like good fundamentals, well schooled, well trained over there, solid. You know, good fundamental boxing. You know, from those programs out there. But yeah, we talking about an overrated motherfucker. That's that goddamn Teddy Atlas. That's the most overrated motherfucker in the world, man. Nigga ain't shit.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, he's the most overrated bastard in the world, man. That nigga ain't shit. I don't give a fuck. He had this bum ass nigga years ago up here. This Irish motherfucker. They was trying to, like in the 80s, they was trying to blow him up. That nigga trash, man. And sure enough, he got exposed like a motherfucker. And he had him from early in his career. As soon as he started fighting halfway decent competition, that fucker was getting chopped up like he's going through a meat grinder. Yeah, he ain't shit. Like I said, he's living off a Mike Tyson name and custom model name and shit. They'll bring him in.
Yeah, he really is.
He's the celebrity trainer. He's that celebrity trainer.
Okay.
He's that celebrity trainer. You're gonna bring in shit, celebrity. I'll put fucking Freddie Roach over him. Because at least Freddie Roach was a real fucking fighter. I was a little boy and shit. I remember when I was little and shit, youngster and shit, teenager, I used to be watching Freddie Roach get his ass chopped up on the original ESPN.
Yeah, he was getting his ass whooped.
You know, but he was tough though. He was tough, and he was a real fucking fighter. So I respect him. And he had good coach shit, because he had fucking Eddie Futch, right? Shit, Eddie Futch is a great fucking trainer. Shit, Eddie Futch used to be a boxer. Shit, Eddie Futch sparred with Joe Louis. Got his shit clocked by Joe Louis a couple of times and shit sparring. You know, but yeah, but at least, and I can honestly say, like, I saw some improvement. With Pacquiao once he came to Freddie Roach. Because first he had just that sizzling ass straight left hand down the pipe.
That's all he had. Yep. Damn, he dropped.
And then Freddie Roach got him to use that shit better and helped him with his foot movement and shit.
I say I'll let him back in if he comes back. But yeah, man.
So I give Freddie Roach better than Atlas, like I said.
Just certain areas, man. I don't know what it is. It's something in the water when it comes to this boxing shit, man. Like, you look at Ohio and possibly the greatest boxer ever come out of Ohio, in my opinion, the Hulk.
Aaron Pryor, yeah.
Yes, sir.
That one.
Yeah, Pryor don't get a lot of credit because he came in.
He don't get the
80s,
credit he deserved, man. He lost one fight. He lost one fight his entire career, man.
But
and
that
still
was
came back and won.
That was the very end.
That's when age really started to catch up to him, though.
Yeah, but that was at the very end after he was drugged out and shit, and he tried to come back after being off for a while,
that shit hurt him, you know, that shit. But as a fighter, man, he was a different kind, man. Like,
Yeah, I remember watching his amateur fight with Tommy. He fucked Tommy
yeah,
up.
short as little ass motherfucker, short as hell, getting busy. And you know the crazy thing about it is what most people probably don't even realize when you think about him. Like, you know, he fought 140. Most people know that, but he was a
Yeah,
lightweight.
he stayed at junior welterweight his whole career.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he did.
the thing about it is he was actually lightweight. He just fought that weight because none of the lightweights were fighting for the title. So he was offered a shot at the 140-pound title. With this promotion, it was Ali promotion. It was this guy. It was a big deal back in that time too. What's my man name? God damn it, he had it popping too for a short period of time, but then he got in trouble with some money laundering shit, and it was the Muhammad Ali shit was the name he was using. He was putting on some good promotions, man, and then they had this big promotion set up. All these champions was gonna be fighting on that shit, and then something happened. He got in trouble. Something Green, I forget his last name. I think his last name was Green. Well, then they offered him a shot to fight. Now he was trying to campaign to get a fight against like Ray Mancini and the lightweight motherfuckers, but you know,
Roberto, was he trying to get one with Roberto? Because Roberto never said his name.
Nah, but at that point, Roberto was already moved up to welterweight. Because Roberto Duran was lightweight champion. Roberto Duran was lightweight champion from 1972 to 1978. So he had already moved up at that point. By the time Aaron Pryor got any noteworthy as a fighter, he was already gone. But at
Hey,
that
Best
time,
Futures, could you imagine how crazy they press conference would have been? Duran and Pryor?
Yeah, they had a lot of respect for each other too, them two. But by the time he got there, you had like Ray Mancini, Alexis Arguello. Those guys was the lightweight champions around that time. And then you had at junior lightweight, you had Hector Camacho. They was a little bit behind, like Hector Camacho, Roger Mayweather, and them. But they was a little behind. But at that time, the main dude they was trying to blow up was like Ray Mancini and shit like that. And you know, nobody wanted to fight him. You know, even Howard Davis, was the
Olympian, Olympic gold medalist. Yeah.
Because he the one who beat Howard. Because the two top guys at lightweight from amateur up to that point was Aaron Pryor and Howard Davis. They was the two favorites on the Olympic team. You knew that it was going to be one of those two that was going to represent America. And you know, there was many people that thought Aaron Pryor was going to be the representative. And it was between them two, and Howard Davis ended up beating him, and that turned out to be a big deal because by Howard Davis making that Olympic team and winning that gold medal, which Aaron Pryor probably would have won that gold medal too had he made it. The difference in their pro debut was that Howard Davis Jr. signed a $1 million contract with CBS Sports. And Aaron Pryor fought for $500 in his first pro fight. So he always had that chip on his shoulder because of that shit. You know? He always fought with that chip on his shoulder. And that's why he was always trying to call him out. Because he tried to fight Howard Davis as a pro, but Howard Davis' father, who was his manager, he ain't take that shit. He was like, hell no, I'm not fighting you. At least not now. Not today. That shit is worth something. And even Sugar Ray Leonard, you remember? You ever see them, look at them videos of Aaron Pryor trying to get that fight with Sugar Ray?
Yeah, I seen it.
Sugar Ray was like, nah, nigga, you gotta get more famous. You know, because you gotta remember, these guys all came up together. They all part of the same alumni group, basically.
Yeah, they came in the game together. Yeah, they was fighting in amateurs together. Yep.
Yeah, because the story I heard was that part of the reason that Sugar Ray moved up to 139 was to get away from Aaron Pryor. Because you know, Sugar Ray fought 139. He won his Olympic gold medal at 139. Well, he was 132 originally. They're saying part of the reason that he moved up was not to have to compete against Pryor all the time. So he moved up to 139. And Howard Davis stayed at 132, which where Aaron Pryor was at. You know, so them guys know each other, man. So it's like shit. I'm not. And I also heard that Aaron Pryor got kicked out of Sugar Ray Leonard training camp because he was
for beating his ass. I heard that too.
They was too much. There was too much serious sparring competition, like tough, like too much of that shit. So they was like, man, you got to go, Jack, because he sparred with all of them. He sparred with, cause I know he sparred with Howard Davis and he sparred with David. You know, so that's the crazy thing. Like, you know, it's crazy. Like that guy was really a lightweight, but he had to fight 140 because nobody would fight him. He ended up making a name for himself at a weight class that he actually wasn't trying to campaign at. But he got offered that fight against Antonio Cervantes, the legendary Antonio Cervantes. So he took it and he won. So he used it as a market. He used it as a way to market himself. You know?
Yeah, because if he doesn't fight at 40, he probably never gets Arguello to come up to, you know, to that weight class.
Hell no. Nah. Nobody didn't want that smoke for him, really. Not that lightweight, not that lightweight. So they was avoiding like Mancini management and them. They didn't want that shit. They was like, nope, we're not going that way. And then only Alexis Arguello had the guts to fight him. Because what he was trying to do was, at the time, I think he was trying to become the first let me see, he was the bantamweight.
He went through those 3 weight divisions. He went to featherweight too.
I think he was trying to become the first
I think he was featherweight to lightweight and then to junior.
No, he started at bantamweight. He was bantamweight. He was the champion at bantamweight. Bantamweight. Arguello was champion at
featherweight. And featherweight too.
Yeah, bantamweight, featherweight, and junior lightweight, and then lightweight, because he was champion at 135. Because he moved up from 135 to challenge Pryor. No, excuse me.
140. Damn, I don't hear you no more, Best Pugilist. You still there? Still there, Best Pugilist, or go? I might have dropped you.
Is my mic still echoing?
Nah, you good. I hear you clear.
Okay. All right.
Best Pugilist dropped out. You must have went through a bad area.
I just got back in my truck. I know I was missing some stuff.
Yeah, we was talking about oh my, I got bad echo. Is that me? My echo that bad?
How is it now?
You clear.
I say I don't hear the echo like everyone else do. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, you clear.
Okay. So what was y'all talking about 5 minutes ago?
The great trainers from the. Oh, I got it.
Do you hear it now?
No, it ain't you. It's me.
I don't hear it though, man. Oh, you
don't hear me echo?
I can't hear the feed. I can't hear the echo on this end, but you probably can hear it on your end.
Yeah, but I don't hear it coming from you. I only hear it when I talk.
So I don't know, man. It's been hard. I've been hard on me. Like first, I couldn't get on through my phone or my tablet. I still can't get on through my tablet.
They just changed some settings in it recently.
He did what?
StreamYard changed some kind of settings, man.
Yeah, it's jacking me up because my tablet won't even log on, and my phone I had a some kind. My phone didn't hook up until I got to a certain point in my route.
Now
I
can
don't
you
know
hear
what's.
the echo on my end?
Huh?
You hear the echo on my end?
I don't hear it over here.
Damn, I hear it whenever I talk. It sounds like I'm talking through blowing paper.
Man, I had some filter ball, man.
Yeah, it's something over the StreamYard, man. It just changed like the last week and a half, and I seen it on my phone.
What you say now?
I seen it change to StreamYard last week or so on my phone. It's some kind of update.
Yeah, it's got me jacked up right now, man. So I can't get on. See, I can use my headset on my tablet. I can't use it on my phone for StreamYard.
Yeah.
I have an Android phone.
No, okay.
Yeah, ever since they jacked me up, man, on my phone with StreamYard, man, I ain't been able to ride a wave like I normally would.
Yeah, they done changed some stuff on it, man. They got to get the kinks fixed out.
Yeah, most definitely. They messing up the money. Messing up the money. Well, how was your Father's Day, my man?
Man, they did me right, man. Wife and kids, man, they took care of me, man.
That's what it should be, man.
Man, it is, man. I had to stress to it like the last, probably a couple years ago. I'm like, hey, man, don't be buying me no damn socks and just draws. Hey, I gotta give me something good, man. Everybody else get good gifts around here. Y'all gotta hook me up. Don't be trying to minimize me.
Screwdrivers, ink pens, ties, draws, socks.
Yeah.
Shoot, we want to be swooned like the women get swooned. Real fathers do. Yeah, my son, he grilled yesterday. I hung out with him yesterday. Him, his kids, his mother and grandmother. His mother and I, we hadn't been on a true speaking term throughout my marriage. I was married for 21 years. And, you know, she acting real cool now, man. So I'm riding the wave. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just going. As long as everything copacetic, I gotta get that time in with my grandkids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, the crazy thing is that a lot of our people have a revisionist mindset. It's like they know how great you are, but they don't like to say it, especially to the men. So it seems to me as if they always have this thought process that they gonna wait and tell you how great you are when you go.
Yeah, I think truthfully, she's been shooting me down negatively in front of the grandkids for years. And now she's trying to clean her mess up and let them know, nah, he's not a bad guy. He's a good person. He's good for, you know, all that stuff. She was in her feelings, you know, about getting married and whatnot, you know. Now she's trying to correct some errors, you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, the kids been thinking one thing, because they love her to death, you know what I'm saying? But they've been thinking one thing for years. And now she's telling them something else. So it might be hard on them, you know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, I tell you this, though, I got a little experience with it because my father-in-law gets it from his ex-wife, which is my wife's mom, right?
Yeah.
So it's like they always can call you and ask you to do something and get you to do something for them, but when it's time for you to need somebody to do anything for you, it's never that option. You don't have that option.
Right.
So I just came to the understanding that a lot of the time there's a lot of bitterness in them because they kind of look at the dudes like you wasn't nothing without me. Now that you something, they kind of have like a resentment toward it. Hey DJ, can you hear that static when I talk?
Yeah. I think it's Sento's mic again.
With Centos, I don't hear it on Centos. I only hear it when I talk.
You echoing now? Because I don't hear it.
Oh, okay. I don't hear it now. I don't hear it now. Centos is clear when I mute up though.
Okay.
That's
All right.
weird.
Let's both of us mute. Sentos, if you can hear us, say something now while both of us on mute.
Oh, I didn't know I was muted. Can you hear me?
We hear you clear.
How's it sound to you, DJ?
It's good. We'll just have to go on mute while you talk.
Oh, okay. It's probably my line that's causing the confusion, but when I talk, it's not echoing. But it sounds like echo to you guys. I got you.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say, you know, with these exes, a lot of times, man, they be like, you went on, your dad had moved on, got him another family, and all this old kind of thing, right? The moms don't never really want to tell what really happened in the relationship, especially when she had something to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Like these grandkids, they got questions now, like where I've been at for a minute, and because I hadn't always been there for them to be able to put their hands on me, and vice versa. But there was a lot of situations that I was given as far as information, as far as where the kids were, where they lived, different things like that. And I wasn't always, they never really let me know what was happening so I can show up for the kids, right? They just not let me know all this stuff. But the kids are under the impression that now that I'm going through a divorce, I'm showing up, and that ain't the case at all, you know. I would have showed up years ago, you know what I'm saying, on a regular basis. But things went on good terms, you know. So I'm hearing little bit by little bit they got questions, and I know they do. They all do. They're 13 and 14 years of age. These particular two. So I don't want to talk to them just the three of us. I want to talk to them with their grandmother included, because I want the truth to be laid out on the table. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anybody to think I'm talking behind their back, because I'm gonna tell the truth about what I'm gonna tell my part. I'm gonna tell the other person's part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, that's how it usually grows from us as men, people that's been raised to be men. So a lot of the times what I see is that the guys don't tell their story. The kids have only gotten one side of the story, which is the moms. So they just kind of run with that. And by the time it gets all the way down, you find the kids start finding out when they get grown that mom only told part of the story. And they believe the whole part of mama's story. And then now they resent mom because mom didn't tell the stuff they needed to tell. I've seen it happen over and over.
Hey, when it comes down to my own kids, my son and my daughter, each one of them, after they became in their early 20s, came to me individually at separate times. Sit down and talk with me and say, "Hey, Dad, I apologize for everything in the past. That I was thinking this and thinking that, but now that I got older, I can see for myself. I know what it really is. You know what I'm saying?" And I pray for years about that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? And God, blessed me with the opportunity of, my kids coming to me and sitting down having that talk with me. And I still don't want to bash their mothers. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to bash them because I know they love them kids. But at the same time, they didn't know how to be full, mature adult women and just be real about what happened and put their feelings to the side and put the kids first. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what happened in the past. Cause see, I ain't never had no problem because when I leave a relationship, I'm gone. Now we're gonna do what we need to do. I want us to do what we need to do for the sake of the children. You know what I'm saying? And the kids to come after them. But there's no reason to be going at each other's heads, talking bad about each other, and trying to, keep the kids on your team, favoring, you more than the other, instead of, teaching love to these kids, as far as who the other person is, and allowing that person to have time with those kids. And so a lot of that stuff was taken away from me, and I hate that it happened, but at the same time, I'm ready to move forward. And it's been these last 3, 4, this past month or so, spent some time with these grandkids has been good for me. And but these were the grandkids that have missed out on a lot. I mean, a lot. And I tell my sons about all the time, I say, hey, they missed out on a lot. And I said, I regret that happened. I said, it shouldn't have happened. I said, but hey, we can move forward. I don't want to argue and trip. You know what I'm saying? Past all that. Let's just do the right thing for the sake of the kids. That's what we need to do, and the whole time. So it is what it is. I thank God for what He's given me these days, man. Times He allowed me to have with these grandkids, whom I've been wanting to spend a lot of time with for years. And just want to try to make some things happen for them that they hadn't normally been able to take advantage of. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I'm ready to have fun with them. In between me clowning these females out here, because I'm about to clown on these youngsters. You understand me? Hey, DJ. I hear a little booster coming down to Huntsville, to the Orion amphitheater. Can you hear me? Y'all probably can't. Is anybody hearing the words that's coming out of my mouth? Can you hear me, KP? DJ. Anybody, everybody, scream. Okay, I got one person that can hear me. That's cool. All right. Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking forward to this fight being put together for later this year, somewhere around October, November. Errol Spence, Bud Crawford. Man, I'm praying that we get a date sooner than later, because I would like to start pre-planning my trip, setting up some either some hotel stay or timeshare stay or some kind of stay. You know what I'm saying? And get myself prepared for that mentally and physically and financially, of course, because I know they're gonna break us off with them tickets. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's the fight I'm ready for. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. Cool. Cause ain't nobody bad like me. C-O-O-L. What's that spell? Cool. And I'm going across northern Alabama, heading west. Got 2 stops over there in Muscle Shoals. Then I'm gonna take it back up to the Tennessee area. Finish those stops. Got 3 stops on that end. So 5 stops all together. We'll conclude this night's route. I'm expecting a phone call to come at any moment now. And so anything can happen, you know what I'm saying? I usually get them early. Oh, no, I may not get an early call today. I forgot. the two that usually call in the morning, both of them are pretty busy this morning. I forgot about both my hoes tied up. God dog. But it's all good. I'll stay on here and talk a little boxing. Well, yeah, man. Yeah, we had a little youngster come on here talking like he all world boxing knowledge. Talking about Ali was overrated. Don't nobody really know nothing about Sugar Ray Robinson. And he said a whole lot of other bull crap. Thought Sonny Liston was Frazier. You didn't find out why he was talking all that noise. Because the little fool only 20 years old, man, and hadn't even done any hadn't looked up any history about boxing in the past, you know. It's crazy. If you're gonna talk boxing, you might want to look up a little bit of history before you were born, just to give yourself a little bit of knowledge about what's going on. Because as easy as you watch guys like Mike Tyson and a few others look at their YouTube fights, their fights on YouTube, you can go back a little bit further and watch some of the other folks before that, the Tysons and Holyfields and all that. You can go back and watch those guys from the 70s, the guys from the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, and sometimes 30s too, you know. I'll be the first child. I don't know everything there is to know about boxing, but one thing about my generation, if you're going to talk boxing from my generation when I was a kid growing up, you had to know a little bit of the history of boxing. You had to go back and do some research. Even if it feels, the encyclopedia was interesting. They had a lot of, and I learn more all the champions for different weight divisions. When I was my to the guys, he's some research, know what you're talking about, find out your research go no further back than Mike Tyson. Shoot. Mike Tyson is a boxing historian himself. He's not going to talk about boxing without knowing what he's talking about because he's done the research. And a lot, people feel like Tyson would have beat Ali. As a punch as Tyson was, as Ali could take a hell of a punch. He can overwhelm another fighter with his awkwardness, as touching over 200 pounds. And a 200-pound man touching another man, no matter what weight he is, if you touch him enough and touch him the right way, he gonna bench. Believe that. They had no. I'm telling you, there's no. I don't know what's been on that has achieved what that man achieved in and outside of the ring. And Vince and beat him twice. No, that was first time. Got it blind. Then a layoff boxing, and after 3 years, he come back. It was granted the opportunity to fight again. He come back, and he takes care of business again. Into a roadblock. Victorious. He's a big boy and had a nice arm reach, which enables him to, stay out of the way sometimes of some of those short punches. But that left hook was one punch that had his name on it. no matter who was throwing it, if they were throwing it effectively, they more likely would connect with Ali's chin. You know, 'cause he wasn't doing a whole lot with his other paw when he would throw punches out. So, you know, Ali, man, anybody that questions Ali's abilities, his artistry, they need to take a bath. Need to take a bath, a shower, or something. And then they need to stick themselves. And then take another bath or a shower. Because that really doesn't even go together. Ali was overrated. And how you fix your mouth up to say something like that? Man, come on now. Just come on. Now I'm riding a little woozy, a little sleepy. Maybe talking outside my neck a little bit, but I think I'm saying the things I want to say right now. But it is what it is. I get a little tired on this trip right here for some reason. Now, if a mermaid were to end up in my truck with me some kind of way, these deliveries are going. I'm just telling you, because I'm about to rub on her scales from the waist down. You understand? That's what it is. That's what it's going to be. Yeah, I think I'm I don't know what I think. I think something. You know what I was thinking just now when I said I was thinking about something? I don't know what I was thinking about before, but what I was thinking about afterwards is that nights like this, I wish the raindrops would fall. Think about them 5 heartbeats. Crazy. Yeah, man. I don't have any. Okay. I don't have any girly girl stories to tell y'all. Well, let me not say girly girl story. They don't sound too good. Pause, as y'all say. I don't have any stories to tell y'all about what I do when I do what I could do when I do what I do when I can do. You know, with the ladies out there. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna come a time I'm gonna produce some stories. You know, they should be intriguing. They should be intriguing. Stories, the content is built up. It's building up. You believe that. Well, yeah, DJ, you in the house? Yeah. I getting a little woozy. You need somebody to come relieve me for a minute. I'm going to snack on something. Wake myself up. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Not a whole lot. All right. Dale 0015. What up, bruh? KP, what happened to you, man? What happened to you? I'm assuming my man Peters must have got a phone call this morning. He had to step off, handling his personal business. That's my brother. I love when he come on and drop some knowledge as far as his expertise in the business, because we get some folks that really think they know they got it going on. Let me show you the way to go. Yes, sir. Snack time. I gotta wake up. I'm all on the road. Let me mute my mic. I'm snack out. I tell you what, it's been an active show tonight. I did enjoy it, even though I couldn't get on at time. I enjoyed listening. I enjoyed everything except that my youngster was talking that nonsense. Next time he come home, I have a nickname for him. And that nickname is not going to be, you know what? I think I am. His nickname from now on is Pissy Fucker. Pissy Fucker. That's his nickname. So every time he come over here talking that nonsense about boxing, I'm going to call him Pissy Fucker. He sound like he's still pissing in the bed. Y'all know I know him in no person. But how much got out of my skin talking that nonsense. One down. Need more to go. Oh, excuse me. In about 2 months, I'm gonna have some stories to tell y'all about the new adventures of Cento. I'm thinking about 2 months. I got to move strategically. You know, I got some issues going on. Next month, I'll be having a party by myself. The month after that will be my birthday month. I'm gonna do something to celebrate then as well for my birthday. The next month is gonna be a freedom party. Freedom, freedom, freedom. What's gonna be included on that freedom party is gonna be I ain't gonna say. I'm on live wire right now, so I won't say. But there's gonna be some things going on that will make me feel better. You understand? It's going down.
Even at the mall, it's going down. Even at the bar, it's going down. Anyway, you need to go. It's going down anywhere. You weak. But yeah, man. I got a load of clothes I gotta wash when I get home. Knocked that out this morning. Need to go to the gym and get back home and take my nap after I get out of the shower. Get a shower, burn out. Man, I hope there be some cute chicks up in the gym today, man. You know, I'm about to go back to the gym, man. I go to the Planet Fitness in my area, man. It'd be weak on the female tip. If I go up in there, they ain't looking like nothing. I'm gonna walk right up out of there, man. I'm gonna go to the other little town, not far from it. It'd be a little bit of this and that coming up in that one. I need some bonuses when I'm in the gym. I need some motivation. I need some of the thigh. Need some body. I need to see something to make me say, oh man, she might be in tomorrow. I want to go back. I need all the encouragement I can get right now so I can stay up in that joint. Yeah, my damn man, you know, last week I didn't see too much encouragement up in that joint. And in the beginning stages of me trying to get back, I need motivation. I need to see some small waistline, some nice plump round boo-boos, decent little titties, halfway cute face wouldn't be bad, but I'll take average. I just don't want them well damaged in the face, you know what I'm saying? She ain't really got no pretty face to me right now, you know what I'm saying? I like for it to, but she ain't gotta have it, you know what I'm saying? She still gets some attention. You know what I'm saying? But everything else in line. She got like a real fine body. She ain't just terrible, you know, to lay your eyes on. She ain't pretty, but she ain't terrible looking. But when you can't look at her, right? If you can look at her and not frown a lot, then I can deal with it. And everything else is tight. I love seeing some attractive women in the gym, though. I really do. I might, if I don't see what I need to see up in one today, I think I'm gonna go to the other. So I get a better workout in when I got some motivation. I know that's the wrong reason to go to the gym, but that's what I need right now to keep me motivated. So yeah, one of my little friends took sick yesterday. Had to go to the hospital. I think she got admitted to the hospital. I hope she all right. She all right for her sake. One of the little friends didn't answer the phone yesterday evening. I don't know what's up with that. I think there might be something going on with her family member. And one I ain't heard from. I don't know what's up with that. We got to check into that one. That's that distance. That's that distance right there. That me and that one got too much distance between us anyway. You know, we see we got talk to the other two. I didn't talk. Okay, there's one more to talk to. That's crazy. All of them got problems and issues. Not one of them perfect. All of them got problems and issues. But it's something about the ladies that make me want to give it to them. Yeah, something about those ladies that makes me want to give it to them. You gotta keep it in the closet. Hold up. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This weekend, the 25th, we got some boxing this weekend in San Antonio, Texas. San Antonio, Texas. There's some boxing. Got some females boxing. There might be some dudes mixed in with it. Except I think it is. Let's see the girls fight. I know the young lady that was on there with her manager a few days ago. She's boxing. Should be pretty good. And I'm sure there's more boxing across the pond or somewhere over here, another promotion company, but no something as well this coming weekend. So you stay tuned to all that. Make it up in. Turn this crowd, it got cold and stuff. Turn it off. I'm gonna work this situation out in the next coming months. How I should deal with this situation. Whatever I do, it's got to be fun. Got to be fun. You understand? Well, nearing Muscle Shoals. Almost there. A couple more miles to be Muscle Shoals. City limits. wait till I get this day behind me. But it's not the day, but the run. Oh, Garrett. That pressure. DJ just left the scene. Super proper here. Shut this down. Yeah, if he off the scene, see, if I get knocked out, ain't no coming back. I won't be able to get back on. Mr. Kyle Davis is asleep. He's sleeping with the fishes. Probably good shit again. All right, anybody that understand my voice, we're going to go ahead and shut it down. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be coming back around to keep this party going. What I have on my heart, I mean on my mind to talk about, I can't talk about right now for various reasons, personally. And I don't have, hey man, slow down, but you see me coming. I can't tell you the names of the persons that are boxing this coming weekend. I can look it up, but I'm driving right now, so I don't want to have an accident. I'm trying to handle my business, back to the Ponderosa. You know, that's the home front. But anyway, it's been really was a good show. And to the youngster who was talking all that nonsense that didn't know what he was talking about, he did bring some excitement to the show. So shout out to him. But I'm gonna go ahead and bam. And we'll hope we can get back on this joint tomorrow. Do it again. Peace in the Middle East. Okay, with it. Fusion, are you backstage, bro? I didn't know that, man. Hey, man, I tell you what, Fuse, I'm gonna just hit you up on a one-on-one, bro. Cause DJ gone now. I don't think it's happening because I know when I was calling DJ, he wasn't responding, so he might be resting or working or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or he's about to get off work if he's working. I think he's resting. Then, well, I'll call you. I'll hit you up on a one-on-one, my man. Peace.